From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship. You've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
It's draft day, baby! Welcome to the Franchise Raiders coverage on the first ever virtual NFL Draft 2020. I am your host, Nyshawn Zaragoza, aka Nye. We at the franchise would like to give our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost loved ones or have been affected by COVID-19. I know that you guys have heard this enough, but I'm going to continue to stress it. Let's continue to work together to practice social distancing so we can flatten the curve. We would like to send a special thank you to the first responders and essential workers. We appreciate all that you do for us. We do not take you for granted. We would like to congratulate all those who have made donations to support the fight against COVID-19. Special shout out to our Las Vegas Raiders for donating $1 million in cold hard cash to help the Vegas community battle the growing pandemic. Mark Davis, you are the GOAT. We also want to say thank you to Mike Mayock and his wife. They are donating $1,000 for each draft pick the Raiders make this year. They will be donating to the Clark County Delivering with Dignity program. The Raiders are putting in work. Raiders defensive end Cleveland Farrell donated $100,000 to his hometown, Richmond, Virginia, to the Eviction Diversion program to help struggling families. Raiders tackle Trent Brown lended a helping hand by donating $20,000 to the Clark County School District in response to COVID-19. And wait, that is not it. The Reskirt is running a fundraiser for the Raiders. Who can raise the most amount of money that will go straight to the food bank? Players such as Alec Gingle, Josh Jacobs, Foss Moreau, and Hunter Renfro are all contributing their time to raise money. If you would like to donate, you can go to threesquare.org. All you have to do is pick a player and donate to their fundraising page. You can donate something as simple as $5, which provides 15 meals. The more you donate, the more lives benefit. But that is not the only way you can donate. The NFL family has raised over $50 million as part of the COVID-19 relief efforts, including the NFL's Inspire Change Social Justice $3 million contribution. If you want to help increase that number, you can participate in the NFL Draftathon by visiting NFL.com/relief. The proceeds will help support 6 national nonprofit organizations and their respective COVID-19 relief efforts. On another note, this draft is going to be completely different because of the fact that we are experiencing a pandemic. But we're going to be live with you the next 3 days in the comfort of your own homes, giving you guys Raiders coverage on the first ever virtual NFL draft. Now let's have some fun. I want to welcome on the boys. We're going back to the Bay with my boy Chris from Oakland. We got Raider Knight in the house. Next up, we have singer, songwriter, producer, actor, a man who does it all, TQ, but we call him Squeeze. And last but not least, we got Joe Arrico, who celebrated his birthday this past Saturday. Happy 50th birthday, Joe. Big
Got him.
Joe.
Got him.
How are you fellas doing? How is quarantine treating you guys?
We can't complain. Too blessed to be stressed. Making it a point to stay at home. I tell you that much. that's first and foremost. But glad to be here. Glad to have some sports popping today, and we're ready to see what these Las Vegas Raiders are going to do with this inaugural draft class. We ready?
Get it. Love it.
Some normalcy.
How was your birthday, Joe?
Do you remember it, Joe?
It was cool. A lot of. I was spoiled this birthday for the first time in a long time. I do. I didn't drink on my birthday. I was good. I was
thinking more about Alzheimer's, but that's all right.
The love, Nye, and you're older than me, buddy. Don't even.
Did we clarify that? I don't know if we clarified that yet or not.
So, gentlemen, we have seen a lot of different mocks with 1,000 different speculations. As we know, anything can happen in this draft. One trade up or down can completely turn this draft around. In a good way for some or in distress for others. There's a ton of talent in this draft, which makes the draft game super competitive. And Joe, since it's your birthday and you're king of mocks, I want to hear what you have to say first. There's been a lot of trade rumors going on. Raiders are talking about trading picks with Jacksonville. Green Bay is trying to trade up to get maybe Isaiah Simmons. Tell me what you think.
There's a lot of deals that's being discussed right now in NFL circles. That is for sure. One of the things that is being discussed, let's talk about it last night. Charlie Campbell actually broke the news on Twitter, but Mike Silver had talked about it a couple days earlier where Yannick Ngakoue, the defensive end from the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's in a contract dispute. He's a guy that's 25 years old, a ton of sacks. He's a guy that could get to the quarterback. He's a defensive end. Well, the Raiders and Jaguars did have conversations, but it hasn't advanced to the point where there's any deal that's close. That's what I've got from late this afternoon. Last night I was working the phones. I was up all night literally trying to find out something, and we finally got some word back today. But that deal doesn't look like it's going to happen for a variety of reasons. It's a contract that has to be involved. There's a ton of money, and guys have to be moved. Now, Chris Brohl, who logged out but will be back in a second, he said that Mike Silver earlier today reported that the Raiders are trying to move guard Gabe Jackson, which would help free up some cap space for the Raiders to potentially make a move, but they would have to get a deal done with Ngakoue in order to do that. He's going to be one of the highest paid defensive ends if and when he's moved from Jacksonville. Squeeze, what do you think about the move potentially for the Raiders to trade for Ngakoue and give up either pick 19 or pick 12?
I would love it. It would start my draft day off perfectly. Be the best thing that I heard in 2020. I'll tell you that much. I personally believe that it should be about the defense right now. We got to see Patrick Mahomes 2 times a year, and having the type of schedule that we have to have, like our defense has been terrible for years. I feel like we got the foundations built last year during the draft, and we need to continue to build. So to get to a point where we could bring in a player like Ngakoue at that first pick or in the second pick, like if it's the second pick, then it's a jewel. I don't see how that could possibly happen, but even if we can get him with that 12, he's better than any player in this draft, period, right now. So that I would love it. I would love it. And I'm actually worried about today as if we don't know, but I'm sitting here biting my nails. That right there would solve it for me. It'd be beers and wings for the rest of the day, baby.
Let's be real. You're having that anyway.
How about you, Nate? Tell me what you think about these rumors.
Man, well, I'll tell you right now, and Squeeze is going to like this segment from me because this is going to be the first time I might agree if we get Iganika. Yeah, I can't even say his name. Yannick Ngakoue. Ngakoue. If we get him, I'm telling you right now, I could see the Raiders making a play to go all defense in the first round. Whether it's 19 or 12, then you go out and you get that cornerback to follow it up. You sure up that defense right away. You have both corners. You got the young Mullen, maybe a guy like Terrell on the other side. You got Abram in the back with Randall. You got Malik Collins that we just added, Nassib along with Max Crosby and Ngakoue. That changes the dynamic of what our defense has been in years. I mean, that's on paper. We still got to go out there and put it down. But I would love to see that happen. And if that don't go down, if Green Bay wants to come up and swap some picks for us and we can move back a little bit, we're still going to get a talented wide receiver no matter where we take them at. And I agree with you on that too, Squeeze. There's a lot of wide receivers here, so I think that will benefit us well. But if we can switch up with Green Bay on top of it, maybe get back into the second round, the whole draft opens up even wider for us to get depth, to get the players that we need to really make a run for the playoffs this year.
What happened in the night?
That's another thing that's being talked about.
Igakwe.
But that's
Igakwe.
but Knight, you bring up Green Bay. That's what's being discussed. From I've been told from people inside Green Bay's organization as well as other organizations that I spoke to, Green Bay is trying to be aggressive and getting inside potentially the top 10. They want to. They have some guys on their mind. It could be Isaiah Simmons. It could be them trying to move up to get Jerry Jeudy. Or if let's say it's pick 19, where they'd have to give up pick 62 and pick 136 to go along with pick 30. That could be a Justin Jefferson from LSU. So Green Bay looks like they're going to be aggressive, trying to move up this draft. They're one of the teams that is. Also Atlanta. Atlanta's trying to move up to number 2, and keep an eye on Miami. Miami has the potential to trade up to the number 2 pick by offering the number 5 pick, and they also want to try to get Detroit's number 3 pick to move up to the number 1 pick to potentially get the guy they want, or even number 2 and get Chase Young. But I've been told tonight, right before we went on, that the Cincinnati Bengals have already called Joe Burrow and welcomed him to the Bengal family. So don't look for the number 1 pick to be traded tonight.
Nice. I think we're going to expect a lot. So I want to kind of touch back on Yannick Ngakoue. Now, he obviously had a huge Twitter exchange with Tony Khan saying free Yan. Is that someone that you guys would really want playing for the Raiders? Someone who starts drama over Twitter, someone who, they put a franchise tag on him and already he's just like explosive.
Well, there's there are some issues in the Jacksonville locker room, first and foremost, and there needs to be a culture change. And it's not necessarily about who's got the right kind of attitude or the wrong attitude. It's just some people just don't work out with some coaches. It's just as simple as that. So I feel like there's kind of going to be a turnover within the locker room on that team, and Ngakoue is one of those guys. Sometimes it's a business decision when you go to a football team, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Like you can have personnel or coaches or someone within the front office that you just don't necessarily rub the right way with. Everybody's human, and sometimes you just need a fresh start. And I think that's the situation with this player, and that fresh start will be very welcome in silver and black. I tell you that much.
Yeah, and this is nothing new for the NFL players. We saw this happen way back in the day with Terrell Owens, all the way up to last year with Antonio Brown. A lot of the times these guys outplay their contracts, and because they're in contracts and that particular team can't work out the proper deal, this is the kind of actions they take. They threaten to hold out, they wait and force the team to make a move. And in this particular case, it's not like T.O. or Antonio Brown. He might be out there free me because he doesn't want to be in that locker room, but he's tweeting something like that is a lot there. He's not calling out his coaches. He's not calling out any players on the football team. He's just saying, "Hey, free me, let me go. I want to go play somewhere else and take my." And so I'm okay with that. I don't want divas in the NFL, right? I don't want them causing problems and selling out their teammates to get traded. But this guy is just saying, "Hey, I'm ready to move on. Just let me go," and I'm cool with that.
Nice. All right, guys, we got breaking news. Joe Arrigo, let me hear it.
Well, I just got a text from somebody within the Redskins organization. They said that they are going to take Mr. Young at pick 2. So essentially the first 2 picks are in fact locked in for this draft. So after this, Chris, I'm not saying any other picks, but to start this pre-show, to know that Joe Burrow and Chase Young are locked in at 1 and 2, there'll be no trade with the top 2 picks, shows that the Miami Dolphins may be trying to work up to the number 3 pick with Detroit to get potentially a quarterback or somebody else that they like, and Detroit could turn around and take Okudah at pick number 5.
Yeah, I think these first 2 picks, we've kind of known them for a while now, and the draft really starts at 3. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the Detroit Lions stay put and take a player like Okudah or Brown, or, like you said, if they trade it to Miami, or if the Chargers move up and try to get a quarterback. I think really the draft is going to start with that 3rd pick. So no drama with the first 2 picks.
TQ, what do you think?
I pretty much knew that would happen. I don't think there's a team with enough cojones to pass on either one of those players, regardless of what somebody was going to be able to bring up in this draft. To me, they are definitely 1 and 2, the top players in the draft. So I kind of figured this would stay. I would, and if I'm the Redskins, and I'm Cincinnati looking at the need, I'm not even taking calls for these guys really. You got to take calls, but I'm just saying I'll listen to it, but I'm not really taking anything serious. Both of these dudes are cornerstones um, to take you into like the next decade of football for your squad.
Yeah, we all saw this coming. Sorry, no, we saw this coming. We saw that, and we talked about it before we came on air. A few of us did, about how different this draft might be. Leaks coming out already that these guys are the picks and that they've already reached out to these guys. It's going to be interesting to see how many phone calls they take and how the pace is going to go tonight. Knowing that these guys are pretty much locked in. I mean, unless someone gives them a Godfather type deal where they're giving up their whole draft to go up and take these players from these teams. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how the trades and how just the pace of the whole draft tonight flows.
I think it's going to be super excited. We already knew that obviously what the Bengals who were they going to pick, and we knew what the Redskins were going to pick, and they both have some crazy talent. But Joe, what other talent are you excited to see in this draft?
I'm excited to see. You guys are gonna make fun of me, but Justin Jefferson. He's a guy that I'm extremely high on. I would have him in that upper three, depending on what you really like as far as a receiver. But the thing I'm most interested in seeing is really going to happen on day 3, Nye. And the guy I'm really interested in, I'm intrigued with, is a guy that TQ and I know personally. That's Javen White from UNLV. Javen's a 6'2", 211 to 215 pound hybrid safety linebacker. He's a playmaker. Squeeze, we've seen it on the sidelines all year long.
Absolutely.
Really the last 2 years, the type of player Javen is. As a leader, yes, on and off the field. On the field, he's exactly what the NFL is trying to go to. And the way everything kind of happened with COVID-19, it kind of hurt a guy like Javen. But I really believe that Javen's the type of guy that could come in and make an impact early on when it comes to being on the field and being an impact rookie, Squeeze.
Agreed. He's gonna make somebody's team. He's gonna make somebody happy. They're gonna remember the day that they drafted him. For me, I want to see the Raiders keep this Clemson train going. I would love for them to figure out a way to get Isaiah Simmons and AJ Terrell in this first round, if they aren't able to get work that trade for Ngakoue. I believe that they've started that foundation. With that program, I know of that program. It's a hell of a program. It creates winners. I believe that Gruden and Mayock have a type of guy that they're trying to build the Raiders around, and Dabo is building those type of guys. So a lot of these guys have been teammates. They played together. They under a certain system on how to play, how to be a man. So I think that I'm hoping that they keep bringing these Clemson guys in. It'd be great to see first round. What you think, Knight?
Yeah, man. The thing that I was thinking about when it comes to just the way the whole COVID-19 has played out is the relationship between scouts and the coaches in the college ranks, as well as Mike Mayock and GMs. And I was asking you guys, both of you, because you guys are from Vegas, I was talking about the connection with guys like Mayock and Gruden and even Mr. Davis about being in contact with the UNLV players. So those are two players that Joe mentioned that I'm really intrigued to see if we tap into at least one of those guys late in the draft, because there's not a lot of interviewing. Right? You have to be able to trust who you're talking to, and being the fact that this is the inaugural year in Vegas and there's connections with UNLV, it'll be great to see in the later rounds some of these guys be picked up by the Raiders and impact this squad this year.
All right, guys. Sorry, I got cut out. I'm back.
All good.
All right, go ahead, Chris. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I just think two guys that stand out for me are on defense. Jeff Okudah, the corner out of Ohio State. There's kind of late rumors right now that he may fall between the 7-8 range. If that happens, that's somebody that you would want to move up for. Same with Isaiah Simmons. If one of those guys falls into that 7 to 8 range, if I'm the Raiders, I would do what I could to move up and try to get one of them.
Yeah, it's funny. Isaiah Simmons, I don't believe the Okudah falling for anything. I think he's locked in at number 3. If Detroit's there, if they trade back to 5, I think he's the guy that's going to be there. Isaiah Simmons is interesting because I firmly believe at this point in the draft going into it, that you're looking at a guy that's probably going to be there at 8. I really, unless somebody trades up for him, I think that you're going to see the Carolina Panthers make a move for Derek Brown at pick 7 if they don't trade out of it. So I really think they're at 8 and that could lead to potentially a trade up, find a way to trade up. You could give up one of those thirds. I mean, looking at the trade value chart, we kind of talked about it briefly last night, but to get to pick 8 is roughly it's 1,400 points, and you're at 1,200 points at pick 12. So you need 200 points. So you figure you can give up pick 80 and then a pick next year. Let's say a 4th round pick next year. Where you're looking at most of those picks are in the 50s, so you're overvaluing there, even a 3rd round pick next year, and maybe get something back like a 5th round pick this year or a 4th round pick this year if you give up that 3rd round pick next year. So there's the opportunity for them being the Raiders to trade up if Isaiah Simmons slips to 8, but I'm not quite sure whether or not the Cardinals will take it, because they could use a guy like Isaiah Simmons. Quite frankly, they have a lot of needs on their end. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where he goes, because at the end of the day, to me, I've talked about this ad nauseum. To me, he's the best player in this draft, followed by Chase Young and then Derek Brown. Then the offensive guys start to fall in, Chris.
Yeah, that's where it would be tough for me because, like you said, he could viably be there at 7 or 8. But, one of those teams has to be willing to move out so that you can move up there and go get him. So, yeah, I'd be interested if he's there at 8. Would the Cardinals just scoop him up because it's, too good to be true that he's still there? You just take him and your team's better for it. When you're only going to get maybe a 3rd and a 4th or something, is it really worth it to you to give that guy up? So, if as a Raider fan, I would love it. I'd be all about trading up and going to get a guy like that. But, it takes 2 to tango, as they say.
One of the things that we're experiencing here, as you see, I mean, everything's being done virtually. So Squeeze, you're like Mr. Technology for us, and you know about it. So what do you think? Because I know like we're being kicked out at times. Like there's times I got to step out, but some of us have to step out because of the lag that's happening, the latency issues. What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge in this draft when it comes? Because they're going to have the same issues that we're having using the platform that we're using.
Yeah, they will. I think it's just something we're gonna have to just deal with, man. This is an online world right now. So
yeah, right.
I mean, it is what it is. Like the bottom line is, the truth of this is these guys are still in the same, that the guys that aren't in the green room in the broadcast this year, they're doing what a lot of the guys in the 2nd round and 3rd round and later do every year. They're at home with their families. That raw emotion is going to be there. I wrote about this morning, how this is going to change. Today changes lives, has the opportunity to change lives forever. Somebody's going to come out of this draft and be the man for a team. And we're going to remember, watching it, regardless of the circumstances surrounding today and the difficulties involved with the broadcast and everything else. Somebody's going to come out of here the man. And that's the celebration of the NFL draft. That's where it is right there. That's the reason why we watch. So everybody's doing their best to bring that story, to bring that drama, to bring this event to the masses as if there is no COVID. So we just gotta enjoy it. And when we lag out, we restart and come back and keep it moving.
Work with us, guys. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. All right. So we've covered what trades so far, since I've kind of got kicked out for a little bit. Trades and talent. Tell me who you guys think. What team is under the most pressure?
I think it's the Dolphins myself. The Dolphins are in a position to really reset the mark for their organization and be competitive starting with this draft. They've been down for a long time. Over the years, they've been a well-run organization. They've won multiple championships, and now they have a boatload of picks. With a boatload of picks comes a bit of caution. They have to use these picks right. There's one rule of thumb that says, oh, you got so many picks, you can gamble on this, you can gamble on that. But this ain't the old NFL, man. Those windows to get in that bowl, they come and go fast, and you don't get them multiple times. You want to get in there while you have players on rookie contracts. And this is the time when the Dolphins can really set the mark and take themselves there for the next couple of years.
And to say that, I'll just put the whole pressure on the state of Florida. I mean, you got Jacksonville following up at number 2 right there for me, right? And not only are they having locker room troubles, they got one of their best defensive players, if not the best defensive player, saying, hey, I want out. So they're going to have to use their draft really wisely, too, and try to save face. As Raider fans, we already know what happens when you trade away a defensive player with that kind of caliber, right? There's going to be a lot of talk, and, it's about putting butts in those seats, regardless if they can't go in it week 1. I mean, eventually the sports are going to get back. They're going to have to sell those suites, and they're going to have to put butts in the seats. So both those teams in Florida got a lot of work to do this draft for sure.
And I'd look at a team like the Cowboys. They lost a lot of people in free agency, and now that they've had to pay, a bunch of people like a receiver, they're going to have to pay Dak. They paid Zeke last year. You've got to now start building through the draft. So you really don't have the luxury of missing your draft picks. You got to make these things count. So I think there's probably a lot of pressure on the Cowboys, because there's always pressure on a team like that, we're a fan base that expects you to win.
I'm going to not sound like a homer, but I think the Raiders. When you have 7 picks and you have as many needs as they have, that speaks volumes right there. And I'm going to take it a step further, and I talk about this on the shows when I've talked about it on the Franchise Raider podcast. I've talked about it on Q&A. When the Golden Knights went to the Stanley Cup Finals in their inaugural season a few years ago, right after the announcement that the Raiders were going to be coming to Las Vegas, that wiped away any honeymoon that the city of Las Vegas and the Raiders were going to have. That put the pressure immediately on Mark Davis and the Raider organization to come in and win right away. So they're expected, especially after the success they had last year. Look, you may not like how they finished the year, but at Raider Nation, I'm going to tell you this. If I told you that the Raiders going into the final game of last year we're going to be in the hunt for a playoff spot, and all they had to do was win that game and have somebody lose, you would have taken that, no matter how they started or how they finished, or if they started slow and finished strong, or vice versa. You would have taken that. And now you're coming into this with even more talent. You have a quarterback who's in the 3rd year of his head coach's system, and that's not an easy system to be in. He's got a way better, concepts of the playbook and how it actually needs to be ran. So when you look at the Raiders, they have a lot of pressure on them to come in and draft the right guys and win right now, because they are in a position to make the playoffs next year if they add the right pieces. And so far in free agency, they've done that, and they got to continue that into the draft. Nye.
Nice. How about you, Knight?
Yeah, well, Squeeze, you asked me earlier what changed my mind overnight. Joe kind of summed it up right there. I mean, we were so close, even with the brutal schedule, right? We bring in all the right pieces thus far. If you can get Yaganake, I'm gonna thrash his name all night, man. Thank goodness I got no alcohol in front of me, because I'd be drunk before the draft even started. So
Ngakwe.
That's why I said if we get him, man, I would go all in. Go get Terrell. Go get defense, because if we all know, if we would have even had a better defense last year, that one game would have been 2 or 3 games. We left 3 games easy on the table because we didn't have the right defense. So, that's where your logic totally makes sense. I'm not saying that we don't need a wide receiver in this situation, because we do, but we had a really strong offense. I felt maybe not consistent enough in the 4th quarter, but with the lead anyway. But I think if we could build this defense, that makes us a whole better football team. We're more balanced. We're ready for any kind of football team that comes into the black hole.
Nice. So I don't agree with you guys. I am a Raiders fan. I do get that, but I don't think that they're under the most pressure. For me, I'd say it's the Giants who's under the most pressure. They've had 3 head coaches in the past 5 years, and their coach has never traded up in the draft. TQ, I know you've mentioned a little bit of news about the Giants. Tell me where they're going with this.
That's a good question. I don't know. They're one of the teams. They're the first question for me, to be honest. They have holes on both sides of the field, but they have a quarterback that they're absolutely in love with. So I'm wondering if they're going to take the time now to protect this guy. If Eli Manning would have had more protection in the latter couple of years of his career, he could have taken much more advantage of players like Odell Beckham Jr., Saquon Barkley, and the weapons that they had. So I'm wondering, what's the mindset in the Giants front office. I respect the Giants. The Giants is another one of those organizations that's been well run for years. They don't spend a lot of time losing, so this is a pivotal draft for them. That first pick, I think it really tells you what their philosophy is going forward. What you think, Knight?
Yeah, I mean, that to me, that's the bread and butter of this whole thing right now. And a lot of the teams are in this situation, right? There's a lot of teams out there that may be a few players away and they don't even know it. We saw what the Niners did. Stay in your seat, Squeeze. It's all good. We saw what the Niners did last year, right? And they were able to turn it around in a year.
Yeah,
Joe's
baby.
on delay. Joe's on delay, everybody. It's all good.
No, I heard it. I'm just waiting a little bit.
Yeah.
But you saw how they turned it around.
Preach the truth. Preach the truth.
Just preaching it, man. I'm up here preaching tonight, brother. It's
That's
all
right,
good.
That's right.
I'm gonna be a school teacher next week and a preacher tonight, but it's all good. But yeah, man. No, you saw how teams could turn it around.
Hey,
and
I'm going to say this, though. I'm going to say this, though. Look, Squeeze, you brought up the Giants and the success they've had. They've only been successful. They've had like a few years in different eras of success, but it hasn't been that long sustained success. I mean, really, they had the 2 Super Bowls with Coughlin, and they had the 2 with Parcells. And then before that, they were also Rams of the NFL. I mean, they weren't that great. They weren't even, like, I think it was the 60s when they were even relevant. So
Verb,
at this point, Dave Gettleman's on
championships. I've watched them win 4 championships.
I have 2.
So what are you talking
I have
about?
2.
How many other
No,
teams
you're missing my
win 4
you're
championships?
missing. It's up. Well, I'm talking about eras of. They have 4 titles. I gave them credit. From the 80s until now, they have 4 titles. I'm not discrediting that, but they also have huge periods where they're not good. And in the New York grand scheme of things, it's the Yankees and the Knicks and the Giants. So right now, the state of New York sports sucks. If you're not a Yankee fan, the state of New York sports sucks for you. And my point is, the problem is Dave Gettleman, bro. Dave Gettleman is under the bigged gun as a GM coming into this draft, because some people still believe Daniel Jones was a reach at pick 6 last year. He traded away Odell Beckham, their only superstar. There are a bunch of people that they've just given up and walked out on, where you're like, what the hell are you doing? How are you giving that guy up? Daniel Jones had a few splash games, but the jury is still out on him, no matter how much we heard about him in Louisiana, at Saints games, or how much you heard about him when he's a junior high kid when you're down in Louisiana. So my point is the Giants have a lot more problems, and if Dave Gettleman is wise and wants to keep his job, he's going to have to trade back. He's going to have to trade back and accumulate more talent, because I don't believe the city of New York is going to allow the Giants to be the 3rd or 4th best team anymore. They want them back to being the number 2 team. It's a football town.
It's a sports town. They need sustained success.
True.
And the way to get that, the most blaring problem with the Giants over the time, that especially recently, has been the offensive line. It's been trash. It's been paper.
Agreed.
Now you got a new quarterback, right? The jury is out on him. We don't know if he's good or not. They believe he's very good. The only way you're gonna find out is if you protect him. If you don't protect him, he's gonna be trash. That goes for him and every other quarterback in the league. So yeah, they do have a lot of holes that they need to fill. But if they believe that he's their guy, and they have to believe it because they picked him where they picked him last year. If they believe that he's their guy, they need to protect him at all costs. And there's a way to do that in this draft. So I believe that if I'm the Giants, I'm spinning that. I'm not trading back. I'm going to get that offensive lineman to anchor that line for my quarterback.
All right, guys, we're going to see where the Giants go at the number 4 pick. But for now, we got to go on a quick 2-minute break. Stick around. When we get back, we're going to discuss Raiders picks and projected needs.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Do they trade Carr? All right, this is going to be all about the Raiders right now. Joe, quarterback or no quarterback? 12th pick. Where are we going?
Well, I think depending on who's available a little bit earlier, I think they're going to go wide receiver. I think it's going to be either Jerry Jeudy or Henry Ruggs III. And the reason being is they're the guys that offer the most, that fit what the Raiders like to do. What CeeDee Lamb does great is he catches the ball and is great after the catch, but he's got to build up his speed. And for me, that's an issue, I think, with Gruden and what he wants to do in the offense. So I think it's going to be Jeudy or Ruggs. I lean Jeudy because he can play all three wide receiver positions, the X, the Z, or the slot. He's the best route runner, which creates natural separation. He's just the guy that I just feel is the best receiver in his class. But if the Raiders stay at 12 and it's all three receivers on the board, I'm taking Jeudy, but something tells me Ruggs may be the pick, Chris.
Yeah, and they all offer their own unique skill set, right? So it kind of depends on what your flavor is. And really, none of us know what John Gruden and Mike Mayock prefer. We can guess, but they all bring different things that could benefit the offense. It'll be interesting. It seems like the consensus right now is that the number one receiver is Jeudy. So if he's available, that's kind of who I see them leaning towards as well.
I think later on in this draft, there's a lot of value to be found, especially at that receiver position. I've been saying it from the beginning that I just don't believe that there's that big of a drop off between those top three that are slated to go in the first round and that quote unquote second tier of guys, which I don't really even call them a second tier. I think that the Raiders can get some of those guys later. So if you don't have any of those, if you can't make that trade with Jacksonville and you don't have any of those defensive studs at the beginning there for those first two picks, try to trade back. I know, try to get into that second round. There's some value there. I know you got to have a partner, but that should be where the Raiders are looking if they can't bolster the defense in the first round. Though I'm pretty much feeling just like you guys, they're probably going to take a wide receiver. It is John Gruden. So probably not going to be too happy here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, this is where you lost me, Squeeze, too, right? Like I know the first part of the show, I'm like, oh, defense, and you're like, hey, there you are. There, but I have to digress now because this is not about what I think and what I want. And the truth is, we haven't made any moves yet, right? And thinking like Mike Mayock or trying to think like Gruden, I go right back to the wide receiver too. And if all three are there, we can make arguments for every single one of them. I know the popular consensus is Jeudy. but you're going to have a guy like Gruden. That's his offense, man. He's going to be the one that says, you could tell me that this guy is, can play all three positions, and he could play inside, outside, and he could get separation, and he could do all these things. But if Ruggs is his guy, I think Mayock lets him have the receiver that he feels is best for this offense, because a lot of the times we think of best wide receiver overall, but we saw how that ended up with Cooper. We felt like that was the best wide receiver back then, but that didn't fully work out for us, in the big picture of things. So, if a coach like Gruden, who knows his offense and knows football players, says Ruggs is the guy for my system, that's way different than saying this is the best wide receiver available, because Ruggs could perform at a high level in John Gruden's system. So that'll be interesting to see how that really goes down.
Nice. Joe, you got anything? I see you
I was gonna say, Squeeze, you and I talk about Jerry Rice a lot in an article we have coming out. You and I had a private conversation about Rice being the standard for receivers and who could be matched on that. Jerry Rice didn't run a 4.27. Jerry Rice was a 4.6 guy, but he won a lot at the line of scrimmage, as well as with his route running and not having any wasted motion and being so smooth. And that's what Judy is. And I'm not saying he's Jerry Rice, but I'm saying as a route runner, that's creating natural separation. Unlike other receivers, they have to work to get open. CeeDee Lamb has to work to get open. Ruggs was getting open because he's such a meticulous route runner, and he's an advanced route runner, and he knows the intricacies of running those routes and when to throttle back and when to open up a little bit. So that's why, to me, Judy is a superior receiver in this class in terms of my rankings. Now, the top four to me are all talent-wise A+, and that's Judy, Lamb, Ruggs, and Justin Jefferson. After that, there's a drop-off to me. And I look at it, Nye, in a way where when it comes to Jerry Judy, his route running is going to get him open so much. He's going to be such a dangerous weapon wherever he goes. And I believe, let's say he slips and he goes to have 15 to Denver, the Raiders aren't going to want to deal with him because he's going to be a perfect weapon for that offense.
Nice. I think that Jerry Judy, I agree with you. He's definitely the perfect weapon for the offense. I think that he can play the game inside or outside. He really keeps secondaries on eggshells, and that's really what we need. And I think that's what John Gruden is looking for. But enough about wide receivers. What else are we looking for? What other holes do we need to plug?
Defensive line, man. We always need more defensive linemen. Like we need to be able to platoon guys. Like guys need to be able to come in end of the third quarter, beginning of the third quarter, and still have fresh legs. I noticed last year we would get tired late in games. Part of that's because the defense on the field too long, which I understand that. But depth along the front seven, I feel, is paramount for us, because a season, man, you lose so many players due to injury. You lose so much pop due to attrition of a season. So I just feel like we need to stack up front defensive line guys, edge rushers, big, strong Raider looking dudes.
Yeah, I would agree with that completely. Our secondary needs a lot of help as well. We don't have that consensus number one corner right now. I don't know if Okudah or CJ Henderson will be there at 12 when the Raiders pick, but those guys have the traits to be able to be that number one corner. I wouldn't hurt to have another linebacker, another safety. Like, honestly, we could just fill this whole defense up with draft picks because it needs to be infused with talent.
Absolutely agree. Now, and we talked about D-line, but I'm going to say cornerback, and I don't even go as far as saying another safety. I know they signed Demarius Randall, but Demarius Randall has the second most touchdowns allowed by a defensive back since entering the league at 27. What I like about him is he can go down and play some receiver, but to play free, he's not a great tackler at all. It's like one of the poorest tackling safeties I've seen, and I go back to me being a fan of the Green Bay Packers and him playing corner, just how bad of a tackler he is. So for me, I think that safety spot is something that's not being talked about enough. You got to have a guy on the back end that could play free, complement Jonathan Abram, and be a guy that can go make some plays on the back end of the field by creating some type of turnover.
Yeah, I think secondary. When you look at what you could do in the draft, and we know we need a lot of depth, we need a lot of help, especially on that defensive front. I like the pickup of Collins. I like Nassib, but we didn't get excited over what possibly could be happening tonight with Jacksonville if we believe that was the answer across the front. But when you look at the rest, I mean that's a starting unit still right there. We got a starting unit, and then we got Kwiatkowski, we got Littleton, we got Joyner. We're going to be a base nickel, so that's taken care of. You still got Randall. You got Abrams, you got Mullen, who I know is still going to be a second-year guy, but he showed his talent, right? And he's been working hard in the offseason. So the big hole for me is that other corner slot. We need another guy. I like Nixon, I like Jones too, but they're unproven. So why don't we go out and try to get a guy like Terrell, someone that we could put in there late and really kind of solidify what our starting unit may look like.
Nice. So I think that a lot of our viewers are really concerned about Carr. We got another question. It says routes need time to develop. Carr can't hold the football for more than 2 seconds. So my question is, do you think that Carr is a mobile quarterback? Do you think that he can play outside the pocket?
I think he's mobile enough. I mean, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I think he's mobile enough. Chris, go ahead and take it. But that's
he is, and I think that's kind of been a problem with him amongst Raider fans is the fact that he doesn't use his legs enough because he is athletic. I think at the combine he ran like a 4.6 40. It's not like he's a slow, statue back there. He can move. He can get out there. And I think Raider fans would wish that he could use his legs more because there's times where it seems like, there's open lanes for him to run and he just kind of kills the ball. So I think, that's a big sticking point for Raider fans.
Agreed.
Yeah, for me, when you see what he did on the outside, you guys remember back in 2016 when he did a head dive for a first down?
Yeah.
This guy is purely athletic, man. This guy can make plays with his legs. He chooses not to. Does it have something to do with the fact that he broke it back in 2016? I don't know. If I had any knock, and I don't got many knocks on the guy like many people do, right? I do believe that he needs to step up this year, third year in the system, but it's that he just lacks a little bit of confidence since he broke his leg. And you saw last year, he's really starting to trust in this offensive line, and we're bringing a lot of the same guys back. And once he gets that confidence, and you saw him work on his ability to move outside the pocket, to take a chance and take a run every once in a while, as that confidence grows, the weapons grows on this football team. You got Josh Jacobs now. I see the potential for a more athletic Derek Carr this year. I mean, but to sit there and say it for myself, I mean, that's up to DC. And I think, we've heard the reports. I know Squeeze and Joe, you've heard him say it. He wants to be on this football team. He wants to be the quarterback for this football team. I think, and I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, but something tells me we're going to see a completely different Derek Carr this season right there in that new stadium. I really believe that he's going to be on fire.
I would agree, and I would say to answer risking Kyle's question, no, they're not going to trade Derek Carr. The bottom line is this is year 3 in an offense that's very hard to learn. You're looking at a guy who even last year had his best statistical year, and people are forgetting that. And Squeeze, you and I were at the Raiders name changing with DC and the rest and a lot of other Raiders, Mark Davis, Mark Bedane, a bunch of Darren Waller. I mean, there's a who's who, and talking to DC, he was kind of pissed off, to be honest. He was kind of pissed, like, why am I being asked this all the time? Like, at something, he was really resonant in him saying, look, I'm taking the first snap at Allegiant Stadium. I'm throwing the first pass. I'm going to throw every pass in this stadium. So I believe, and I've been told that there's been conversations like, DC, you're our guy. We're looking to upgrade the position if something presented itself. But that's every GM in the NFL. Unless you have Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, or Deshaun Watson, every quarterback in the NFL is being looked at to be replaced by somebody better. That's the general manager's job. Now, you may not like Derek Carr because you're frustrated.
Go ahead.
No, I'm going to say they may be frustrated with the losing, but when they're winning, he's going to get the credit. Derek Carr gets way too much blame for issues that are happening with the team, and he hasn't got enough credit for what he's done. Go back to when the last really great quarterback the Raiders had was probably Jim Plunkett. Rich Gannon won an MVP. He was really good. He's not a Hall of Famer. So think about those years from Plunkett to Gannon, then Gannon to Carr, what the Raiders were. Like, I think it's a great underappreciation for Derek Carr.
So what do you say about his 82 rushing yards?
Well,
He's not Michael Vick.
personally
What do you
believe
want
that
from the guy?
well, I mean, part of Carr's issue is you have to understand how new this team is. You have to understand how thick the John Gruden playbook is, and how some guys had it, some guys didn't. So there was a lot of times when people weren't in positions that they were supposed to be in. Carr's been in this thing for 3 years. He's a really smart quarterback. Between the ears, he really has it. Like, he can really read and see a defense. He can be surgical with this thing if you give him the protection. Once again, he needs the protection, which we pretty much have. The Raiders have been pretty good about building that offensive line for him. He needs the weapons. He needs the weapons to stay healthy. And I think that we understand that all of the people that you named, Joe, all them guys that signed to other teams, we're not getting any of them. So as far as quarterback options go,
Exactly.
Derek Carr is the best option that we have, and that's a damn good option when you start looking at his stats from last year. He played damn good ball, and he had the Raiders a game away from the playoffs. I don't think I really have to say too much. You can see what my background is today. I'm making a statement. I don't want none of our draft picks wasted on some quarterback, because none of these guys coming out of this draft are going to be the quarterback that Derek Carr is right now for the Raiders next year or the year after that, as far as I'm concerned. I don't see Patrick Mahomes in this draft.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop you there. Stay with us, Raider Nations. When we get back, our phone lines will be open. We have about 5 minutes before the top of the hour, before officially the draft starts. The number is 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. But because we are live, we will be doing one question and follow-up for each guest. We'll be back.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field, to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
All right, guys, we are back with your Raiders draft coverage. We have 3 minutes before the top of the hour starts. I want to reintroduce our crew. We got Joe, we got Chris,
What's up?
and Knight, and Mike, your host, Nye. So again, we are taking calls. You're more than welcome to call in. We are actually going to be just chilling out. We got 2 minutes until the draft officially starts. So Cincinnati Bengals are about to be on the clock. We already know what they're going to do. TQ, what do you think?
I believe that the Bengals are getting a hell of a quarterback with Joe Burrow. He is deadly accurate, which is a big deal in the NFL. I believe that he has the processing ability. He can make quick decisions. He can read defenses. He knows how to make the right reads. He can put the ball anywhere where it's supposed to be. I think they're getting a hell of a player, And I love his story. He's a classic example of turning a failure into a success. And we always love to see that. And we're about to see it in a couple of minutes. I think they got him one.
Nate, what you got for me?
It's a pretty much a consensus that, hey, Cincinnati's going to go Burrows. And as much as I like his story last year and even what he did at the end of the year before that, I'm not personally sold fully on the cat. Like, I think he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback, but I think this might be really good for Cincinnati being a hometown boy. But I'm just excited for this thing to kick off. I want Burrows to go 1. I want Chase Young to go 2, and I want to start moving closer and closer to that 12th pick so we can find out whether we're moving up, we're moving back, or we're getting Squeeze's favorite wide receiver.
Oh, come on, man. Don't do it.
I disagree with you. Knight, when it comes to when we're talking about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow to me has a lot of different traits that you look for in a quarterback. I love the fact that he keeps his eyes down the field. He's got great pocket presence. He's highly accurate on the move, and he's a great deep ball. And look you go back to his junior year at LSU. He played really, really good then too. He just was out of his mind last year, and you can't take that for granted. I'm not saying he's Aaron Rodgers, but his skill set resembles a lot of Aaron Rodgers as it is maybe year 2 or year 3 in Green Bay, because he is so accurate, because his mechanics are really good, because he's got a strong arm. And the most important thing that I see, his players rally around him because of his leadership, Chris. That's one of the things that stand out to me about Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's the way that he sees the field. He's able to read a defense really quickly, and he knows where to go with the ball. And then I think what's unique about the Bengals situation is they're not devoid of talent. So, they have A.J. Green. They've got John Ross. They've got Tyler Boyd. Joe Mixon's a great running back. The left tackle that they took out of Alabama last year, missed all of last year. He'll be back this year. So, I think he's actually going into a pretty good situation where, he can be successful early.
I think he can as well. I think he's a really competitive maniac, and he has a good amount of strength. And a fun fact about him, he used to play video games throughout his childhood, and his dad put him in check, and I'm glad he did, because now look at him now. He's a freaking star. But I want to introduce a guest of ours who is also an analyst, Bo Warpel.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, Bo? How are you doing?
Doing good. Ready to see some sports come across TV for once.
So I want you to tell our audience, who are you and what do you do?
So my name is Bo Warpel. I've coached football for the past 4 or 5 years now. I was a quality control assistant at UNR. From there, I was a QB coach at St. Norbert College, a Division III in Wisconsin. After that, I coached running backs and tight ends at Fort Lewis College in Durango, Colorado. And a couple months ago, I was in Europe coaching as a offensive coordinator before all this stuff hit, and I had to come back home. So I've been a lot of places in a short amount of time, just trying to do my thing.
A man of many talents, but I see that you probably know what you're talking about when it comes to football. So tell me what you're excited to see about this draft.
I'm excited to see the craziness that's going to happen with the technology. We all know it's going to be just chaos with all these old football coaches, the stereotype. I mean, Nick Saban just came out and said he only doesn't respond to texts or emails. So it's going to just be chaos on the front lines. With the draft itself, I want to see if all these analysts are right with these rumors of trading up to get Tua or Herbert or what it is, or if they're really just going to go offensive tackle heavy through the first 10 picks, There's a lot of things that could happen, and I think that with this year, without being able to see anyone, it's really up in the air, and not that many people are truly know what's going to happen.
Nice.
Bo, let me ask you this, brother. And Bo and I coached together. Now, Bo and I actually coached a high school team together.
Yes.
He's my offensive coordinator at Centennial High School.
Nice.
Bo's one. That's how Bo and I know each other. So, Bo, when you look at the quarterbacks, when you see Burrow and you see Tua, Herbert, Love, and I'm gonna throw 2 more names in there: Fromm and Morgan, and Jalen Hurts too. When you see what separates Burrow from the rest of the group as the number 1 guy?
I think what separates Burrow, the only clip you need to see that separates it is what he did after the national championship game. That clip of him with the cigar on the couch, just chilling, like it was no big deal. Like the swagger Joe Burrow brings, I don't think the other ones have. Tua does have that fiery competitive, but he's still a very humbled and laid back guy, and not as flashy, Whereas Burrow is like the consummate swagger that you kind of want at that position. When compared to the rest of the guys in this draft, he brings that swagger that I just don't think the other guys quite have.
So when I look at Burrow, I see a highly accurate guy. I see a guy that does a lot of different things. He's really accurate on the run,
Mm-hmm.
but I think, like you said, his swagger isn't taken into account as much as it probably should. So, do you think he is that legitimate number one guy, and he's got that legitimate opportunity to be that franchise quarterback, or do you think that a guy like Tua, or would you take, or I mean, would you take the risk on Tua, knowing what you know about him right now?
Over Burrow, is that what you're asking?
Well, over Burrow, yeah, over Burrow.
No, and even a healthy Tua, I think I'd still go Burrow. Um, I don't know. Maybe it's the lefty thing. Lefties are weird. I don't know why that is, but lefties freak some coaches out. It's a weird bias. It exists. I'm not saying I have it. It is a little weird though. But no, all jokes aside, yeah, I think I still go Burrow. I think he is the complete package. Tua does some great things as well. He's a little more athletic than Burrow is. I think Burrow working with Joe Brady this past year is going to give him a big step up. I think he's going to be a little more used to an NFL style offense than some of these other guys. So, yeah, I don't know. Just when you watch Burrow in that national championship against Clemson, what he did
Well,
to that great defense.
right, right. What do you what do you see with Justin Herbert? Because I think he's a polarizing quarterback, the polarizing quarterback in the first round.
Herbert is interesting because he doesn't like do anything that stands out to me. There's nothing like exciting about him. I think he's more of a game manager kind of guy. I think he's going to be a very solid quarterback. There's nothing like that truly stands out to me. He's just solid across the board with what he does. Kind of a cool, laid back kid from Oregon. He's just I don't know. I can't get a good read on the kid. Just his demeanor and everything. He's just kind of there, and he plays the position well. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do.
Do you think that he's worthy of a top 10 pick?
I can see the Chargers getting him and maybe developing him for a year or two under Tyrod, but to come in and start right away, no, I don't think he's capable of that. So, yeah, if a team wants to jump up in the top 10 to get him to develop
Would
him, I
you,
think that's a
if
good
you
move.
were a GM and you're picking in the top, let's say top 10 of the draft, would you take that opportunity to go and draft a Tua Tagovailoa, knowing his medical history?
I think he's worth the risk. Um, I really think he's going to end up in Miami, and I think that's going to be a good fit for him. With Fitzpatrick, being able to learn from him, being a seasoned vet as he is, you know, uh, if yeah, say I'm the Dolphins or the Chargers, I would take a risk on Tua for sure.
Squeeze, you got anything for Bo?
Yeah, man. I mean, I that's the player that I've been watching a lot of lately for the same reasons that you have, Bo. He's kind of hard to get a read on him.
Yeah.
But if you look at the games that he's played this past season, the kid can make all the throws.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about the opportunity to make all the throws, in the offense and against the competition that he played in last year. Um, I think with Tua, naturally Tua is a better quarterback to me, but that hip injury brings these guys level. I think.
Mhm.
And I think that Herbert is the safer bet. And I've been saying it. It's depending on the situation, depending on the GM, who's gonna hitch their wagon to Tua's hip. That's their job. If that hip doesn't work out, that's their job. And a front office job, for a staff in the NFL is not something easy to come by. I'm actually thinking, I hope it doesn't happen because I believe Tua is a good kid. I believe he's a good leader, and I hope that his hip heals up. But I believe that there's a shot that he slips down further in the first round if he doesn't um, go one of those top picks. And I think
Yeah.
strictly because of not being able to get that medical and that type of injury, not being able to have a lot of research
Yeah.
on that particular injury, and when the guy gets that much in college, like most of the time it keeps happening. You know what I'm saying? So I think that I think he's going to be too much of a risk for most teams at the spot where he should be drafted. Had it not been for the injury, I think it's him and Burrow 1A, 1B, and Herbert is not even
Mhm.
in the conversation with those two.
Yeah, I agree, and I mean, I think you can see a lot of tackles being taken um,
Yes,
before either one of those dudes. This is a deep
agreed.
offensive tackle draft class. I would like to see the Bucks go out and get a tackle, go out there and protect Tom Brady.
Yeah,
Um, so like if they could, hey man, if they could go out and get Jedrick Wills or something, I'd be stoked for that.
yeah.
Well, Bo's gonna be joining us today and tomorrow after the quarterbacks and some other positional guys get drafted. Bo's gonna come in. He's broke down film on all these guys. He's gonna give his analysis from a coach's point of view and a college coach's point of view. So, Bo, thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you, and I'm glad you and all the family is safe out there in Vegas, bro.
You too. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate the chance.
For sure, man. Y'all stay safe.
All right,
You
brother.
too.
All right, guys. So I'm watching this virtual draft, and it's honestly really interesting. It's literally the same thing we're doing times
Yeah,
5 other people.
it is, right?
Yeah.
I haven't even turned it on because I'm gonna watch it on my phone. Is it lagging at all, or like what's it
No,
like?
they're actually doing really good. I think they
I'm
even
not.
have. Oh, okay. No, yeah, they're doing really good.
Yeah, I'm not listening to the audio. I was up and down. I was trying to listen to what you guys say and testing the audio over here. But the audio seems smooth, but they're jumping around into people's houses. It's pretty crazy.
So they're actually doing the NFL Draftathon, something that I mentioned at the beginning, and they have DJ Khaled on here. They have who else? They have a bunch of people on here. So I think it's pretty interesting. So if you guys want to donate, you can go to NFL.com/relief again and donate. It's popping. Help out a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't even think Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock yet, are they? This is beginning.
I haven't heard him. Yeah, I think he's
Okay.
going to say it when he gets back on right now.
So since this is Raiders coverage, we're going to go back and talk about a little bit more of the Raiders until Cincinnati Bengals are officially on the clock. TQ, tell me what the Raiders did during free agency. Did we spend our money well?
Absolutely. I like the focus on the linebacking core. Like that was a real big hole for us last year, especially after Burfict went down. So bringing in Middleton and Kyle Kotsky, however you say his last name, those were good moves, man. I think that we also definitely needed a backup for Derek Carr. Marcus Mariota was a perfect person. He needed a change of scenery. I believe he went to the wrong team coming out of college. I believe he can play ball, and I believe that he's serviceable for us should Carr go down. So, I believe that the Raiders are in good hands right now. To be honest, Mayock was one of my favorite guys to watch, and you actually miss him right now in all of the draft coverage leading up to the draft. For the last couple of weeks, he's normally, he's so in depth with his film study and how he feels about certain guys, especially in that second round. But they went out and did their thing in the second part of the draft. They went out and did their thing in free agency, which really has me hopeful for what they're going to do in the draft.
Knight, give it to me. Raiders free agency.
being the fact that we're not necessarily one player away from winning a Super Bowl potentially or being the dominance in the AFC West. Mike Mayock said it himself. I mean, he went out and he feels like he got the players he needed to get to really open up the draft. And instead of having all this pressure all over the place for defensive linemen, linebackers, safeties, we've narrowed it down to at least a wide receiver and a cornerback, worst case scenario. But we don't even have to, with the way this draft is built, we don't have to, like Squeeze has been saying since the offseason, we don't really need to go get that wide receiver right away. So the draft is wide open. They can not only take the best player available, but the best player available for the Raiders in their situation, a system guy, a team guy, a locker room guy. So when you go and you look at what they did on the defensive line alone, I mean, yeah, I'd like to see Ngakoue come in here, and yeah, I got it right. Can I get some love for that? Yeah. So, he gave in there.
Right.
Yeah, I did say it right. Yeah, I'm on a roll. Watch out, I'm on fire. So
nice work.
Yeah, so if they go on and they don't have to get him, but if they do, it opens up the draft. What are you going to do with that 19th pick? You can get Ngakoue, you can go and get Terrell, you could go and get that wide receiver, you could trade back, you could trade up. They're not in any pressure to do anything early, and I think that's the best position as a team needs to be in, especially when you have 2 first-round picks in this draft.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off what TQ was saying, I really like what they did in the free agency because if you think about the linebacker position, that's always been a sore subject for Raider fans because we really haven't filled that very well through the years. And Kwiatkowski, being with the Bears, he wasn't utilized that often, but when he did play, he was productive. And then Corey Littleton's one of the best cover linebackers in the NFL. And then you took chances on guys that, you gave them kind of like prove it deals, so they have the ability to make more money if they produce on the field and then, go into off season and make more money. So I like what they did in free agency.
Yeah.
I do too, and I hate to break the news tonight, but Ngakoue is not going to happen. Look, there's no way they can trade for a guy and not have a contract hammered out, especially when you're giving up a first round pick. So that's not going to happen. I think it's more likely the Raiders trade down to accumulate more picks, and because they're probably going to do that. I'm just assuming this now, so me speculating. Because they're doing that, I would really look at things from this perspective. The Raiders added 2 of the top linebackers in this draft class, or in this free agents class. They added arguably one of the top 2 or 3 defensive tackles in this free agent class. They added some really good guys on the back end that can fill in as far as like backup offensive tackles. Jason Witten, another backup Demarius Randall. Some of the guys that can back up. Those are the things that kind of allow you to draft the type of guy you want to draft. Especially early. And when you have 2 first-round picks, and you have one at 12, and you have the top receiver on the board, let's say all 3 are there, you have your choice. I'm sorry, you can't pass up on that because nobody else passed up on the top edge rusher. No one else passed up on the top linebacker. No one else passed up on the top quarterback. No one else passed up on the top cornerback, and so on and so forth. You have an opportunity to get the very best at that position. Now you have to do it if you're Mike Mayock and the Raiders.
Every last one of those guys at them other positions are better than the guys at the wide receiver position.
Disagree
Every last
completely.
one of them.
Disagree completely.
The best defensive lineman in this
offense, the receiver
is better than the best receiver. The best linebacker in this draft is better than the best receiver. The best quarterback in this draft is better than the best receiver. It's a different situation when you get down to those receivers. There are tons of receivers in this draft. If all 3 of them are there when we pick, they are there for a reason because every other team before them saw that there were much more valuable players to pick in the first round.
Squeeze. The thing is, the offensive tackles in this class, there's not a Hall of Fame, in my opinion, offensive tackle. Jerry Jeudy's got the potential to be a Hall of Fame type receiver. His ceiling is the floor, or his floor is the ceiling, as Michael Jordan said. Like, it's that high. There's the offensive tackle's ceiling is the floor. So I mean, it's a little bit different, and those teams don't have that need. The Raiders have a huge need at wide receiver. Tyrell Williams is not a number 1 guy. He's a very good number 2. Other than him,
none of these other
Hunter
guys
Renfrow is a very good slot guy. Jerry Jeudy's a definite number 1 guy from day 1.
No.
And just real quick, Mick Akers of the Las Vegas Review Journal is just reporting that in 2022, Vegas
draft
was
is
going
in
to get the
Vegas.
draft. Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
pretty big.
yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Coming
I was
in
gonna talk about that. I
Yeah.
actually, but
Yeah.
things got a hand. Yeah.
It's all good.
Go ahead, Knight.
No, I was just saying it was all good. It was me. I'll be
So,
quiet.
Joe, you're talking about the Raiders trading down and getting more picks, which means that we wouldn't get Jerry Jeudy. He would be gone first. He would be gone second after Henry Ruggs as far as wide receivers. So, who else do you think is going to fit for our needs?
I'm saying they trade back at 19, not 12. If they're on at 12, I think they're going to draft somebody unless they get something, a Godfather type offer to move back. There's no way you're picking the top end of that draft for a reason because you weren't very good at certain points of the year or that season in specific areas. But at 19, which is the pick you got from the Chicago Bears, or excuse me, yeah, the pick you got from
Yeah.
the Bears in the Khalil Mack deal, you're gonna move back some, and you can accumulate a second round pick and stay in the first round because you get a 1 and a 2, or you could even get a 1, 2, and a 4, and then and depending on how far you move back in that round one, you could also move back a little bit further, stay in the first round, and accumulate even more picks. But if they're moving back a little bit, look, if they don't take a receiver at 12, let's say they take a C.J. Henderson or they take I don't know, a quarterback, hypothetically. I know no one wants to hear it, but let's say that's the case. You can look at another 4, 5, or 6 receiver at that second pick in the first round, or you can look at the cornerback position if they take a receiver or if they don't take a corner at pick 12. You have that cornerback position, which in this class is very deep. A.J. Terrell probably is going to be there. A Christian Fulton is probably going to be there. Those are guys that you could potentially take, and Terrell in particular is a great fit for what the Raiders want to do on defense.
Yep.
Yeah, and I would just say as far as trading back, there's a couple really impact defensive players, right? And so at 19, there's kind of a group of players that will be available. So it would behoove the Raiders to move back if they can and accumulate that second round pick so you get another stab at a player. And then maybe you don't get AJ Terrell, but you get a Christian Fulton or a Jalen Johnson or someone like that. There's a group of guys that will be available later in the first round that could come in and play right away.
Nice.
Yeah,
So I know you guys are talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, I think that
my
trading.
being really slow.
It's okay. Don't worry. I really want them to make a move backwards. I really do. I want them to gather picks. I don't care if it's 12 or 9, 19. We've been talking this whole offseason about 12 being a wide receiver, 12 being a wide receiver. And then you got Squeeze making the case that there's a ton of wide receivers. I mean, Joe, yourself, right, are big on Jefferson. So 12 to me is that one that I'm willing to give up to go backwards. I know we're up there for a reason, but if a receiver is a pick there, we can get a receiver back a little bit ways, gain some more picks. You're still getting your guy at 19. It just makes a lot of sense to gather as much picks as we can to get depth and competition on this football team, especially moving forward into the future here in Las Vegas.
So I'm understanding when you say get depth and competition in this more on this football team. As far as the Raiders and as far as overall talent in the draft, do you guys think that we're missing talent in this draft? So how does not having pro days affect the guys? The young guys, maybe the guys in round 4, 5, 6, 7. How do they affect those guys?
I think it affects them big time. You don't get that extra look. A lot of times, football is an emotional game. A lot of times that personal one-on-one meeting where you bond with that player as a coach or as a front office, that's the thing that puts that pick over the top for you. And a lot of these guys won't be able to get that chance. And just like you said, especially the guys in the middle to the end rounds. It's a big miss to not be able to shake a man's hand and look him in the eye, to be able to get that vibe off of you.
Yeah.
So I think it won't harm the top guys as much, but just like you said, now the guys later on in the draft, I think they'll feel it a little bit. What you think, Joe?
Yeah, I agree. I think the guys especially the guys that are going to be going late in the draft, we talk about Javen White or a guy like Van Jefferson. It's a guy who broke a bone in his foot and he was unable to work out, and that's caused him to sleep. He's a guy that probably would have been taken in the second round. He's an elite route runner, and now he's probably going to go, late day 2, early day 3 in the draft. And I think that's a big thing right there because, the most important thing is if you're able to get along with your organization and your coaching staff. A lot of guys fail in the NFL and in professional sports for that matter when they don't get along with the coaching staff or the organization. Then they get blackballed and they're out the league. So let's say we're drafting somebody. Let's say Squeeze and I own a team and we draft Knight. Well, when we draft Knight, he may not get along with me or Squeeze, and now we're like, why do we got this guy? He doesn't play. We get rid of him, and he may go somewhere else and blow up. That's what happens. And if we would have met him earlier and said, this guy's personality doesn't vibe with ours, at that point we would say we'll move on for him and take him off our board. And a guy like Javen White, who I keep going back to him because he's a guy that's potentially not going to get drafted because he played at UNLV, who didn't have a great year, but he really showed out. He needed a pro day. A guy like Rashad Jackson, another UNLV player. Shad is one of the hardest hitters in college football last year, has numbers that's better than Isaiah Simmons, but because he's not Rashad ends up not being a guy that's going to be draftable because he's a little bit shorter. A pro day would have done wonders for him. And real quick, Squeeze, right now on 104.3 Now FM in Las Vegas, Daly is being played by Super James during his mix. I just wanted to point that out to you. He just hit me in the face with that.
Good looking out, Super James. Yes, sir.
Nate, I want to hear your opinion.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get a little bit more deep and real about this stuff. There's a lot that you can get being face to face and hands on somebody, whether it's your doctors or especially in interviews. I don't share it much on here, but I actually have a visual impairment. I'm actually legally blind. And I could tell you right now, ever since I started losing my sight, when I'm around people, I could tell you if I'm going to vibe with you or not. I could just off the energy, body language, tone of your voice. There's a lot of other things that you can pick up. And a lot of these guys in the NFL, in the front offices, they're trained to look for how someone's looking at you. Are they looking you dead in the eye? Are they looking off to the right or left? Do they fidget before they answer your question? Do you know all these little things that are going to be missing? There's so much that takes a part of an interview. That's why a lot of jobs, how many people are going to hire you over the phone, right? I mean, maybe in today's technology days, right? Maybe you have some video footage of you doing something and that's good enough. But I know in the NFL, they want football minds. They want locker room people. They want to know if you're being upfront or not, especially when you're dealing with Las Vegas and the excitement that's around it. They don't want to bring in trouble in this locker room right now. So I think it's going to be huge, not having these guys in to interview.
All right, Joe Burrow is officially a Cincinnati Bengal. I think we've all seen it coming. Joe, give me your thought.
Hey, it's Uncle Mel. I heard Uncle Mel talking. Real quick, you know what? I know that I'm not a big fan of his. But for a variety of reasons I won't get into on the show, but I do want to send a get well to Todd McShay of ESPN. He actually has the coronavirus and he's battling it, and he's not going to be able to do anything draft related. So I hope Todd and his, that came out today. That's why McShay hasn't been doing anything. So McShay, I hope he gets better, and I hate to see something like that happen. Yeah, it dawned on me when I heard Mel's voice and not McShay's. Believe it or not. So, but Burrow to the Bengals, way to bring that in, and it's not a surprise, as we knew that was going to happen. But good for Cincinnati. They haven't had a really good quarterback since, honestly, Carson Palmer, and before Carson Palmer is Boomer, and then before that it was Ken Anderson. So the Bengals get a guy that's from Northern Ohio. Correct, Nye. He's a guy that does a lot for his city where he was from, and he's a guy that, led LSU to a national title and did something that no other LSU quarterback has done in a number of years, maybe ever, which was have a passing game in the LSU Tiger offense.
Right. Ain't happened in years. I mean, this kid can throw dimes, man. He can put the ball anywhere on the field. He has a quick processor, and he can move around. He can move around in the pocket. He can get away. He's athletic. So I really believe they got them a game changer. Hopefully AJ Green comes back from that injury last year, and as good as he always is or better, because that puts this kid in a situation where you have a guy that can catch pretty much anything. He can make your life easier fast. So I think we all knew this was going this way, and I think the Bengals got their guy.
It's all in the name, baby.
Night, Chris.
Yeah,
Bengals?
no. So I'm looking at I was just kind of watching some tape on it right now, or pretending I am. So the idea that he was going to go there was known. The biggest question, that was a cap on myself. I know. The question that I have is, now you got Dalton, right? So there's a few quarterbacks out there that are backups that potentially could be starters in the future. So it'll be interesting to see now that they've moved on from Dalton, and I think it's definitely an upgrade. I'm not trying to defend Dalton here by all means, but there's some quarterbacks out there right now that could actually, do well with the second chance. You got Mariota got picked up, but you got Newton, you got Winston, you got Dalton out there that are looking for teams.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're going to have a really condensed offseason, so it may behoove them to hold on to Dalton because he does know the offense. They did take Finley last year out of NC State, who started a little bit for them. But, this team is Joe Burrow's now, and I think it's a good, solid pick for them. He's got a lot of nice traits, and somebody that you don't necessarily have to put in right away, but, he's going to be a good quarterback for them.
Nice. And the Washington Redskins are officially on the clock at number 2. Okay, so now the Redskins have done a little bit of work during free agency. They tried to make a splash move by signing number 1 wide receiver Amari Cooper, but he ended up returning to Dallas. Joe, who do the Washington Redskins obviously need besides Chase Young, who we already know who they're going to pick?
It's interesting because I could make the argument that they need a quarterback. I mean, Alex Smith is there, but he's not guaranteed to come back after a horrific knee injury a couple years ago. They drafted Dwayne Haskins last year in the first round, but really he wasn't mature enough, in meeting rooms from what I understand. And there were some things about him that made this staff not comfortable with him, to bring in Kyle Allen and even look at Cam Newton to put in that quarterback room. But I still think Haskins has tremendous upside. I also look at that team, and they probably could use a corner. Okudah makes sense there. In that division where there's a bunch of receivers like Amari Cooper. The Giants have a really good stable, a decent stable. The Eagles, they're looking to add a receiver, but they also have a nice stable of receivers. But when it comes to them, Chase Young makes the most sense, or even an offensive tackle, because Trent Williams, he wants out of there, and they're probably going to deal him somewhere, hopefully over the weekend. That's what his agent and he would like. They could use a cornerstone tackle because they got to do something with that offensive line because they were not good at all. But Chase Young is a guy, he's just a freak of an athlete as a defensive end, and a guy like that, you don't pass up on franchise quarterbacks or franchise pass rushers. Squeeze, he's a franchise pass rusher if I ever see one coming out in a number of years.
He is. He's my number one. He's my number 1 player in this draft. It's going to getting a quarterback is a valuable trait. And in the situation where he's in, he's got Daniel Jones twice a year. He's got Dak twice a year. He's got Carson Wentz twice a year. Go get them. Bust them up. Chocolate City is getting a guy. Like, if it was anybody that I would give away the farm for to get to number 2, this is that guy right here. I think that he's going to come in better than Max was last year, and better than my boy in San Francisco was last year.
Hey, and just real
Bosa?
quick.
Yeah, Bosa.
I mean, Joe Burrow with the documentary Tiger King coming out, I mean, he's going to be forever Joe Exotic, the Tiger King. You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
Yes,
love it.
Hey,
Yeah,
we just throw a Bengal jersey on him now, man. Just throw him on there.
He been a Tiger the whole while anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
So wait, we went from Joe Exotic and Squeeze talking about Chocolate City.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I mean, Squeeze, I thought about something else when you said Chocolate City, bro. Like back in Atlanta.
Stop it, man. Chocolate City is the nickname for DC. You feel me?
All right, guys. The number 2 pick is in. Washington Redskins take Chase Young. Ohio State defensive end. It's officially in, and he's with his family. I like it. We're seeing him get the call.
Yeah.
Is he announcing it by any chance now? Are they announcing it? I can't tell from over here.
They are right now. They are right now.
Let's see what let's try this out.
I want to see his reaction. I think we already
Washington
knew.
Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State. Congratulations, Chase.
There it is.
Were we able to hear that?
Yeah.
All right, so
good.
if we want to keep doing that, guys, help me keep an eye on it, and I'll just turn it up, and then we'll be able to listen to that.
Cool.
So you guys know that Chase is young. His nickname is called Predator. Do you think that he lives at Okay, his name is called Predator because he can play special teams, he can stop the run, he can rush the player, he can play block field. Like he's pretty bomb. And not only can he play football, he knows how to sing. He knows how to
got a hell of a voice.
He knows how to play the saxophone, the piano. He's another T2.
I can't say none of that.
Except he's got good hair.
What you talking about?
Hey, you're not making hair jokes, Joe. Are you? Are you really making hair jokes?
Hey, all I gotta say is it's a way of life, baby.
You feel me? Yeah. We out here in these streets. Believe it.
Oh man.
Hey, maybe our first poll can be how many people think Joe looks like Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah.
I like that.
I say it's you that look like Seabass.
I say it's you, so that'd be a good poll. Which one of us look like Seabass?
Okay, Squeeze, put the poll up there. Who looks more like Seabass, Knight or me? Then we'll go from there. That guy right there or me? Which one looks more like Seabass? I think it's that guy right there.
I'm on it. Watch.
All right, guys.
Hey, you know what? But look, seriously, Chase Young.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. We're going to break. Cool.
Yeah, we're going to break.
All I was going to say now was Chase Young is a freak athlete. Oh, whatever you want. You call it. No.
My side is going really slow. Please finish about Chase Young.
All I was going to say is Chase Young is a guy that is such a freak athlete, but I got caught up in this a little bit, guys, where when I watched him, I thought he's just a speed rusher, and I had to go back and watch more film on him because he's a guy that can power rush as well. He's got violent hands, and his first step is elite. It's an elite first step. He's a guy that I think, I mean, look, maybe Julius Peppers. I mean, I think he's just as freakishly athletic as Peppers. He's not 6'7", obviously, but he's just as freaky in terms of what he can do. I really like this fit. And look at Washington's D-line, as Chris has talked about with me repeatedly. Washington's D-line now is loaded up front. They may end up having, by the end of the year, the best defense in the NFC East.
Yeah, what's cool about him, too, is that he's from Maryland, so he's going to be 10 miles from, where he grew up, like Joe Burrow, being from Ohio and staying at home. So I think that's probably pretty cool for those guys, too.
And when you look at what Washington did in general, I mean, they're picking number 2 for a reason too, right? I mean, coaching changes, flipping a roster. You want to start with the trenches. We were talking about that earlier. So I think they got the best player, a difference maker that they could put in the trenches right away, and that's a great starting point if you're going to rebuild the team in your image.
It looks like the Lions are keeping the pick.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just looked at the phone. I heard the Lions are, unless they get overwhelmed in the next few minutes, that's going to be they're selecting at 3. So, but this is where the draft really starts, guys. This is now's the time where we're going to see some movement and some teams get interested in doing some freaky things. Freaky's the word tonight, by the way.
I noticed that.
These are the tales, the freaky tales.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't get no points. No, you don't get no points. You don't get no points, Chris. You in Oakland.
All right, guys. Now we are officially going on a 2-minute break. Stay with us. We'll be back with your Raider coverage on the NFL Draft.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
All right, guys, we are back. The number 3 pick is in. Jeffrey Okudah. Was that a shock to you guys?
Nice. Not at all. He was the best fit for the Lions. And look, at Matt Patricia's a Bill Belichick guy. He wants to build, really get a secondary that's solid. They lost Darius Slay. Okudah was the no-brainer pick right there, Chris. And we've talked about it before. You know, the way Patricia is and the way he likes to build things in the Belichick way. And you look at the Patriots secondary for a number of years, they always have a solid secondary.
Yeah, most teams conventionally build from the inside out, and they usually on defense build from the front back. Well, with the Patriots, they tend to build from the back to the front. And Okudah's probably one of the most talented corners that's come out in the last 5 to 8 years. I think him and Jalen Ramsey were the most talented in recent years. And, he's instantly going to be their number one corner. You're going to stick him on all those NFC North receivers and, let him go to work. Talented dude.
Yeah, I think Detroit did the right thing. I think it was a great pickup. When you lose a guy like Slay, a playmaker in the back end for them, making plays, shutting things down on one side. As he was longer in the too. So now they not only replace Slay, but they go younger in youth. So you're going to have him for a while. So I think it's a great, solid piece moving forward for Detroit. And just too bad that he couldn't fall a little further for us. But you know what? I think he went to the right place.
You guys know that he actually met with Gruden. Yeah. Which was actually pretty interesting. That would have been cool if we got him, but there's still some good ones out there, which I think is pretty awesome. And what I like about Jeff Okudah is that he actually had a pretty tragic past, I'd say. His mother, her name was Marie, she passed away in 2017 with a long battle with, is it lymphia? Is that how you say it, guys?
Lymphoma,
which is, lymphoma. I feel like as a young player with such a good background and such good talent, that's going to eventually make you one of the most top shutdown corners in the game, and have that type of background, like that just makes you even more stronger. And whatever in front of you, like he's going to kill it.
Yeah, and shout out Urban Meyer, because these first 3 picks are all from Ohio State at one time that he recruited. So, that they had a pretty impressive roster, and you can see why they've been so successful lately.
Nice. Joe, what else you got?
Absolutely, and I'm not a big Urban Meyer guy, full disclosure. There's things that he's done in his past, and as a coach, I just don't necessarily agree with. But he can recruit his ass off, and when you look at the way he builds his team, he's getting guys to the league. Okudah plays with a huge chip on his shoulder. He's everything you want in a corner. Long-legged, high hip, long arms. He's a guy that has great instincts. He breaks on the ball well. overall, Jeff Okudah, he is the number 1 corner in this class. And now I think the debate begins at number 2 from here on out. I have AJ Terrell followed by CJ Henderson. But that is just preference. What do you like? You want a guy that can cover and hit, or do you want a guy that can cover and sign a non-contract disclosure in his contract? Because that's what CJ Henderson does. So I mean, I prefer a guy to come up and bang. I like my corners coming up doing their thing. Hell, people talk about Deion Sanders not being a tackler. Deion has some hits in his career. Deion just made it a point to not hit as often as he would like. I don't think CJ Henderson has it in him, but Jeff Okudah, he does it all. He may be the best corner to come out since either Marcus Lattimore or Jair Alexander as far as the young guys.
Okudah plays mean. I like how mean he plays. He's like you said, he has a chip on his shoulder and he's trying to knock people's lights out. But he also plays with technique. So he's definitely the best corner in this draft, and I think that Detroit got who we all thought they would get.
I think they did good. I think Detroit came up with Jeff Okudah. They have been super busy during free agencies. Literally, like 21 players have either signed with, left, or been traded to the Lions this offseason. So I think that not only they addressed that need, that they're going to come up with a lot of other needs being addressed and already having good veterans that they can play with. But let's move on to number 4. The New York Giants are officially on the clock. Okay, now New York Giants is someone that we've already been discussing, especially with Dave Gettleman. Where is he going to go? I feel like this is, for me, going to be the most surprising pick, at least right now.
Yeah, this is the one I'm waiting on. This is where the draft starts for me.
This is where it gets interested.
Yes,
I think it's going to be Jedrick Wills out of Alabama. You know, Joe Judge was on that staff. He knows Nick Saban. He's got the in with Nick Saban, so I'm sure he talked to him about it. I think it's either going to be Jedrick Wills or Andrew Thomas, both tackles. That's kind of where I see them going.
There we go. It's crazy. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened.
You're good. No, I agree with you, Chris. I mean, I think this is going to be the first tackle taken off the board because you invested last year in a quarterback, maybe one that people maybe second guess that you should even got him there. So you're going to want this guy to be successful. I mean, pretty much your whole locker room is depending on it. So first thing you got to do is protect him. So I think you're right. I think it's going to be a tackle right here at this spot.
Agreed.
I agree as well. How do you guys feel with Joe Judge being the coach?
Yeah. Oh,
go ahead, Joe.
I'm not a fan of it. I would have gone a different direction. I think both New York teams don't have the right guys leading their team. I would have gone. You could have probably got a Josh McDaniels a little bit more than Joe Judge. And Adam.
Yeah, I think basically, I think
from the Belichick Saban tricking on, but I don't think he's.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, Joe, you're breaking up there. So I think with Joe Judge, you know, he kind of tries to portray that like hard ass type dude, and it just doesn't come off naturally. You know, he doesn't even call players by their name because he doesn't. You know, he wants them to all start fresh. Just something about him kind of rubs me the wrong way. You know, I think a lot of Bill Belichick disciples have not been successful as head coaches of their own. And so I'm a little skeptical of the hire, especially, you know, they bring in Jason Garrett as their offensive coordinator. That's pretty uninspiring. But, you know, so I'm not, you know, you're the Giants. You know, you can go out and get any coach you want. And I think they kind of settled on Joe Judge.
Nice.
I think with Jason Garrett too. I mean, bringing a guy like that for offensive coordinator, he went from Romo and Dak Prescott to Haskins. I mean, I don't see where this is going to resemble anything he did in Dallas. By the way.
Sorry, guys, I'm letting it catch up. It's being slow right now.
Yeah, we're probably getting hit hard somewhere.
The Giants are going to make this pick, and it sounds like it may surprise people. So
the Giants actually had a video conference with Justin Herbert. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that would be stupid. But I have heard the same thing. I think that would be really stupid. You know, you drafted the young dude from Duke real early last year, so I would not do that.
Yeah. Well,
I can't see it.
Yeah, it's about to come in right now.
To follow up a move, the same thing you did last year.
Andrew
picking a quarterback
Thomas.
too early.
Andrew Thomas. That's what I said. Georgia. So they went with Andrew Thomas instead of Jedrick Wills, and he's basically the safest of all the offensive tackles. He's been a 3-year starter at Georgia, playing in the SEC. So yeah, I kind of saw it was either going to be Andrew Thomas or Jedrick Wills, and it looks like they went Thomas.
Nice. Well, I believe that the pick is in, and I think the Giants need to add some beef up front on both lines this offseason. So we'll see where they go. It should be coming in any moment. I'm excited because I'm really excited to see how all your faces will look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Andrew Thomas out of Georgia.
If you're right, you're gambling it.
No. Yeah, they already announced it. It's Andrew Thomas out of Georgia. Yeah, so they went tackle. They went with the safe pick. So not too surprising there.
All right. So give me some more opinions about this.
As they should have. I mean, they got to protect their guy. That they, like I said, they believe in their quarterback. They believe in Jones. They went up last year and surprised everybody to go get him, and they have just been absolutely terrible along the line. They've missed on guys, and they've been trashed. Poor Eli, the end of his career, they just sent him out to the Wolves. So, I felt from the beginning that this is where the Giants would go. But then, like you guys said, you go and get Joe Judge of all the people that you could have got to coach this team. So, the Gettleman sets a lot of people the wrong way. And
yeah,
sometimes you don't really know what it is that he's doing. So it seems obvious, but you never know with them.
And I think as a Raider fan, what makes this interesting is the Lions and the Giants were your landing spots for Isaiah Simmons, right? And we expect the Dolphins and the Chargers to pick quarterbacks. Yes. So that means that Isaiah Simmons is going to be there at 7, So if you're the Raiders, you really got to start thinking about, potentially moving up to grab a guy like Simmons who could be a game changer on defense.
This just got interesting, man. I just hearing his name just made the hair stand up in the back of my neck right now because
no doubt.
I understand, Knight. I understand what you're going.
Dude, this is like I said. I've been saying it all offseason. Chief killer. Let's go.
I don't know if you guys, because I stepped out, but I don't know if you guys said who the pick was or it's been announced. I know, and I think it's the best pick for the Giants.
Yeah, it was announced
right now.
Yeah, it was announced.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know.
I stepped out. Yeah, Andrew Thomas he was the number 1 tackle on my board, and that's the best pick for them right now. And now you could, like you guys are talking about at pick 5, where you have Tua available and you have Justin Herbert available. Now this is the time where the draft is going to get interesting because, like you said, Chris, he could start to slide. Him being Isaiah Simmons, you're the Raiders. You have to start now looking at assets you could potentially move to bring something back to move up and get him. So there could be some wheeling and dealing going on with the Raiders in a very, very near future.
We can only hope.
So let's bring Bo back in, our analyst, and let's see what he has to say.
I mean, yeah, this is a great pick by the Giants. You got to go, like you guys were saying, you got to protect the quarterback they got last year, who is the closest thing to Eli Manning since Peyton. I mean, they went out and drafted a guy who looked exactly like him. They got the Archie Manning approval to draft that guy, Daniel Jones, in the first place. Yeah. So going to pick a tackle to protect him makes a lot of sense. These next 2 picks are going to be interesting. I think we're all anticipating Tua and Herbert in the next 2. I think Tua is gonna go right now. Tua and Teal, print the shirts already. It's gonna happen.
Would you be open, or do you think it's better for the Dolphins right here to maybe take the Wills kid out from Alabama to plug and play at tackle, and then maybe go get a Jordan Love at 18, or maybe package those picks to move back up if Tua starts to slide and get Tua right there?
It's not a bad idea. Like I said earlier, Tua is a risk right now, but I guess Dolphins are a team I can see doing something like that. It would probably be smart if they could get, Wills right now and fall, have Jordan Love, or even if Tua does fall back to them, could be something that could happen. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think they're afraid of Tua's injury, and they're going with Justin Herbert right here.
Well, I think their staff is friends with Saban, if I remember right, and
Right.
I think they've been just
Yep.
blowing Saban up, just really wondering what the hell is going on with Tua. So I don't know.
Hey, Q, squeeze. I'll make you a $10 bet.
Here we
It's
go.
Tua over Herbert right here, right now.
I'm not betting you nothing with all the people calling your phone. You out of my mind? Do you think I'm an idiot?
Nobody called my phone. Nobody
Yeah.
called my phone. I'm just.
Right.
We disagree with this. It's something that you
Right.
and I disagree on. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, hey, Bo. If Tua doesn't go right here, how far do you think he slides?
Yo, hold on. Before you answer that, Bo,
Yeah.
Yo, Knight, you want to make a bet Tua goes right here?
Jay, Joe just texted me. Hold on, I'll take that bet.
Go ahead, Bo. My bad.
If he were to fall, it'd be somewhere in the mid-teens. I don't think he'll be waiting around like Aaron Rodgers or anything like that.
Right. I agree.
I think if he wasn't taken right here, I think he falls and he wouldn't get out the top 10. Somebody would move up and take him. Someone would be willing to take that risk. Because look, the one thing we know for certain that is going to happen with Tua Tagovailoa, he's going to have an arthritic hip. And I'm not saying that to be funny. It's just the reality of the injury. But like we talked about on the show last night, I think you or Chris may have brought it up. It's there it is, Tua to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I was just gonna play it. I saw him come up, but
We talked about it.
Oh, my TV's slow.
Yeah, give us a heads up. But we talked about it last night. It's the same dislocated hip Bo Jackson had, but it's a little bit different because they caught it and Bo's hip died, so to speak. Tua's didn't. And also, in the last 20, 30 years, medicine has advanced so much that they can do some things to save the hip. So, Bo, when you see Tua, what do you like about his game and what does he need to work on as a quarterback?
I like he throws a great deep ball, right? He throws it probably better than anyone else in this class. He tends to make very good decisions, but he's also had just great talent at wide receiver since he's came in. I went back and watched the national championship against Georgia 2 years ago when he came in, and that second half he comes in and he just makes no mistakes. He makes one mistake, and it's the first play of overtime, and what does he do? He answers by throwing the game-winning touchdown the very next play. So there are times where he gets Brett Favre-like and tries to extend plays where he probably shouldn't. But his biggest issue with him is the injuries. He's not gone through a full season completely healthy, so that's going to be his biggest factor.
Knight, what do you think about the pick?
no, I think it was good. And one of the better things I think about the pick is that he didn't go to somewhere like San Diego either, right? So, the two top quarterbacks stay out of our division because San Diego may or may not be looking for a quarterback. I'm not so afraid of Herbert, but it makes sense. I think Tua gets a lot of slack for being hurt a lot, but we talked about a couple of weeks ago about Carson Palmer and Deshaun Watson. I mean, they got injured a lot in college too, and they've had some pretty good careers. So, I think Tua's going to be fine. I know he doesn't throw the deep ball well, but I think we'll see what kind of offense Miami puts together for him.
It'll be interesting to
This
see what they do with
is
him.
the spot where I think Herbert goes to LA.
I said San Diego too, didn't I?
This is the spot where I think, yeah. So I says Diego. So my drink's gonna be coming in a minute. So every time we say San Diego or whatever, we're gonna have to take.
Bro, I'm not calling them Los Angeles,
what it
so
is.
I'll just keep drinking. I'm gonna call them San Diego. I'm gonna continue to call them
South
San Diego.
Oakland.
They are.
South
You
Oakland.
That is what it
They
is.
are.
You could just say the Chargers. I mean, hey,
No,
but real talk though,
San Diego
real talk. Out of
Superchargers.
all the
Guys, remember the
uniforms
number
that
5
got
who
redid,
did?
the
Who
Chargers
wins
uniforms is
that?
the best one.
What'd you say?
The pick is in. Who
Oh
wins
no,
the
he
bet?
didn't bet, but I got to take a drink.
It's for Tua.
He didn't bet me.
Oh, you should have
Yeah,
bet him,
we got that squeeze.
I didn't bet him either.
You're not gonna
Are
play
you
me.
on? Are you on me with this tonight, Squeeze?
You already know.
Are you on it with me tonight?
I'm here, buddy. I'm here.
All right,
I'm
All right,
stuck.
guys,
Sure.
let's
Can't
talk
see
Tua.
I need to grab one, man. I need to grab one because I already made a mistake.
Let's talk Tua because a lot of
My
people
phone's
were
going
really
up.
doubting him, and a lot of people didn't think that he was 100% recovered, but he got picked up pretty fast. So, Knight, give me your Tua suggestions.
You caught me when I was gonna go grab a drink. It's all good. No, we're good. You know, we were talking. I think Tua is a fit in Miami, because it keeps him out of our division, number one. Because I know there's a lot of speculation about Tua, but he's one of those guys to watch. He could end up being the player of the year. I mean, coming in with no medical. You know, the guy's not being able to check him out. This guy has an opportunity to come in and really make a name for himself. And I'm excited for the kid. I just don't know, man. You know, we were talking about how his hip bone died. Little inside story, man. My son's hip bone died. He had a disease called Perthes. It does the same thing. It blocks the blood. And, you know, if he was able to avoid that like Bo didn't, it's going to bode well for him because I know it's a very painful thing my son goes through, and he has a forever limp. So, you know, you'll know early on if it affects Tua or not.
Right.
I think that he'll have some time to really get healthy. He'll have about a year or two, you know. He doesn't necessarily need to come in he needs to come in and kill it, but he has time to really get healthy. And I feel like he has such, like, I don't know if you guys know about his background or anything a little bit, but he has an interesting background. He has a dad who literally was a 5-star recruit and a top dual threat quarterback, which I think is pretty interesting for Tua. That's why he's as talented as he is. Joe, Tua,
Tua's a baller.
you got the most opinion about it, so I got to hear yours.
It's funny because I remember watching Tua at the Pylon 7-on-7 tournament, and I got a chance to watch him, and he was just killing your god brother Farrell Hester's 7-on-702 Elite team, just smoking them. And it was crazy. And 702 Elite ended up winning, but Tua was just crushing it. And there's actually a kid in Vegas who had the nickname up until a couple of months ago. They called him Baby Tua. He's an 8th grader that's going to be going to Bishop Gorman. But Tua is interesting because out of all the accolades, I mean, he was at Hawaii, and then all of a sudden his family moves to Alabama. His brother is at Alabama as well. His dad. I mean, who leaves Hawaii to go to Alabama? That's how enthralled with football the family is. Some people say it maybe a little too much, but overall, this is a guy that's a leader. He's a guy that is thoughtful. He leads differently. He's not a vocal guy in terms of getting in your face. He leads by motivation and like, get on my back and let me show you. Very humble. I love everything about Tua's game. Bo, if you coach a player like Tua, how would you get the best out of him game in and game out, and practice in and practice out?
You got to challenge him. You know, you can't. I don't think he's one to be coddled or anything like that. But I don't think you get the most out of him just by like motherfucking him the whole time. You know what I'm saying? You got to be aggressive, but motivating and challenging him to be better and better each and every week. It's a fine line to walk. I think if you coddle the kid, he just will idle because he needs to be challenged. And I think that's where he's gotten to where he is, because I don't know the kid or his family, but I feel like that's something his dad has instilled in him, is just keep challenging him to be better and better.
He's absolutely a football dude, man. The only real issue with Tua is the injuries, to be honest. Like, he's highly coachable. He's a smart quarterback, and to be honest, Knight, I think that deep ball rumor is more of a rumor than anything else. Like, this kid can spin the rock.
You notice they say a lot about quarterbacks and that, man. But you know, if the guy's open, you could hit him.
Yeah, exactly. So,
the Chargers are picking this.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say the Chargers. Sorry, Squeeze. The Chargers are picking And I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody right here.
At all.
Herbert.
It's who they need the most. Yep. They select Justin Herbert.
And as a Raider
Philip
fan,
Rivers 2.0.
as a Raider fan, I am not mad at this pick. Let him come into
Right?
the division.
Hey, I'm drinking to this pick right here. Philip Rivers 2.0. Here we go.
I'll be right.
This kid, man, he's not terrible.
He's not terrible, man, but he's not. It could have been a lot worse, bro. You know what I mean? Like if you're telling me a guy like Philip Rivers who just threw the ball all over the field, he made a lot of mistakes, but man, to get Herbert over, like they could have got Simmons and really made that defense nasty. They could have went and got one of the wide receivers, right? They go on, they get Herbert. Like I'm cool with that, man.
Simmons is gone right here, man. Trust me.
We're cool with that because we're Raider fans. That's why we're cool with that. We find it as no competition for us.
Absolutely.
Bo, tell me what you think about Herbert.
Herbert, like I said earlier, is just an interesting. I don't know what he's going to do as a professional. I could see him being in the league for 15 years as just a steady constant, whether it be as a veteran starter or a backup or what it is, or I could see him phasing out. It's really one or the other with this kid. I think if he sits behind Tyrod for a year or two, he can come in and produce, I don't think quite to the level of Philip Rivers, but very close to it.
I think with Herbert, his only thing is really being able to stay 100% healthy because he's literally had a broken collarbone. He has had a broken upper leg. I think for him, it's really going to be just transitioning into this big boy league and really having time to get healthy on his end. But he is really talented, and he's literally played basketball and baseball. So I think that's pretty interesting about him.
What I love about Herbert is his competitiveness. First and foremost, the guy's a competitor, and I don't believe any of the hype about. Sorry, I kicked over a drink. I don't believe any of the hype about his leadership. I think he is a leader, and the guys rally around him. I think it would behoove him to sit for a year. But look, I just reached out, just full disclosure, to Marcus Arroyo, UNLV's head coach, who was his offensive coordinator at Oregon. Marcus and I have talked about Justin Herbert quite candidly in the times that we've met. And he's a firm believer, and Marcus has been an offensive coordinator for Bo's Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, I mean, he's a firm believer that Justin has a very bright future. I want to see him become a more accurate passer, I believe. I mean, he's very mechanical, and I kind of want him to – I would like to see him loosen up a little bit in terms of mechanics. But what I like about him is he is very sneaky athletic. Look at the Rose Bowl. He ran for 3 touchdowns. He kind of put the team on his back to beat a very good Wisconsin defense led by a guy that arguably is one of the better or one of the best defensive coordinators in college football in Jim Leonard. So, Bo, would you agree with my assessment of Herbert right there, or do you disagree at all?
No, I think you nailed it. He is also sneaky athletic. I think that's something that's not quite mentioned. People just look at his throwing mechanics, but he's able to get out of the pocket and make things happen with his legs as well. It comes to being with a multi-sport athlete, as you were saying. Like I said earlier, man, I can't get a read on the kid. He's going to be something to watch. I think it's a solid pick for San Diego. Him with that hair in LA, he's going to kill it. He's already got like a head and shoulders deal. The kid's going to be fine.
And he's got a howitzer for an arm too. Knight, before we get going, he's got a howitzer for an arm.
And he can make the throws, man. He can make the throws. Go back and watch the tape on this kid. Like he really can make the throws. It's not as bad as
I watched tape
as we've been saying.
Hey, and real quick, so the Panthers pick is in right now, and it sounds like it's about to be Derek Brown. That means Isaiah Simmons is still there at 8. Like,
oh boy,
if you're the Raiders, you gotta call, don't you?
Get close.
Gotta
Derek
call.
Brown
Right?
is a really good pick. That's bomb. That would be solid.
I'm telling you.
Derek Brown
one of the best players in the draft.
Chris is teasing that
I
Simmons
just want to
stuff,
point
man.
this
I'm getting
out.
crazy over here.
I just want to point this out, Chris. The mock we did yesterday so far is 100% correct.
It's looking pretty nice.
y'all on point right now.
Joe, I want to hear about your mock.
Sir.
Raider Nation and NFL fans, you and Chris both gave us a mock this past Monday. Tell me how that went.
Well,
Man, it was really cool. To do it with Chris is fun because we have a good rapport with each other for being that we just really started kind of like conversing in the last couple months. But, there's a mutual respect. And Chris knows what he's doing. So for us, Chris had the odd picks, I had the evens, and we were going through picking our guys. And it was one of those things where Chris knows what he's talking about. That's why he's a franchise boy. So because of that,
I was wondering why the mocks got better.
Yeah, I was waiting for my opportunity, but yeah, they ain't trash. They ain't trash when you do it with somebody else. So you know what I mean.
I'm talking about the
better your odds, bro.
NFL mock, not the Raiders mocks. Yeah, Squeeze.
Right? Is it or no? That was the Chargers. Oh, never mind. Keep going. Keep going, Joe.
So I'm just gonna say that overall, when you look at how Chris and I what we did it, we kind of just fed off each other, and when it came to the picks, we both try to put ourselves in the GM's position and to think like a GM, and that's exactly what we did, and that's how they got a little bit better. But Chris did a great job. I mean, at this point, we went back and forth debating. Like right here, I believe the first mock Chris did, he had Isaiah Simmons, and he went Derek Brown. So Chris, what was your thought process behind that? I want people to hear.
Yeah, no, I've never really done a mock draft, honestly, because I'm really only concerned about the Raiders. But I think where we've been lucky thus far is there's been no trades. Usually when a trade happens, it kind of shakes everything up after that. So up until this point, we haven't had a trade. So things have, kind of stayed where we thought they would. But no, it was cool. I mean, it was fun just to kind of see it from, a different team's perspective, seeing how the board's going to fall, maybe what we would do in those later picks. But yeah, I mean, so far we've been pretty right on, so that's good.
You guys have been. I actually watched it the other day, and you guys had pretty similar picks for the most part, but you guys are doing pretty good.
Yeah. And again, like it really does sound like the Panthers are about to take Derek Brown. And, again, if Isaiah Simmons is sitting at 8 and you only have to move up, 4 spots, if you're the Raiders, if the Cardinals are willing to listen, you know what I mean? Like if they're willing to listen, I think you have to do what it takes to get up to that spot and nab him.
Nice.
Well, I also was gonna say in that regard as well, the Cardinals could actually go offensive line to keep Kyler Murray, upright too. So I mean, he could be there at 9, not even just 8. So and when you look at the Panthers, Bo, as a college coach, you guys want to build from the inside out. You don't want to build from the outside in 90% of the time.
Correct. Yeah, you need that foundation up front to set the tone in the trenches, man. I mean, your DBs can't be effective if your D line isn't getting there. You know what I'm saying?
They just announced Derek Brown got drafted.
Absolutely. Isaiah Simmons is still available, and look, I would be. It's a safe bet that Mike Mayock is making a bunch of phone calls right now. I would say that's a safe bet.
And you talked about it in the mock draft.
Figure out ways to move up.
Yeah, you talked about it in the mock draft with Mayock and Paul Gunther's reaction after Isaiah Simmons ran that 40. I think if you told them that day that he'd be still sitting on the board at 8, I don't think they'd believe you at that. So, I think you got to do everything you can to get up to that spot.
Got to, because he's not. Yeah, he ain't gonna be there too much longer.
So do you think? And I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know anything, but the Cardinals need offensive line help.
Yes,
they have some money in the cap space. Gabe Jackson, pick 12 and a 3rd round pick. Would that be? Do you think that would be a
all
decent
day?
deal?
Oh, in a hot second.
Yeah.
In a hot second, brother.
I mean, I'm just
listen.
This kid
Brown is gonna make an impact this season. He's a beast.
I'll tell it to you like this.
He's my 3rd highest rated player in the draft.
If I were the Raiders, I would give them 12 and 19 just to move up to 8 and take back a 2nd round pick. I'd do that, honestly.
Woo! I don't know about that one
because Isaiah he's such an impact player. Like you're not going to get a player like that, you know. So like,
you got
if he's
he
available,
can play in so many positions.
You make sure you go get him.
Places. Yeah, you got a point.
Yeah, he just plays defense.
I said it last night on the show. You know, Isaiah out of a when you look at a 53-man roster, Isaiah Simmons gives you 56 players because he can play 3 different positions,
right?
Linebacker, safety, and corner. If for all intents and
all
purposes,
3 well
at
too.
6'3", 230 pounds. So
and not as a patchwork.
Exactly.
He can play all 3 of them well.
He is. I said it 2 years ago. Chris knows. I said it 2 years ago that I thought Derwin James was the best player in that draft, and I stand by that. Isaiah Simmons is on par with Derwin James. I think that he's more of a natural linebacker, though, believe it or not. Where Derwin James, you can line anywhere up in the secondary. I didn't really talk about him lining up as a backer. But with Simmons, I love him as a backer, especially the way the NFL has gone. You know, now when you're looking at how many times they're in sub packages when you're in nickel and dime, you keep Isaiah Simmons out there, you're not losing anything. In fact, you're gaining something, an advantage on an offense.
And just think about the division and the tight ends that we have to face, you know, week in, week out. If you could put Littleton and Isaiah Simmons as your linebackers on third down, you're feeling really good about that. You know, you got 2 good cover linebackers. So that's why I'm saying it's worth it to me to go up there and get somebody like that, because he's going to make an impact day one.
I just got a text from a former linebacker that I respect his opinion greatly, and he's watching this, and he says they need to go get Simmons right now. And he's not even a Raiders fan. He likes his team is worse than mine. It's the Chicago Bears. So I mean, hey, you know.
All right, the Cardinals pick is in. Let's see who they play.
Let me check my phone and email, see who it is. I'll get them ahead of time.
Motherfuck, they took Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah. Shit.
Oh, wow. Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Damn.
Did they?
Yeah, they got.
Yeah, they did.
Simmons.
They did. Okay, yeah.
Damn it.
Somebody. Well, like we said, when he's that good and you're that much of a freak linebacker.
I think you know, like as much as we want to go up, they have to be willing to go down. So you know, when someone like
3 wide receivers are there too. All 3 wide receivers now are still there. So it's gonna be 12 is getting more and more interesting. I'm upset that we didn't go up and get Simmons though. I'm gonna be real, but
and let me just say right here, with the Jaguars selecting, they are one of those teams that could be taking C.J. Henderson. That could be a big deal for the Raiders, because if C.J. Henderson's there at 12, he could be an option if they don't go receiver.
I would love that.
But wait till you see the reaction of the guy on that side over there, on the opposite end of Chris, if the Raiders take a receiver. It's gonna be classic. Oh, I'm gonna love it.
I would love to see a classic.
You know what, CJ?
Sorry, I would love to see a classic Al Davis come from the grave and draft Henry Ruggs, the fastest dude in the draft. I would love to see it.
Okay, Bo, by saying that, Bo, do you believe that would be a mistake?
No, because he's also very good. I'm saying it was a mistake with guys like Hayward Bay and stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely.
It's classic
absolutely.
Raiders, and it's hilarious to watch.
It would be classic
Raiders.
Raiders.
Name on this pod. You don't not state that name.
I love the classic Raider picks.
Rocket Ishmael.
Jacksonville now.
James Jett, Willie Galt, Rocket Ishmael.
Keeps going and going.
Yo, that was just 5 positions.
Go ahead, Bo.
Man.
Go ahead. Jump in.
Jacksonville, can we talk about how they are the new dumpster fire of the NFL? Like, people love talking about the Browns and everything because they're in Cleveland. But Jacksonville is a dumpster fire. They were in the AFC Championship not long ago with Blake Bortles, and since then have gone to complete hell.
Yeah, I think they're tanking for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. That's not going to help them.
Hey, good for Isaiah Simmons.
God. No, you're.
Hey, well, is the Chargers following suit right behind them shortly?
No, the Chargers, their roster is stacked. They've got one of the best
Yeah.
rosters in the league.
But they got no fans,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you
They
know,
can
either
have
they're
more
gonna have
fans,
to
but
get
they
out of
got one of the best
LA,
rosters in the league.
and they still got no fans. That's what blows me away. So I mean, they're not doing. They're gonna start losing faith from their players if they don't really start. You know what I'm saying? Like people are gonna want to leave there because they're not getting any love from fans.
Who Jacksonville
not-
or
It
Los
ain't,
Angeles?
it ain't gonna be, I'll tell you this much. It's not gonna be
Chargers.
3 teams coming out of the AFC West. I'll tell you that
No,
much.
That's
no,
right.
they're not.
So
They're going to beat each
Mr.
other
Herbert,
up.
No.
yeah, Mr. Herbert just got a whole bunch of toys to play with over there while we bullshitting.
Yeah.
And we let Isaiah Simmons go.
I mean, I don't think he
So,
could have got drafted to a better
well-
situation. You look at his
exactly.
weapons, like if you're a young quarterback, you got a good run game, you got all those weapons on the outside, good tight end. Like they're a good situation, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll say this: when you look at the Chargers overall, that the way they're put together, they're gonna win defensively. They're gonna win a lot of games because of defense.
Yeah.
And now, if Keelan Allen can stay healthy, the tight ends can stay healthy. If the running back can actually have another good sophomore season,
Mike
and if
Williams.
that line can hold up, Mike Williams, he's got to stay healthy. I mean, there are some questions, but the Chargers could be something, down the road, this year and going forward, especially if Herbert pans out.
Jaguars pick is in, and that's early.
Is it a receiver?
It's a commercial break right now, so they're not going to announce it. But they've made their selection.
Hold on, let me tell you. Well, I want to see the reaction of people in the room. So let me go ahead and. It wouldn't surprise me though if it was in fact if it was Henderson. I mean, that's the guy that makes the most sense for him.
That's what I mean. Leading up to this thing, they said a lot of people are connecting C.J. Henderson to Jacksonville. Even some teams have been reported that they had him as the number one corner. I don't agree with that at all, but for some teams, he may have been the number one corner.
I don't either.
I don't see him as number one, but I think he needs more stock than what Verb's been giving him.
Where we at, guys?
He's not even my number two corner, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
that's
my
Terrell
point.
or Terrell. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he's that dude. I mean, again, Squeeze, you played corner. Bo, you watch me coach corners. I like corners that can come up and hit. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that sometimes there are different corners that aren't necessarily, guys that actually come up and bang. But at the same time, I really, really like I don't know. I like him a lot better. You know what I'm saying? I like him a lot. I like corners that come up and bang like Terrell versus a guy that just plays the back role and does whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not me.
I mean, he's doing that in college, man. That's not the end of the road. Like, these dudes is making business decisions for their brands. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what it is. Like, maybe he ain't laying it all out there on the field in college. Like, this is what it's about right here. This guy's been feeling like he's the number one corner in the country all season long.
And he was injured this year too.
And he was injured. So like he knew about this day right here. So we'll see what he does at the next level. I don't think he's just no pansy.
Yeah.
The boy can play. He's got good size. He's got good technique. We'll see what happens. I don't think he's getting past this pick.
So
I'll tell you that much.
So Marcus Arroyo just texted me, and I'm going to quote him directly. The Chargers hit the jackpot as a person and player. Herbert checks all the boxes, and this best football is ahead of him. In 3 years together, we shared it all the way it should be. End quote.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, though, what do you expect him to say, though? But I mean, in fairness, he's not going to talk shit on his guy,
Yeah, but still, to prove you add that to the tape, though, man. This kid wasn't terrible. He was not terrible. He made some hella throws last year that he just didn't make a lot of them.
Right, and I'll say this much: if I had the choice, of which quarterback went to the Chargers, whether it be Tua or Herbert, I'm glad Herbert went to the Chargers as opposed to Tua.
Oh yeah, I am too. I agree. I agree.
And C.J. Henderson's going to the Jags, so that means
Sure.
it's looking like a receiver for the Raiders if they stay put at 12.
Are they announcing it right now?
I would. No, but hey, not yet. But I will say this: keep an eye on a trade right here with the Falcons and the Browns. Okay, the Falcons love Kinslaw. They love his game. He feels a huge need. The South Carolina product. We actually had the Chargers trading back, and I think, do we have Kinslaw going there in the Vikings?
I had him
right
going
now.
to the Cowboys.
Florida.
They picked CJ Henderson. Okay. You guys already said that probably.
There
right?
he is, C.J. Henderson.
Yeah,
Just
no, we had Kinlaw going to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
At 17.
We sure did. So when you look at everything, it makes sense for the Browns to trade back here at 10. They love Ezra Cleveland, the offensive tackle from Boise State, but you still got a couple guys on the board. You got the kid from Iowa.
Wirfs.
Yeah,
Wirfs.
already.
Yeah, the pick is already in because there's three of the top 4 tackles are still available, which I don't think a lot of people saw.
Yeah, I thought they'd be gone by now. Actually,
the pick's in already.
Yep.
Yeah, so they jumped. So Cleveland, they jumped at their. They jumped.
They put that thing in quick.
The guy that they wanted.
Yeah.
So it looks like unless the Jets take a receiver here, it looks like
the Raiders gonna have
their
pick of them damn
receivers in his
Yeah, I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be Wirfs or it's gonna be Wills here. Wirfs is pretty athletic, so. TQ, you want to change that background yet? Who we putting? Judy? We putting Ruggs back there?
Nah, man.
Yeah, dude.
All bad.
Hey, just make it simple, man. Just put John Gruden back there, man. The offensive coordinator. Just put him back there.
This is all bad, bro.
Because we're going Judy here and another wide receiver.
El
19.
Presidente.
Hey, and just real quick, Jerry McDonald who covers the Raiders.
Squeeze.
Yeah, Jerry McDonald, who covers the Raiders and is pretty close to John Gruden, he just sent out a tweet that said the Raiders saw Isaiah Simmons as a safety, not a linebacker, which is kind of interesting.
I figured that.
Yeah.
I figured that. He played a lot of safety in college.
Yeah,
as much as he played linebacker.
I just see him everywhere. Like that's the kind of guy you just plug and play. You know what I mean? Anywhere. And that's something that I think that those kind of players is what we need to take on this Chief offense.
Yeah, no doubt.
Man, I need to give me some real alcohol, dude. This shit that I got left is nasty. Dude, being gluten tolerant sucks, bro. Being gluten tolerant sucks, bro. I can't have that no more, man. The gluten gets to me, so I gotta drink this foo-foo crap, man. Just saying.
Bro.
Squeeze, I think we need to reach out to Corona and see if we can get a sponsorship for a premier sponsorship from Corona.
Yeah, for real. I should have stock in the company by now.
For real.
All right, here goes the pick for the Browns. Let's see who they pick.
I'll take Wills right here from Alabama.
Yeah.
That would be my guy. He's the second best offensive tackle.
You're home and doing well. We're very proud to support you and St. Jude in the fight to end childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get them. So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick
go get them,
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills.
Good call, Joe. Good
Alabama.
Yeah.
Jedrick Wills.
Now I think they go Wirfs next.
Wirfs to the Jets, and
then you have your choice. We'll really see who the Raiders like the best.
You hear me?
Yo, bro, listen, man.
let me tell you. Let me tell you, okay? I need a fucking receiver, okay?
Wait a minute, though.
Knock out some wood if you with me. We're gonna get a fucking receiver, a playmaker. That's what we're gonna do, and you're gonna love it.
You've done better, bro. You've done better. I'm gonna say that right now. You've done better.
What's up, Hub City Tay? I see you over here on YouTube. I'm not listening to these guys right here, bro. They talking some madness. Man.
One thing we haven't talked about, who's gonna jump up in front of the Raiders or trade with the Raiders to get one of these three receivers? Does Denver jump up? You know, we talked about the Green Bay Packers moving up. What
Nobody's gonna move up.
They're just gonna sit tight and let it go, right?
These dudes are just pick one and you pick the other. It don't matter. It's all you getting the three of the same player. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna come up to get one of these guys. That's why they still on the board, because they ain't that good.
Okay. Well, with that said, Squeeze. With that said, Squeeze, can you live with one of those three wide receivers at 12 and Terrell at 19? Don't you think we feel two big needs on this football team? Well, outside of the fact that you have to, do you see where that could benefit the Raiders this year?
It can absolutely benefit the Raiders this year, but it cannot benefit the Raiders this year more than Isaiah Simmons could have benefited the Raiders.
I agree with that, but he's off the board now.
I got a
a
more important question to ask you, Squeeze. And I'm being
what?
Joe's on delay. Let him catch up. Go ahead.
What is the results of the poll so far?
I haven't even checked the poll. Let me check it.
Oh, dude, it's you by a landslide, bro.
In the question to the people
doubt
is, who looks more like
last time I checked, they thought you looked more like Janikowski. To me, it's 100-0 night. 100%.
No way. That's because it's everybody from the franchise voting for you, like the boss.
Yeah,
dude. That's what it is. Dude.
No,
Night at 63%, Joe at 37%. Night, you are winning a landslide for.
Hey guys, come on, Jano, don't wear the shades, dude. Look at this guy. Hey, let's stand up. I'm 6'2". Let's stand up, Joe. I'm 6'2", babe. I'm 6'2", 250.
Even
what do you
more
got?
so. You're 6'2". Hey, all you need is some bourbon and a Marlboro, dude. It's a wrap. You look just like him.
I don't know, man. This is backfiring on me hard, guys. Come on, help me out now. Come on.
Nah, don't do that, Raider Nation. I love y'all. Don't do that.
What's up? Hey, you say you want Lamb? I'm a homeboy
Tay
over here in the comments. He said he wants CD Lamb right here at 12. I don't know about that, man.
I don't want Lamb. I think I'd rather have Judy or Rose.
So Tay, the homie Tay.
Yeah, the homie Tay.
You talking about the homie Tay, right?
Yes, sir.
Dub
he
City
said
Tay.
He wants CD.
What's up, brother?
He wants CD Lamb right here.
Man, Dub City Tay, when he speaks, you got to listen. So, okay, I'm gonna make a rule right now when it comes to Raiders draft that I'm gonna live by, and I think we should all agree. We cannot tip the pick when the Raiders pick comes in.
No.
We gotta keep reactions organic. And hold on, wait a minute.
We got to play Goodell speaking it.
Keep the reactions organic. I'm not even gonna look at. Yeah, play Goodell speaking it. Period. So Chris, you can't look. I know you're peeking.
I won't say anything.
Hey, Santa Claus ain't gonna bring you what you want for the draft if you peek, bro. No peeking.
I'm guessing it's gonna be Henry Ruggs or it's gonna be Jerry Jeudy. That's my guess.
I'm going with Ruggs at this point.
Oh boy, whatever.
I think it's Ruggs, but I would prefer Jeudy. That's just me.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, we said keep it organic, man. I'm trying to keep it like it's Mayock or Gruden right here. Yeah, and I could see them going. Like,
I don't know if I gotta pick one of these. Give me the speed, man. If I gotta pick one of these.
Yeah. I'm intrigued. You know what? I've been intrigued by the speed ever since we met Chris and had him on the first Raider franchise podcast, dude. Like he sold it well. Actually, it was before that because he was with you when I heard that. The way that he described Ruggs kind of sold me on the fact that he's more than just speed and how he could be used. Think about his speed and going over the top and what that does for Jacobs. Screw Carr, screw the offense in the passing game. That alone is going to open up the lanes for Jacobs, dude. And that's scary too.
Knight, somebody just called you Sebastian Jason Kowski.
It's over. I think I'm gonna have to take that title. But you know what? Hey, being Jano's not bad, dude. Right? Being Jano's not that bad, dude. You know what I mean? I'm probably the second type kicker that's gonna make the Hall of Fame. You know, I'm the Polish bomber, dude. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I'll say this. I'm going to say this about Ruggs. What I love about Ruggs is the fact that he was a multi-sport athlete. The fact that he's explosive on the basketball court as well as he was on the football field.
His basketball highlights are
Ruggs
sick.
is that guy. It's interesting to see how things work out with them, though, because they ran so many different routes at Alabama. It was just a lot of different route trees. The guys were sharing routes, doing different things.
Oh, now what do you guys think he is? He's froze up like that. Yeah, he looks like the Easter Bunny, a bald Easter Bunny right there.
Shrek.
I think it's interesting on Ruggs because a lot of reports have come out that said he was the leader in that room, that receiver room at Alabama. And when you have 4, potential first-round draft picks in that room, it says a lot if you're the guy that's leading them all.
But with Judy, though, like what scares me, right? We're talking about his route running. We talked about Coop's route running too, man. But I mean, with comparisons to Jerry Rice caught bricks. He didn't have bricks for hands. That scares me.
Bruh. For real.
Pickens in for the Jets.
So,
Ruggs catch
from
the
my
ball pretty
understanding
well.
right now.
What's that?
No, go ahead. The Jets pick is in.
Okay.
I was gonna say something else, but
you want to hear it? Let's hear it. Let's see what it is.
Just want pure speed. And
that's not him right now.
I think Gruden.
Was that Booger?
No, that was Michael Irvin.
That's Michael Irvin.
If the Raiders do pick Ruggs, I think that's got Gruden written all over it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
He's been going after that speed with
by the way, Knight.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it was your brother that called you Sebastian Jason Kowski.
Oh, no wonder. See, that's not right, man. That's the last time I invite you to the show, bro. That's the last time I'm inviting you to the show, man. Hey, it's my older brother, so he's just picking on me. He's just taking your side because he's my older brother, dude. That's just not right. You should be rallying behind your boy over
taste.
here. Darn it. See how it is?
No, if it is Ruggs, I honestly, out of the big 3, and I know I had Lamb ahead of Ruggs, I probably would have switched it. They went what?
They went Mekhi Becton. The big Trent Brown looking motherfucker. They went Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle out of Louisville.
Wow.
Dude, so there it is.
From Louisville.
Yep.
There it is.
Okay, look. He was my 4th guy. I'm gonna tell you what I like about him. He's so new as a football player because he played another sport, but this guy's a dancing bear. He's so big. Once some offensive line coach gets their hands on him and shows him how to really play, he's a guy that has a very, very high ceiling. And right now he's so big, you're gonna have to run around him. So once he gets everything together, you're looking at a potential franchise left tackle. And Squeeze, you know as well as I do, bro, when it comes to that, Sam Darnold's our guy. And with Sam Darnold being the quarterback, giving him a franchise caliber left tackle, that's dope.
Giving us time, man. I saw some guys that, most guys.
It's about the trenches.
And that's one of Sam's biggest problems. It's it's the same with. That's why I was real surprised with Arizona going where they went, because I feel like that's the issue with Kyler Murray. He needs some more dogs in front of him. Give him some more dogs, and he's gonna be a problem. So, good pick.
So we got the work. What's 5 minutes in, 5 minutes left. We'll see.
Yeah, and Mekhi Becton's a people mover. He's a massive dude.
They're not turning that card in right away. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're good. And keep in mind that maybe Atlanta might want to come trade up to get ahead of the 49ers if they want Kinlaw. But yeah, Mekhi Becton, he's just a massive dude. He's got the highest
Green
ceiling.
Bay be another one too.
Yeah, so Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You got 5 minutes left on the clock. Let's see what happens.
Man, I got back-to-back receivers coming right now. Shoot.
And at this point, dude, man, I got you right now. You're squeezed, man. This is your best hope right here is for them to trade out of this pick right here.
I hope so, man.
That's going to be your
I got
best
two
odds.
disappointments coming back-to-back right now.
So either they're taking calls for trades or they're arguing over Judy and Ruggs right now.
Pick is in for the Raiders.
There it is. All right, let's.
I mean, they're not getting ready to announce it, but they've selected somebody.
I want to catch this though because we're not looking right. No one's cheating over there.
I'm not saying anything.
My TV is late. I'm late anyway.
Joe, don't pick up your phone, Joe.
No, my phone is in front of me. I'll show you. Look, my phone is like this right now.
All right.
So
it's a receiver. I'll tell you that right now, Squeeze. It's a receiver.
I will say that.
Yeah, I know, man. The Raiders and the Niners both about to pick receivers. I get it.
I will say, okay. So, question: who do you think is going to be? Let's just say a name right now.
Ruggs.
And this is who we're going with. Go ahead, Chris. You go first.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with the guys because I just think that
I say
Ruggs.
Okay,
yeah.
We're all in agreement then.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement. I think it's Ruggs too.
Just the speed factor, and John Gruden's been obsessed with speed.
Yeah.
But it's a combination.
Get Nelson Aguilar, Zay Jones.
Ruggs can catch the ball too. Ruggs ain't no bad. Ruggs can catch the ball.
Renfro will be our slowest receiver, and that'd be the only one. Everybody's going to be high in speed. They even said we got to get faster.
I want this to be. I want to say this, and I want it to be known before the pick happens. This is historic. It's the first pick. It's the inaugural pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Here we go.
So,
knock on wood.
Hey, yeah, make sure we cut that sound until the pick's about to come.
I am. I'm just I'm just picking on it. I'm keeping it down. Remember, 6 seconds. 6 ticks.
That's true. And Ruggs, like I said, I would have probably moved him to my number 2 if I would had the time today to do it as my number 2 receiver behind Judy. But I do think here,
never mind.
You know,
I'm gonna mute myself.
They're gonna go with speed
because you don't want to scream.
No. I want to hear it. Chris.
Unmute your mic,
we
Chris.
Agreed.
Come on.
We agreed. Organic. Unmute it. I'll unmute it.
The problem is I want to hear what they're saying.
How long does it take? Here we go.
There are many first evers that are part of this draft, including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Here we go.
And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs.
There we go. Yep.
It's a grand slam across the board, fellas.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm back in, but it's gonna. But it's all right.
Hey, now good to see you, baby. How you been?
There it is.
Henry Ruggs. I'm super excited.
Speed kills. There you go, Denver.
Ruggs. Congratulations.
Hey, you ain't getting the corner right away, so you get the fastest guy. So Denver doesn't get him. You don't have to worry about it.
Keep that's big, Knight. That's a great point because keep in mind, there's been talk, and Ben Albright talked about it. Denver really wanted Ruggs. So now the Raiders, and that's one guy along with Tyreek Hill. You got arguably 2 of the fastest guys in the NFL.
Yep.
Now in the same division. That one, the Raiders only got to worry about 1. Denver and LA got to worry about 2. So, and let's be real, LA's corners are not fast.
Hey, Williams ain't slow, bro.
Not fast at all. They're more predominantly zone corners.
Williams ain't slow. He had a foot problem, but Williams ain't slow.
Williams ain't fast either.
Aguilar ain't slow. Aguilar ain't slow. Zay Jones ain't slow. There's speed at receiver right now.
About somebody else. Yeah.
Watch these dunks.
No.
Watch these dunks. Oh, God, Lord. If I had half that athleticism.
The only thing that worries me about this, pick, the only thing that worries me about this pick is, as a former receiver, I look at route running as such. I mean, that's a big deal to me. Like, that's a really, really big deal. How you can create separations if you're not as you get older, and if you're not that fast, and you squeeze, we've seen it with Jerry Rice. You know, Sterling Sharp was a guy that ran in the 4.4s, and he created natural separation with his route running. You've seen it with guys like Antonio Brown, who's a 4.4 guy again, and again creates natural separation with route running. That's the thing that scares me. Now, you got 4.2 speed right now, but 6-7 years from now, are you going to still run that 4.2? Are you going to be Darrell Green-esque?
Oh, you run 4.4.
At the same time, you got to be able to keep. Yeah. But you got to be a. But you got it. But I want to see it, and I know Edgar Bennett really well, and Edgar's one of the best receiver coaches in the NFL. Former Packer running back, and he's worked with some really great and gifted wide receivers. So I really believe that he's going to get the best out of Ruggs and help him. But Nyshawn, I look at everything and the pick. I want to throw it to you since you've been gone for a minute, and we want to make sure you're in here. Like, how do you feel about the Ruggs pick? Because I love the pick for what he could bring potentially, but Judy's such a gifted route runner that's the small bit of trepidation that I have.
I'm super excited about Ruggs. I think he's definitely going to be that top player, like especially on our offense. Like he's going to kill it for us. And Sloan, he ran a 4.27 in the 40, which that's literally the fastest times in NFL history as far as combined go. I think he's going to be killer, and that's what we need. We need speed for the Raiders. We need speed.
Yeah, naturally, I didn't want this pick. It's not necessarily something against Ruggs as a player. It's just I felt like this position is all over this draft, and we could have gotten this type of value later on. But that being said, it's we see how it is to have to prepare for speed. When we line up against,
I don't think that value in round 2, 3, or even 4 as the value of Henry Ruggs though. Like I don't feel like he's that. I feel like an upgrade to the team for us, to our wide receiver core. Upgrade would have been Higgins out of Clemson or Pittman out of USC. I feel like we just need another serviceable receiver. I don't believe that there's an all-world guy in this draft. So this pick could have got us into the second round, and we could have got some real value there at another position, or at the receiver position with another guy, or maybe even this guy. I don't know. But I will say this: the fact that we got him, he's the fastest player in the draft, and to have to prepare for that speed for other defenses, that accounts for something.
And the thing I think I want us to talk about, we talk about Raiders being the Raiders, and this was totally a Raider move, dude. This was a Raider pick right here. Yeah, this is Raider to the core. First pick of the Las Vegas Raider is a Raider pick. But who would have thought out of all of them, all receivers on the board, again, it's a Raider pick, Ruggs went over all of them.
I can see that for us. I can see that
for us, yeah, but it's weird, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Raising your hand, or am I delayed? Did you have anything to say?
No. I did. I do. Just so you guys know, the Raiders did entertain the thought of trading back. There was discussions at the 12 pick, but they wanted Ruggs, and you can't teach speed. Just so you know. And also, there's a trade here. I want to bring Bo in on this because Tampa Bay is now on the clock. They made a trade with the 49ers.
Did they?
Wow.
That is weird to me to just move up one.
Right.
No,
it's not because they're gonna. I would bet money the offensive lineman, Tristan Wirfs. You got to keep Brady upright.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't think the Niners would go all lineman. I'm watching on this. Yeah. I don't see the Niners going with an old lineman right now. But
the Niners
it's not about the Niners getting. But it's not about the Niners going for an old lineman.
The Niners
didn't somebody else.
For the same reason. The Niners didn't do this for the same reason that I've been talking about. The Niners need a receiver, right? They just dropped off one, and they believe that they could get one of these guys later. The Niners are void of picks after the first round. So what sense does it make to pick one of these dudes? And it's only been one of them that's been off the board already. Makes no sense.
Well, they got 2 first-round picks too, so they got room to play. I mean, they're not. But again, I think they're in a different position. They're coming off a Super Bowl.
Right, but they just did what I wanted the Raiders to do.
I get that. No, I get that. But again, I think the Niners feel anyway that they're in a different position. They're coming off a Super Bowl. Are they going to regret not getting CeeDee Lamb and Judy? I don't think so. Like you said, they can go grab a Higgins or something like that. But I'm telling you, they feel like they have a lot more. They got their defense is where we want our offense to be, and our defense ain't, right. Like they're in a better position. They got a top 10, a top 5, top 3 defense even, right? So
yeah, and they got depth. They got a lot of depth too.
Yeah, so I mean, we have both sides to worry about. So we have to play it a little different than they do too.
Do you guys know the details of the trade? Was it just swapping 13 and 14?
I don't know.
No, they didn't swap.
What?
They didn't swap though, because yes they did. Yes they did. They have 14.
Okay, because my TV says the Bucks still have 13 and 14, which
the Niners. Mine's just switched to the Niners at 14. Bucks.
It's just one spot. They probably picked up something else later on.
Knight or TQ, keep me updated on my end because it's really slow for me.
Okay.
On picks.
Yeah. Okay, there it goes.
I'm slow too. I'm not as slow as you, but I'm slower than.
I have it in front of me, but I can't see.
I'm slower when there's a lot of us on here. I'm super slow.
If I play my volume, we'll get copyrighted, so I got to be careful.
Sorry, I had to throw on the creamsicle all-star jersey for this pick.
So no, hey, hold on real quick. So the trade is the 49ers trade pick 13 and 245 for the Bucks picks 14 and 117.
Okay.
So basically, they're getting they're moving up 13 slots, and it's a 7th round pick. So
that's not bad at all. That's
for
nothing.
What it is.
Yeah, that's a slap on the butt.
Right.
Yeah,
he's the worst right now.
Squeeze, check your phone, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
This ought to be interesting right here.
I don't mind this, and I don't mind this at all, to be honest with you. For the Bucks, if it's gonna be worse. If they took Jerry Jeudy there.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it, dude.
But I don't think it's gonna be Jeudy. But
no, there was rumors of them maybe doing some dumb shit like that, but so far this offseason the Bucks have been competent.
Here we go. Let me play it.
So it's gonna be Tristan Wirfs.
I'll play it live for you, Bo. Hold on.
Thank you.
No, I agree 100%.
The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th pick.
I don't want to get copyrighted, so I'm gonna let it go a second. There we go.
With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs.
There you go.
Tackle, Iowa.
There it is, Tristan Wirfs.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys see that coming?
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Not the trade, but the pick, yes. Man.
Yeah, the trade surprised me, but the pick, he's the best tackle left. Yeah, you had to do it. Once Mekhi Becton went, you kind of saw like they had to do something. I like Wirfs. He's very physical in the run game and stuff. I mean, an Iowa offensive lineman, you gotta love, right? They just breed those dudes.
For sure.
He's got the power clean record at Iowa. He's strong as shit. My only concern is his footwork in pass protection. All right, he tends to take too much of an angle on his pass sets, leaving an inside rush lane. He just needs to work on more vertical kind of sets and mixing it up.
Yeah, and Bo, like I compare him to Brian Bulaga coming out, just a more athletic version, and I think he's a plug and play right tackle right now. Like the left side, I think you'll have some issues, but at right tackle right now, he's plug and play. Or if they need to kick him inside the guard for a year before they can move him outside the tackle, he fits really well right there.
Yeah, and I mean they've been trying to up their offensive line. I mean they got Ali Marpet a couple years ago. They've been really trying to fix that offensive line. So hopefully this guy can come in and do something for us.
I think so as well. He has also some fun facts about him. He did discus throw and he's a wrestling champion. So he's pretty strong, right? I love it too. Another thing about him is he got suspended for a season opener after being charged with an OWI, which is are you delayed? Am I delayed?
Operating while impaired.
Yes.
No. I was just pointing to Knight.
Oh, but yeah, he got charged with an OWI. Do you think that's something that he's going to have issues with in the NFL, or is that something that should be forgiven and everybody moves on?
I think Arians is the perfect coach for a guy that's had any kind of issues because he's not your father figure kind of coach. He's more like the fun uncle. So I think if that is still an issue for whatever reasons, I think Arians will straighten it out.
Nice.
All right, hey
Before
guys.
we go tonight,
yeah.
this is Bruce Arians in a nutshell. Well,
Go ahead,
before we go to United, real quick, I read a quote that was like, "Man, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers added a drinking, shit-talking, fun-loving guy, and then they also traded for Gronkowski, and they're talking about Bruce Arians. That's the type of guy that he is."
Right. It's interesting. All right, guys. Hey,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, Bo. We got our first
Tampa
caller
Bay
of the night.
Buccaneers, baby.
We got our first caller of the night. So,
we got a caller. Hell yeah.
Yes. You're calling the franchise. Who am I talking to? You're on the franchise. Well, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Fifth, Iowa.
You're on the franchise. Who are we talking to? What? Come on now. After all that, they hung up. Go figure. Call back, caller.
Call back. Come on.
Call back. I think his name was Denarius Young. Call back, brother. We'll get you on.
Denarius Young. No. I think it's Dante Young.
That's probably right too.
That was
It was Dante.
Tay.
I think it was West.
It was Dante. So Dante, call back right now, brother.
West Side Tay.
City in the building.
And we updated. If you look on the bottom of the screen, we updated our ticker.
Yo, man,
Did you put?
They showed this film of this man works jumping out of a pool, bro. On 2
He's
feet.
a freak.
That was nuts.
Hey, by the way, just so you guys know, the 49ers are trying to trade down again.
Good.
Wow.
I want to hear DQ's opinion on the Niners.
No, we don't need to hear nothing.
Yo, check this out.
Go ahead, Niners squeeze. San Francisco squeeze.
Listen, the disrespect is going to stop. That's what's going to happen first and foremost. We're going to stop.
Hey, Dante, call back. You guys want to hear from Dante?
Never.
Yeah, put him on. What up,
Tay?
Tay?
Hey, West Side Tay is up. West Side Tay, what's up, brother?
What's up? You on the franchise, brother?
What's good, brother?
West Side Tay is cracking.
You saved us, Dante. You saved us. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you feeling about that pick? How you feeling about that pick?
Like it's old, right? I feel like it's the old Raiders. It's like an Al Davis pick. C.
Right?
That's what I feel. You know, I like Lamb's route running better than the pick. So that's why I was going with Lamb.
Right.
Gotcha.
His technique is a little better to me. But yeah, man, y'all doing a great job, man. I'm checking y'all out.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for hollering us. I honestly think Lamb about to go to the 49ers if they can't trade back.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay. Hey, West Side, let me ask you a question, Tay, because I know you and Squeeze go back, we're family. Let me ask you a question about this. How do you feel about Squeeze also still rolling with the Niners, bro, after the Raiders are now in the home city?
I don't give a damn how you feel.
With the Niners,
I
bro.
don't give a damn how you feel.
Some type of way.
So you
don't give a damn how he feel about that.
You can't say anything.
Yeah, how he feel.
Hey, Squeeze, he always waves both sides, so you know what I'm saying? That's his thing. He always roll with both teams.
There it is, bro.
Translation, he swings both ways.
But to me, I'm gonna. But to me, it's Raiders enough. It's Nation enough.
You got that.
I'm on it.
I know that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but y'all keep doing your thing, bro. Hey, Squeeze, hit me up, man. Come on, man.
We'll do.
Hey, Squeeze, the last time.
Hear from you.
All right, brother. Take care. Call back sometime. All right, Dante.
All right, Tay. Appreciate you, Westside. Hey, man. So people know Tay go back with Squeeze since they were in high school. Like he goes back to Gardena Sarah, the Cavaliers.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So Tay's been around from Tay's day one. So if anybody knows anything about Squeeze, is Tay. But Tay is a diehard Raider fan, and Squeeze. Actually, the last time you, me, and Tay were together at the same time was at the Parkway Tavern for the USC Alabama game 4 years ago.
When Jalen came in the game, wasn't it?
Yep.
No, who was the quarterback then?
You, me.
That was Jalen. That's when Jalen beat up on USC, right?
Yeah. That's when Blake, forget his last name. He was from Corona, California. He was a quarterback for Bama, and then they put in. You told us about Hurts. They put in Hurts. It was you, me, Tay, and Cluck, and we watched the game. And we almost left. We actually got to the parking lot to leave during the game, and then we decided to go back inside and have a couple more drinks.
Yeah,
that's how pissed off we were because Jalen Hurts was killing USC.
Smashed us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But back to that pick, I mean, it is fitting when you think about the first inaugural pick for the Las Vegas Raiders being a speed guy. I think that's a great tribute to Al. I think that's a great way to start off a new era in Las Vegas. And I know Squeeze is probably shaking his. I can't see him, but he's probably shaking his head at me right now, real hard.
I mean,
but
man,
coming in with speed like that, he's got to live up though. He's got to break that curse.
Wow.
What would I miss? Go ahead, Joe.
All I'm gonna say right now. All I want to say right now is the 49ers pick. I'm just gonna say wow. And I want to see Squeeze's.
Yeah, we got to see this.
I want to see how Squeeze reacts.
It's Adam Sandler from The Water Boy. I'll play it live as soon as I see Godell go up.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got it coming to me through a source, but yeah, like wow. That's what I'm gonna say.
As soon as I see Godell, I'm gonna keep an eye on it for a minute.
Okay, I think it's in. It says draft pick is in, so it's coming.
So maybe I wasn't off on those two receivers.
Yes. Good pick.
Oh, Chris is back.
Good pick, Niners. Good pick. Yeah.
Godell didn't even talk yet. You got it?
Yeah. There we go, baby. That's the way we supposed to fucking draft. Just like that.
He's now a member of the San Francisco
I love it.
49ers. His story is absolutely remarkable. Booger, his story is incredible.
I didn't even see Godell come up for this one.
Good work, Niners.
All right, guys. So
It
Javon
was
Kinlaw.
Yes.
Someone with
Yes.
length, size. He has the ability to play inside and the ability to play on the defensive end. So, Joe, it seems like you have an issue with this pick, right? Tell me what your issue is.
No, I haven't. My issue is I don't like the 49ers, and I think it's a good pick for them.
No, well, at the same time, and correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Fowler? Wasn't it Fowler they traded away?
No, it was
Buckner?
No, it was
Buckner.
Was
it Buckner?
Yeah.
Okay,
But here's the
it
thing.
makes
though.
sense then. It
I'm
makes
gonna point
sense, but
yes. Plug it back up.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna point
they
this out for
traded
Raider
Buckner to
Nation.
Colts.
That leaves Jerry Jeudy on the clock for the Broncos. That's the thing that just if you think of just with Raider goggles on, Jerry Jeudy to the Broncos is most likely to happen, and that's dangerous with Noah Fant, with Cortland Sutton, with Gordon as the running back, and then Drew Lock as a quarterback. That's dangerous.
But I'd rather have Jeudy with suspect hands. I'd rather have Jeudy with suspect concentration and hands versus someone that never has dropped a pass, right? And has 4.2 speed. So I'll take having to deal with Jeudy over Ruggs right now any day. Am I talking to myself?
I don't think so. I think
I'm
everyone.
good. You know what? I'm sitting here proud right now. Very happy. I'm feeling very good about the 49ers in this pick. This is what you're supposed to do when you go to the Super Bowl. You're supposed to plug it back up. That's a damn good pick I wouldn't have thought they would have made it right there, but that's a good pick. I'm very happy about that.
I think it was a good pick too. I think everybody had in mind a wide receiver.
Yes,
no, it was a good pick, but don't you think they need that more? Well, again, I know what Squeeze is going to say, but
man, it's about defense, man. The Niners got to the Super Bowl off of defense. This game is about defense,
and they lost it because of their offense.
No. They lost it because of a fluke. That's what happened. It was a fluke
I don't know about
situation. That. They lost the game. They slowed Kansas City down for the first time. Nobody else did it, and they did it because they can bring in dogs play after play that don't get tired. Why? Because they got so many of them. That's the way you do it. And you go back and you look at Super Bowl teams from the past. That defensive line, man, it's a whole bunch of guys on the defensive line that can play multiple positions along the line, and you can just tune them in and out. So come the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, they ain't tired, and they still running at the quarterback.
As much as I agree with you, because I wish the Raiders had that. I really do. But they also lost it. They also lost it because their secondary couldn't keep up with their front. So do you think a guy like Terrell would have been better for them right there? Like to go out and get a cornerback, a young talent that could actually keep up with their defensive line?
I don't think so, because the Niners are built on that. That's their philosophy.
But Kansas City exploited it in the third and fourth quarter.
I can't really see that as exploiting. The Niners made some mistakes. It was a couple of steps off. They could have won the game. They was competitive to the end of the game. Most teams are not competitive with Kansas City to the end of the game. So what I'm saying is their philosophy is the defensive line, the linebackers. That's what they build the team off of, and they stick to it. And this pick shows the same thing. They just let one go that they would have had to pay too much money. They brought another one in that should fill in nicely pretty quickly. And I just believe that that's the formula to get to winning football. The Raiders got a couple of years before we can get to a platoon of that kind of player that you can constantly bring off the bench and keep fresh late in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I see. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. And when we get back, we're going to see what the Denver Broncos, who are the number 15. But we're going to see who they choose. We'll be back.
Yep.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
All right, guys, tell me if I'm delayed or not, but Broncos pick is in, and they pick Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's what I got. You know, he is the best receiver in his class. For them to add him right there, to get him at that spot, I think it's a coup on for John Elway. And I think that at this point, when you have that guy to be able to come in, and now you have him to go along with Noah Fant and Cortland Sutton, Melvin Gordon, Drew Lock. That's a very dangerous offense in the AFC West night.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it before they made the pick, and I said, they were gonna go Judy. Like, it made sense that they would go Judy, but I think that is something that fares well for just the West. Like, they were targeting Ruggs, and having to cover Ty Hill and Ruggs would have been more difficult than having to defend Hill and Judy. But with that said, I think it's a great pickup for the Broncos and what they needed. They needed a receiver. They got the best route runner in this draft. His concentration, his brick hands, it doesn't matter, right? He's going to have an opportunity to come in and impact this football team right away. And it is someone with his route running that Mullen's got to be ready for, and whoever plays the other side has got to be ready for. So I think the Denver Broncos are heading in the right path. And this is what I said, like a month ago when we were breaking down the Wild Wild West. Don't start breaking down any song for me though, Joe. Just hold off on that. But like in the long run,
I got a mic stand. I'm good.
I know you got the mic stand now, but that doesn't mean you can't be Cool Mo Joe. You know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day,
Joe Modi,
like at the end of the day, I mean, I think Judy is something that the Broncos is going to elevate their offense, and they've already had a decent defense. So, it's competition for the league, and this is why I think our next pick needs to be defensive.
I think this.
But here's the thing, though, real
really
quick.
Good for them.
Go ahead, Knight. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
No, all I was gonna say was I disagree with the brick hands. Like, I'm not gonna shit on Judy because he's a Denver Bronco, not a Raider. The bottom line is the only knock in his game is he has lapse of concentration with his hands, but that's something that's correctable. You can't correct. That times some guys are set in their way. So I'm not going to shit on him because he has a couple easy drops. Some of that's because he's already looking in his mind to make a move to get upfield, to run after the catch, get those rack yards. So, I mean, look, there's a reason why most people in the NFL believed he was the number one receiver on the board. Well, obviously the Raiders went with speed, but in that case, Knight, I disagree with kind of like shitting on Judy like that.
Hey, get this, dude. I'm not necessarily trying to shit on him in that regard, but I will say you're the analyst. I'm the Raider fan. I'm shitting on him. He's a Bronco. Just saying. You could be unbiased. I'm biased as hell. He's a Bronco, dude. Ride that donkey all day. He's got brick hands.
I think this is a really good pick for him. They call him the Judean. Did you guys ever study that? They call him the Judean because
the Judean? Really?
Judean. He shakes them out of their shoes. And he has actually a background with training with Lamar Jackson, which to me, that's pretty legit. Like, that's where he learned the Duke. And I think he's going to bring some talent, and he's going to be he's going to be quick and effective for the Broncos. Go ahead, Nate.
All right. Calling the franchise in right now to give his reactions, possibly to the Raiders pick as well as Denver's pick, is our man Ruse. What's up, Ruse?
Hey, what's going on?
What it is, brother?
All right, I'll make it quick because our other pick's coming up.
All right.
My initial reaction to the Ruggs pick, I like it. We knew they were going to go receiver, much to my chagrin and TQ's. But we definitely needed to add some speed on the outside.
For sure.
If you follow what Gruden has done since he took over, he's been trying to add some pop, some speed to the offense. He tried it with the White Tiger. It didn't work. He tried it with Antonio Brown. It didn't work. And then he tried to do it with Trevor Davis, and that didn't work. So Ruggs, that's the guy. He's ours, so we got to root for him. I'm happy we got another weapon. As for the Judy thing, one quick thing I just came across. Apparently Judy has an arthritic knee, and teams were kind of shy off of that. So that's why he wasn't the first receiver taken, apparently. And I'll make this last point about our next pick. A guy to keep an eye out is Ross Blacklock, defensive tackle from TCU.
Yep.
He's a 3 technique. They really want to improve the interior of the defense. So that's a name to keep an eye on at 19. We still might trade back, pick up some more picks, and still grab him. I'll take your comments off the air. Thanks, guys.
Ruse, thank you, brother. Call back later on.
Thank you, Ruse.
Thank you, Ruse.
Will do.
Yeah, I'm gonna break something. I'm gonna break something right here. The Atlanta Falcons are drafting AJ Terrell, the cornerback from Clemson.
Damn. So that backs up what Ruse just said. I mean, Terrell's off the board. What do you go next? Do you take a chance at that, or do you go and build up that defensive line that me and Squeeze just had a debate about?
I think you deal back. I think you deal back, and that's where I think a team like Green Bay comes into play. You know, and you can still get Blacklock is a great option right there for the Raiders. And if you can add a second day pick, you know, you got a Diggs and you got a couple other guy, Chris, the guy from TCU, that Gladney, I believe his name is. You have a few guys that are available.
Yeah.
But Terrell to the Falcons, that kind of sucks if you're a Raiders fan, because I think you've been a great fit there. But overall, overall, the teams were scared off by the knee for Jerry Jeudy. You know, he had a meniscus tear a couple of years ago, and there are some things now that scare some teams off. So Ruggs does make sense. But at the end of the day, you know, the Raiders added speed, and that's something that they needed. That's something that Gruden craved. And that's something that the offense needs. So that helps the offense all the way around, Chris.
Yeah, no doubt. And as far as corners go, I would, now that Terrell's off the board, Jalen Johnson makes a lot of sense out of Utah too. Vinny Bonsignore just was saying that the Raiders are listening and could potentially move back. So that might make sense there. And then, me, in the first mock draft that we did, I went Henry Ruggs and I went CeeDee Lamb. If CeeDee Lamb's there at 19, I think you do it. So that's just me personally.
You think double receiver? I think we need a cornerback for sure.
No,
I don't think we need to pass up on that at the 19th pick.
Man, I agree. As much as we need a corner, and I agree. I think the guy that we needed is not there no more. I don't think we push that position at this point. You know, it would be my dream right now, since we didn't move up to get Simmons. It's my dream to move back and get more picks. I'm going to make that front and clear right now. However, I'm with Chris a little bit here. Like, you know, it's about getting best player available. Williams had his injury issues. Those injury issues don't go away. You have an opportunity to land a CeeDee Lamb to pair up with Ruggs, and it's ideal, but I'd rather trade back. But I mean, it's going to be tempting.
Yeah, that would be really tempting. That would be bomb. I agree. Because my original cornerback was AJ Terrell. That's who I was picking. But now that he's off the board, I guess we'll keep it pushing.
We need to get Squeeze back here, though.
I was going to say,
Lamb.
I just hope for his sake that it's CeeDee Lamb. We double this thing up. We're like Noah's Ark over here. We want Tua everything.
Hey, after his reaction to the Niners pick, I kind of root for CeeDee Lamb right now.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas took CeeDee Lamb to pair him with Amari Cooper for Mike McCarthy in his offense in year one. So I don't know if he's going to get down there, but Chris.
Dallas is 3 minutes in.
And Chris, we kind of that first. And Chris, we've kind of talked about that in that first mock that we did when you did double up. You're like, do you see him sliding down that far? And I'm like, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Because there's questions regarding CeeDee Lamb, quite frankly. I mean, there's some. I mean, on the field, can he separate?
Right.
Is he a guy that can create separation as a receiver? And then off the field, the rumor is he likes to party a lot. Like the bottom line, if your guy likes to party a lot, do you want him in on your squad? And you have to be a different type of team that may want to bring him in. So, Knight, I know we heard the phone. So
no, it wasn't the phone, man. That was email. That was email. We're good.
Yeah, I think right here with Dallas, it's going to be interesting whether they take Chase on or if they get tempted by CeeDee Lamb.
If it's CeeDee Lamb, Chris, I want you to stand up, grab your mic, and drop it, bro.
I might freeze.
Hey, it'll be freeze right in the middle. That'd be tight.
And keep this in mind too. Jerry Jones told his scouting department. Jerry Jones told his scouting department to not bother him during this draft.
Yeah.
So this is Jera making the picks.
Yeah.
Jera likes splash.
God bless him.
Nothing splashes more than potentially adding. Yeah. So that very well could be.
Yeah, they're dragging it out too, though,
well
Joe.
Could be CeeDee Lamb. They could be trading back. I mean,
they could be trading back. They're dragging it.
There's. I know a couple of teams that want to trade up.
I bet you it's Chase on here.
We'll see.
Chase on would be a really, really good one.
Pick is in, so they didn't trade it.
All right, Knight, you're gonna announce the picks since you're looking good over there. No freezing for you.
I don't know why that is. I haven't had any issues. I don't know why.
You never had issues, even during our
renters.
We never had issues.
Well, the government gave me a new MacBook 16-inch with i9 processor. That's why.
Thank you, Dove.
So thank you, government.
Thank you, Dove. All right, Joe, you don't have a your pre-picks in?
You know what? I'm gonna say CeeDee Lamb right here for the Cowboys. You know, there's something about it that kind of makes sense. You know, even you know, if you love, and the thing is this too, if you love somebody and you have a need, like Cesar Ruiz would be an interesting name to Dallas. They have a huge need, so
Cesar Ruiz would be a good one.
But I'm gonna go CeeDee Lamb. I think that makes the most sense right here.
We'll have Godell call it here in a second.
At this point in the draft,
I honestly
Goodell. You know what the nickname for Goodell is amongst. No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
You go. I'm delayed. Go.
Oh, all I was gonna say was the nickname for Goodell amongst NFL people is Fidel Goodell.
Fidel Goodell.
Yes, anymore. Let's find out where they go.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
Here we go.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
Spring Bowling.
The Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb.
There it is.
Wide receiver.
There it is. CeeDee Lamb.
I like
CeeDee Lamb. You guys know his real name is Sidorian. His Pee-wee coach named him CeeDee Lamb. So tell me what you got on him, Joe.
You know what? A big physical wide receiver, great after the catch, averaged over 20 yards per after the catch reception for his rack yards. Physical guy. He's a guy that is a really good route runner, but doesn't have elite speed. Kind of takes a little time to get going with his. I'd like to see. You know, he's not gonna be able to bully guys off press coverage, not grown ass men at corner, but he's a guy that fits what Mike McCarthy likes to do. He likes big, strong, physical receivers. He could be a James Jones type receiver for Mike McCarthy in that offense, with Amari Cooper being his Greg Jennings, where he won a Super Bowl with those guys. So it's a good fit offensively. Jerry Jones made the pick. He told the scouting department stay the hell away from him. So I'm gonna throw it to Bo, because Bo has got to have a big time reaction for this, because I know Bo's mom is a huge Cowboys fan.
Yeah, she is. It's mostly why I'm on this, but yeah, CD is a great pickup for them to take the pressure off of Amari. You know, CD has had an interesting career, having played with Baker, Kyler, and then Jalen Hurts this past year. So he's seen a plethora of different style quarterbacks, and he's made it work with all of them. So coming in under Dak with the Mike McCarthy offense, I could see him putting up good numbers, similar to what like Devontae Adams did under McCarthy. I think it adds a huge element to their offense with Zeke still back there. Yeah, the worst thing for the Cowboys right now is that Jerry Jones is unhinged by himself. That should be terrifying. It should be just like when Al Davis was making the calls for the Raiders and doing Raider things. All right, it's the same exact thing now.
Knight, tell me what you think about this pick. I think you've already you already expected that, right?
Yeah, no, I did. And, you know, the CeeDee Lamb pick, I think, is great. I mean, Amari Cooper, they just gave Cooper some big money, though. But, you know, having a number two that's a number one, the thing that blows me away is that all offseason we kept talking. It was a debate between those three big receivers we talked about. And it always seemed like CeeDee Lamb kept winning the conversation. But he was the last one of the three picked. And he went to Dallas. I think it's a great place for him. I think he's going to have a lot of opportunity there with guys like Dak and Elliott and even Cooper. So he's going to have the space. You know, Joe was talking about his inability to get off the line clean, but I think the people are going to have to. He's going to have a lot of one-on-one coverage, especially early on. So Cooper's going to have a lot of attention. 7 in the box, maybe with Elliott. Dak can move around the pocket, and it gives CeeDee Lamb opportunity to go and do what he does and get up and make some plays. So I think CeeDee Lamb himself, he got into a great position for him to succeed early on.
I'm glad he's gone.
Why is that? Why is that?
Listen to all the blasphemy that was being said when I was downstairs because my headphones worked, so I heard all the trash that y'all was talking about what the Raiders should do with this next pick.
It was all love, dude. It was all love.
Absolutely ridiculous. See, Chris slithers himself away as soon as I get back because he the one that was bringing all that bullshit earlier, but he's not here right now. But the point is, I heard it, and I'm so glad that the Cowboys picked up CeeDee Lamb. So that shit is not about to happen. The Raiders need to go defense with this next pick, and that's what's happening right now.
I think they need to trade back. They need to trade back.
Absolutely. First and foremost, they need to trade back. But I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. It don't seem. Well, I guess we'll see.
If the Raiders don't trade back, it's got to be defense at this point.
I hope
Who is it?
Man.
Who is it? Joe,
the cornerback out of Utah.
Picking I wouldn't. He's not. Okay. At 19, that's a reach. Like that's a reach. Fulton from LSU is more, I think, of a dog than the guy out of Utah than Jalen.
Why? So why do you think that? Why?
Fulton makes sense at 19. Better battle tested. The guy's got all the intangibles, and there's less of an injury risk. He's not less of an injury risk. Bottom line, the kid from Utah, there's some injuries. He has a little injury history. There's a red flag with that. The kid from Fulton, there's not. And if you look at it, Fulton, and I'll go right to my rankings for corners. You know, out of my 1,290 people, Tristan Fulton was number 4. Jalen Johnson was number 6. I got Trayvon Diggs ahead of Jalen Johnson, and I got Jalen Johnson mid to late first to early second, low or second round. So first to second round pick. It's right in this area, but I'd rather go again. Fulton is my higher rated corner, and I stay true to my board. And quite frankly, I think it's more interesting right now coming up with the Dolphins. The Dolphins are on the clock.
The pick is
Dolphins, in. You know, Austin Jackson is still there. You got to keep your Tua upright and healthy. So you got Austin Jackson. You got the kid out of Houston that's still available. So the Raiders I think, are in a position to really make a huge gamble and trade, or a huge deal and trade back, because right now, I mean, they want to add a second round pick, and the Raiders are, from what I've been told, are intent on moving back into the second round. So, you know, they would like to get back, and we'll see what happens. And again, a team to keep an eye on for the Raiders trading back is Green Bay for Justin Jefferson. I'm just putting it out there, not because, you know, how I feel about Jefferson and Green Bay, but I'm putting it out there because sometimes you got to read tea leaves and look how things line up, and that lines up really, really well for both organizations.
And I will say, this is one of those situations where if there's not a trade partner, it's going to be very interesting, because the picks that I was hoping for would be there are gone. So
yeah, same here.
I'm like, dang, man, you don't trade back in this situation. I mean, who's on their board at this point, man? Like, is it Jefferson? I mean, I'm not trying to get you upset, Squeeze. I'm really not. Like, is it another receiver? Because I don't know if they gamble. I mean, I know if a cornerback has to be the pick, then it's going to be Fulton, right? Or, you know, I don't know. I feel real uneasy now about the 19th pick. I really do feel uneasy about it.
Dolphins pick been in yet? Because it's delayed. So make sure you keep waited night.
And our great friend.
Yeah, it's in. I just haven't seen Goodell come up yet.
The Dolphins have
all I'm going to say is fight on.
Yeah.
He might have picked it and I missed it when I was talking, but.
Second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out.
Oh, here we go. We'll get it live from Goodell right now. But Joe already got it, and he's already holding up his fingers. I got a finger for you too in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
In the first round,
Austin
they
Jackson,
took Tua Tagovailoa with the 5th overall pick.
I don't know if Goodell said it or not.
To the Pittsburgh Steelers, the pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very.
I don't want to get
No, not
copyrighted.
yet. They're still gonna throw to him in a second.
All right. They're playing this out as much as they can. How do you think this first round
And
is
honestly,
flowing?
in my mock that I did with Chris, I think it's going pretty good actually. Overall, there's been a couple things moved, and a couple trades. Not as many as I thought, but I didn't expect there to be a ton early on.
Do you feel like the pace is faster,
Chris? Yeah, most definitely, Chris. I'll say this: when we did the mock yesterday. I had Austin Jackson going to the Dolphins right here at this spot.
Here we go.
Right.
Oh, no.
2020
later.
NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC.
There it is.
Whoa. So I don't think any of you guys expected that one, right?
No.
So this is where Jordan Love gets drafted right here, right?
Wow, dude, Chris just come in and drop that right now. Hey, no, hold on, Joe. Joe, hold on, Joe. This is all squeeze right here. This is all squeeze right here.
Listen.
No, I'm about to step. I'm stepping out.
Yo, Chris.
What's up?
This has to stop. It has to stop. Joe is the Green Bay fan. He's the rat. You understand? We're all supposed to be on the same page completely. We are supposed to be on the same page competing. You sabotaging the team. I heard you earlier pushing for damn CD Lamb if he was still on the board after we just picked up Ruggs.
Yeah,
I heard that blasphemy.
I did that for you.
And now you want to pick a quarterback. You want to use this pick on a quarterback. Are you for us or are you against us, sir? What are you trying to do?
He makes sense though. Gruden collects quarterbacks.
What sense to whom? Who does he make sense to? In what universe does that make sense?
John Gruden collects quarterbacks. It's what he does, man.
He already got 4 of them on the roster, Chris. What are you talking about?
I'm expecting
quarterbacks are gone. We don't need any quarterbacks.
In Tampa, he had 7 on the roster at one point.
Oh, man.
You cannot plan this. This is not, Chris just happens to pop back in right at the moment and
with
drops
some straight bullshit. I'm sitting here and I'm like,
I'll put my little on.
What is that funky smell? Oh, that's Chris with that bullshit. That's what it is. God damn this guy.
But for real,
I knew how much you guys didn't agree.
If we had ratings, they'd be through the roof right now. I'm just saying.
What do you guys feel about Kenneth Murray right here?
Oh, I forgot all about that cat, dude.
He's still on the board, man.
I forgot. You know what, dude? I've been so focused on receiver and cornerback that I totally forgot about Murray, bro.
See,
we could go linebacker here.
Good for you. Good for you. Because you're paying attention to the wrong side of the ball, Mr. Knight. That's how you forgot about him.
I didn't hear you mention until it was brought up either.
Look, Murray.
I forgot about him too.
Murray.
We got all them linebackers, man. So I wouldn't think.
That's why.
But
that's my
he's a hell of
excuse
a
too.
Player.
Yep.
Murray right here. Too. Look, he is not. The Raiders actually are making the pick. They're not making
the
a trade.
The pick is in.
So first
shoot.
Of all,
jeez. I don't know, man. Something about that Big 12 defensive players don't really do it for me. So I'm not so keen on him right here.
Hey, just be ready for me to cut you off. I gotta hear what they're going here. Is it Murray?
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say
if you already cheated, you cheated on this one.
No. I'm not cheating. All I was gonna say. No, I'm not. All I'm gonna say is, you forgot about Murray because the reality is,
Big
they
12.
signed two linebackers at free agency.
Yeah,
Bottom line is they signed 2 guys to big money deals, and if it's not Isaiah Simmons, at this point, you wouldn't take a linebacker, in my opinion. That's not gonna be on the field all 3 downs, especially when you take.
It doesn't make sense, man. I mean, is it quarterback?
First-round picks last year.
Yeah, they're about to take fucking Jordan Love.
I think this is gonna surprise.
No, I don't think it's a quarter.
No cheating, Chris.
I do too. I think I think it's a defender. I think it's a corner.
Has to be a
But I don't
defender,
think it's
dude.
who any of us said.
I'm about to join the Squeeze fan club here in a minute if it's not a defensive player. I'll tell you that. Here we go.
As the Las Vegas Raiders welcome their second selection, to make a special announcement. As you may know, we are scheduled to host a draft in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft.
Okay, I only killed it right there because I don't want copyright.
2022.
We deserve it. Here we go.
Yeah.
And Raiders Nation. We look forward to being there in Las Vegas, and congratulations.
All right, here we go.
And now, with the 19th pick in the 2020 NFL
Cut it real
Draft,
quick and then go back to it.
the Las Vegas Raiders select Damon Arnett, defensive back, Ohio State.
Arnett. I'm down with that, dude.
Congratulations to Las Vegas getting
I'm
the
pretty
moment
surprised by that
they've been
pick.
waiting a couple years.
Yeah, me too. But
It's a defensive
somebody-
player. It's a need,
defensive
dude.
player. It's a
It
defensive
is.
player.
It's
It's
a
a need.
defensive player.
I don't know the player myself. Don't know him.
Well,
I don't either.
Okay,
But it's a cornerback.
There's not a lot about him to not like. The guy, is he Okuda? No, he was a part of a very, very good cornerback class, which this is. He's a guy that's got the length and speed. He's a 3-year starter at Ohio State. He's always played, opposite of a corner that people projected higher. He is a dude. He can do it all. He'll come up. He's decent at run coverage. He's really good in press. He's really good in zone. I like him a lot.
One question.
A lot of people thought, yeah.
One question. Could they not have gotten him later?
Yeah.
Yes, they could have.
They could have gotten him later, correct?
Probably.
Or could they have gotten
They
CJ
may not like
pick?
He's a second round talent in my opinion. He's got his
We don't
arm
got a
length,
we don't got a second round pick
Right.
though, Chris.
his arm length 30 inches. He's got little arms, and
Cleveland Farrell.
usually you want long arms at corner for a press corner. Bit surprising. Not very enthusiastic about this one.
Tell me, do you guys like maybe Diggs instead of him?
No, I don't. I would have taken Jalen Johnson, or I would have taken Christian Fulton, honestly.
But remember, Chris, I mean, like they know what they want. Like Joe just said. Joe said something that really stuck out to me. He said, "This is a guy that's always played second corner to a better talent, right, or better talked about talent." So with what they believe they have in Mullen, I mean, this guy could really come and shine and be that second corner in this defense.
He was honestly the third best corner on their team this past year. So, yeah.
Well, that's your argument with Joe, but
at
like
pick
I'm
19,
saying,
Well, look,
they don't have confidence of moving from the third to the second, obviously, and they couldn't find a trade partner, and they picked their cat.
Look, I had Arnett as he's my 7th best corner in this group, behind Okuda, Terrell, Henderson, Fulton, Diggs, and Johnson. All three are available,
Damn.
and then it was Arnett. Now I had him
Mayock
early
seems pretty
second,
happy about it.
But see, here's the thing: I would be if I were him too, because at the end of the day, he's a guy that can do a lot. Now, I'm not saying he's the next second coming to Deion Sanders or anybody like that. I'm saying he plays the same way that they want their corners to play, And he's long, he's athletic, he's physical. You don't have that with some of those guys, and he's clean injury-wise. There's not an injury history with him, which with some of those other guys, that actually plays a role in the thinking with them. There is an injury history.
How tall is he?
He's
just under 6 feet.
My notes right now.
Just under 6
I
feet.
want to say 6'1".
No,
Yeah,
he's like 5'11".
I got him at 6 foot 195.
With 30-inch arms.
The
Tiny
only other
arms.
corner that's available that's taller is Trayvon Diggs, and he's 6'1".
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I want to be careful with what I say because I don't, not having the proper knowledge to really comment wholeheartedly. I gotta trust in the tape that Mayock watched. Just saying, a lot of people gave him shit for Farrell last year, and I think Farrell's a solid player.
Yeah,
I know
he
a
is.
lot of people want to argue that, but at the same time, I don't want to say it feels like a reach. I almost have the same reaction I did last year with Farrell. I didn't expect it, and I'm just kind of like, wow. But at least I knew about Farrell. I don't know about this guy, but they picked him for a reason. Collectively, I don't think it was just one person that made this pick. Collectively, they felt that this was the best player for them regardless. I think they wanted to move back in the second, and if they did, this would have been the guy. So they're just executing their plan now. So we got to
Yeah,
trust that this is okay.
They probably just treated this pick as their second round pick.
Agreed.
I'm in the same position as you. I don't know anything about him. The thing with Farrell last year, I knew who he was.
Right.
I wasn't expecting them to take him, but I knew who he was. You know who he was because you always saw his number in the backfield whenever Clemson was playing, regardless. He might not have been mentioned, but he's always back there on everybody else's highlight reel. This is different. So
this feels like a reach.
It feels like a reach to me also, but like I say, I'm not up on the player. So I don't know. I am happy that they went
defense
and filled a defensive need and not that other bullshit that y'all been talking about with these receivers and quarterbacks and all this madness. We got somebody that can fill a hole, hopefully. So
but again, as a Raider fan,
I say
this is what happens. I mean, we get psyched up for the draft every year, and they always
check this out, Chris. Are you sure you're a Raider fan, Chris?
I am.
I'm absolutely positive that you're a Raider fan.
Yeah,
because you just called for Jordan Love right here. You called for CeeDee Lamb right here. You did a lot of questionable shit just now, Chris.
I'm just an objective Raider fan, and Damon Arnett was a second to third round draft pick by most people, and I don't know how you get excited about that at 19.
I don't think you do, and I think if anything, this feels like old school Raiders. I think that's what, and I'm not trying to put fear mongering out there, but we went speed with number one pick, and we went someone that no one really, besides Joe, and I know you know Chris, your guys are up on these guys, but as far as just look at me as maybe your average Raider fan right now, which I think I'm a little bit more than that. I try to study and do what you guys do, but. Just from an above average Raider fan, I guess, in that sense of following this stuff, I didn't see this one coming at all, dude. So I feel like speed in the first pick and unanswered questions in the second. That's just real talk. You guys got to help me walk.
Look, I'll put it to you like
walk me through that.
This guy is a tough player. He played all last season through a broken wrist, and he still never hesitated to come up and make a play. He's physical. He's a competitive corner who's aggressive and press. He's technically sound. He does a lot of things that you would like. You can't go wrong with a player that's technically sound, that's physically tough, and not scared to come up and bang somebody. And that's exactly what he is. He's a 4.4 guy, 4.42-ish. He can run. And you know what? They still have Isaiah Johnson and Keyshawn Nixon and LaMarcus Joyner. So this guy could be the guy that you're going to put in this slot. That would be your slot guy that can handle some of those speedier guys. And then you have Isaiah Johnson with Trayvon Mullen on the outside. So we're thinking of it, I think a lot of people may be thinking about it as he's going to play outside. You got to look at schematically where he fits in. So
they drafted Johnson. They drafted Johnson last year for a reason, Joe. So that's a good pick. And we talked a lot about Nixon. So you're making me feel a little bit better. But even as a slot guy, I don't know if right there, I'm just kind of like that right there at that spot. You know what I mean?
Let me bring you down. He may be all of those things, but you have to understand value on the board. And I think like Dane Brugler had him as his 69th rated player. And to take him at 19. It just the value doesn't match.
But that's somebody else's board. That's the thing. It's not the Raiders board. So
I can agree with that.
His board is one thing. Another one, so that's one of those, you got to look at the boards. That's somebody else's board who they value versus who you value or who I value, and the Raiders obviously valued him a hell of a lot better. have a lot higher than most people. And look, let's be real about this. We talked about it yesterday, Chris. Ohio State and LSU is DBU. And you talked about you can't go wrong with an Ohio State corner. Well, the Raiders took one. It's not the one that everybody knew, but they took one. So, are you that upset about that?
Yeah, I am. I don't feel good about it. I mean, there's so many other players that could fill a need on the. I mean, because when you're terrible on defense, you obviously have a ton of needs, and while they may have Arnett ranked that high, I think you have Queen, you have Murray, you could have taken Chase on there. I mean, there's so many other players that I would have gone with than Arnett. Like, it's just a very uninspiring pick, and we'll see. I mean, that's the beauty of this. He could come out and be a perennial Pro Bowler and be a great player down the road. But right now, as we stand today, it seems like a super reach, in my opinion.
But I'll also say this, and I'm gonna point this out. Bo actually just texted me the Golden Knights already printed out a Henry Ruggs jersey.
Yeah.
So there's already a Ruggs 20 jersey. But when you have a corner and you need to have a corner, and you don't, let's say you don't believe Kristen Fulton's that guy because Singletary is the best corner in the college football, and he was a freshman last year at LSU. And then, or Stingley, excuse me.
Stingley, yeah.
And then you have the other guys where there's questions with them. With Diggs and with Jalen, with Johnson, there's injury questions. So when you look at it, if there's questions with guys, and you look at, okay, look, you know what? Fulton, we're not really sure if he's that guy. He kind of got touched up a lot last year, opposite of Stingley. Diggs had that broken foot. We can't really see his medicals. Johnson, the same thing. Don't really see. Arnett is clean. We've seen his medicals at the combine, and the wrist doesn't bother us. That goes a long way. And this is where maybe not having the opportunity to do a reevaluation in terms of checking the medicals and having your guys poke and prod on them, that this is maybe where that came into play, Squeeze.
Who else believed that Arnett was the best player available at the spot where we picked him?
No one.
No one but Mayock, but that's the only one that matters.
I get it, but so what I'm saying, if I have reservations, it's because of the answer to that question. The answer to that question tells me that we could have got that guy later.
Wow, did you see the Eagles pick?
No,
it hasn't come through yet.
The Eagles are taking Jalen Reagor, the wide receiver from TCU.
I bet you
Minnesota goes Justin Jefferson.
Don't you jinx me with that bullshit, Chris. now you done did it with Squeeze. You ain't gonna wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. They need a whole bunch of other more stuff. Don't you talk that? No, I can't have a Randy Moss situation all over again. Damn it.
Yo, man, these receivers ain't.
Hey, I don't know what I missed, but I heard it all the way down the hallway, bro. What was that about?
Hey, real quick.
Chris jinxing.
Let me put some positive light on Damon Arnett. So this is PFF, right? They're saying Damon Arnett didn't give up more than one touchdown in any of his 4 full collegiate seasons, and the lowest passer rating allowed in single coverage in this entire draft class. So there's some positive for you.
So that's a Mike Mayock pick.
He didn't give up a single touchdown in his career. Is that what you said?
He didn't give up more than one touchdown in any of his 4 full seasons. So 1 touchdown or less in his 4 years, per year. And then he had the lowest passer rating allowed in single coverage in this entire draft. So there's some positivity for you.
Interesting.
Look, man, I don't know. I'm getting various things now about Justin Jefferson in the Eagles and Reagor. I know he's not going to Green Bay, so my guy is gone. It's all right. I'm gonna have something for that ass this weekend, bruh. Trust me. I got something for your ass this weekend, Squeeze.
We'll see. Hey, Raider Nation, phone lines are up, and we want to hear what you have to say about Arnett primarily. But come give us your opinion. 253-993-3651. 253-993-3651. So what did I miss? Any more picks come in?
Oh wow, it was Rieger. It was Rieger to Philly.
Yeah, and then Minnesota's about to take Justin Jefferson, I bet.
Yeah, Minnesota's up.
Don't, bro.
So he could tear up that young 23 twice a year.
That ain't happening.
Smacking on that ass. Smacking on that ass. Like,
take that little midget to school.
Taking him to
Hey, Shorty, it's your birthday. Hey, Shorty, it's your birthday.
Smack that ass, boy, 2 times a year.
Oh, man.
Joe.
Nope. Let me point this out to you.
Here we go.
Let me point this out to you now. Let me point this out to you. When it comes to the dudes routing people, nobody gets routed more in man coverage than Richard Jefferson. Ask Devontae Adams and ask Sammy Watkins in the Super Bowl. Same route, same everything.
Man, Richard Jefferson, 147 years old. Richard Jefferson going to the Hall of Fame.
Wait. Who the fuck is Richard Jefferson? Who the fuck is Richard Jefferson? Who the fuck is Richard Jefferson?
The Hall of Fame?
Richard Jefferson is going to the Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame. Richard Jefferson, not George Jefferson.
What are you
Richard Sherman? You talking about Richard Sherman, not Richard Jefferson?
Richard Sherman, I mean. That's what I meant. Not Richard Jefferson.
He set you up.
My bad.
He set you up, Squeeze. He set you up.
He did.
Hey,
he did.
Have another one, brother. Have another one.
he feeling bad about what Minnesota about to do to his ass again for the next 6 years.
Hey, he knew what you did. He knew you were gonna bite on that too.
Hey, I didn't know Richard Jefferson stopped playing in the NBA to go play for the San Francisco 49ers or anybody else.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean, I know he played with Luke Walton and all.
Hey, that's
I bet you, but I would bet money that
wasn't that the
that's about to be
look,
turned upside down shortly. Watch when Minnesota announce this pick.
Here it is.
No,
Here
real
it is.
talk.
It's in.
I believe that I believe it's Jefferson. Okay, I just the guy I didn't want to go there. He's gonna go there. It happens with receivers all the time with me in Green Bay, so it is what it is. Except Devontae Adams, I was on that one too.
I wanted
Green Bay
Devontae
is
Adams.
trash. That's all. That's what it is.
Hey, they're a little cheesy, ain't
all.
they? It's a little cheesy.
It happens, man. Happens.
Yeah, I know when it comes, Squeeze is gonna give me the business with it, and I know what it is. I already know.
Especially now that you threw that Jefferson stuff on him.
Yeah, don't worry, it's coming.
Oh, it was gonna happen regardless. Like you guys don't understand the how Squeeze gets down. When our Squeeze and I are in line with every sports team across the board except for the NFL. Except we're USC, Lakers, Dodgers, Manchester United.
But let's be honest though. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Who really is a Green Bay fan though? Does anybody know any? Does anybody watching us right now actually know a Green Bay fan? Anybody? I don't. I've met one before in my whole life.
And it is Justin Jefferson to Minnesota, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
It is Jefferson to Minnesota too.
How you feel about that? You're gonna be smacking that ass, smacking that ass, smacking that ass, smacking that ass twice a year, baby boy.
They got bigger. The Vikings have bigger needs than receiver. That's the stupid part. They need corners. They need offensive line help. They could use safety help. They could use D-line help. So
you know who does need a receiver?
Because they traded Diggs stupidly.
But you know who needs Jefferson really bad though? The Green Bay Packers, and that's why the Vikings picked them.
I'm gonna throw some. I'm gonna throw some salt.
Good work, Vikings.
I want to throw some salt in the open wound right now a little bit. You know, I mean, I know you guys agreed on everything but NFL, but from a franchise level, what NFL team did we cover?
The Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh,
100%.
my bad. I just want to
we're
make
not
sure
worried about
that. That's why I always said,
Oh,
you know, you might,
what you was doing a quick station check or something right there? What you call? What you saying?
No.
No.
He knows what I'm saying. Joe knows where I'm going with it.
He's trying
right?
to convert me. He's trying to say
he claims that yellow, right? That yellow and green, but he bleeds silver and black.
As a
bleeds
journalist,
silver.
I can't do it.
Oh man, listen, bro.
He bleeds silver.
Don't even waste. Don't
Squeeze,
even waste your breath on that.
Read, Squeeze. Read it right there. Read it right there, Squeeze. Right there on the bottom of the screen.
Yo, oh yeah.
Our very own third member, Trisha. Yeah. Thank you, Trish. I appreciate you.
Yeah. All right. So it's 2 Green Bay fans on Earth.
Hey, and the Patriots traded their first round pick to the Chargers.
They always do that. They always do. To the Chargers.
Yeah, the Chargers are sending picks 37 and 71 for 23.
Dang.
Wow.
That's some kind of
offensive
crap I wish we
lineman,
had
the
right
kid out
there.
of Houston, maybe? Or
that's what I wish the Raiders could have pulled off. Now, obviously not with the Chargers. They wouldn't have done that, but
Let's go back to the wild card.
Gotta go find some of this Arnett tape.
Oh, you got you don't gotta play that shit, Knight.
I'm playing it. Trust me. I'm playing it. Trust me.
Okay, then I'm gonna go find some Robert Gallery tape for you.
Make sure his hair's flowing in it, please. Make sure that hair is just like blowing in the wind, all right? And slow it down so we all can see it just flow.
Boy, there was some rough Raider years, boy. I
tell you what, man.
Yeah, it was.
Them was some terrible drafts.
Thank God for Ruggs.
Robert Gallery was the most Raider-looking Raider guy there ever was.
He damn sure wasn't the most Raider playing Raider guy. Golly. That dude used
He
to
wasn't
sleep.
that bad when they moved him to guard.
Man, that dude used to sleepwalk at tackle. He was terrible.
That's why they moved him to guard, and he played all right.
He's all right. That's the problem.
First
round pick, drafted tackle, play guard all right.
All right, exactly. Yeah, that ain't where it's at, man.
I honestly think, now I'm processing this a little bit, I think Arnett is going to be taken over for old boy from the Rams.
Joyner.
Yeah, Joyner. I think this will be Joyner's last year. Yeah, and I could see Arnett being the slot guy from here on out. Look at him.
So I'm just saying, like, that was just something that I said a couple minutes ago, So
yeah, I'm still not happy about it.
To hear it.
Here we go. No, hey, don't. Come on now.
20 draft.
Yeah, I muted
the Minnesota Vikings select Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU.
Yeah.
He muted himself too. Look at him.
From a pure analyst perspective, Justin Jefferson was my favorite receiver in this class. I loved everything about him, especially from the slot.
Was he?
Yeah, he was my favorite receiver in this draft. Go ahead and try to throw salt, but it's cool. But he did everything well from the slot. I think he's one of the most slept on corner or receivers in this draft. He can run the route tree. He's got great hands. The only question was, can he play outside at an X or a Z? I believe he can. He's done so in the past. He was the alpha dog in the LSU receiver room. Everything about this dude is a home run, and congratulations to the Vikings for getting him. I already think, and I'm going to say something right now as someone that watches the Vikings twice a year. He's the best receiver on the team right now, and that includes Adam Thielen, who I think is overrated. So that alone in itself, they got a stud there, but I still question whether Kirk Cousins can give him the rock, and whether or not that defense can hold up, because they lost a lot of games because of their defense, not just because of their offense.
If you got to play Green Bay twice a year and you're a receiver, you're gonna get some good numbers. You're gonna be all right. So read them and weep, homeboy.
Oh, dang.
Nah, your Niners beat Green Bay by running the ball because you damn sure couldn't pass it. Let's be real. Your Niners. Your Niners.
Why do you have to pass the ball if you're the 49ers? It's just not a necessary thing. It's not necessary.
Eventually,
I keep hearing people say that.
Eventually,
but it's not. We talk about stuff in the future.
You can't live.
Eventually, we'll be old and we'll die. Eventually.
No, we're talking.
Eventually,
it takes a
we'll
matter.
be old people.
You don't think people? You don't think the Cardinals, the Rams, and the Seahawks ain't focusing in on what you guys can do running the football right now?
They focused in on it last year.
But they were surprised last year. Now they're waiting.
Every team focused in on our run last year.
But it was unexpected. It was unexpected, bro. Now it's expected.
Why is it unexpected? We did it the team did it all season long. How is it unexpected?
It takes a while for you. They didn't have the players. They're going to focus more on it. They're going to take Garoppolo out of the game and force you guys to put the ball in the air.
Okay.
That's the way it works, bro.
You said that.
That's the way it works, bro.
Said that.
That's the way I will.
That's where it works in a lot of places. But it don't work like that in San Francisco.
I can't believe we're having this argument right now. Really?
Look.
He's just a hater. That's all.
All I'm going to say is,
I'm just speaking facts.
Just a hater. That's all. I got a hater on the bottom over here. I got a hater over here on the bottom. The Green Bay hater. We got a Raider hater. And then this guy up here on the top remains to be seen. He's under investigation right now.
What are you talking about? He's the one that came in and said Chris Love at 19. Or Jordan Love. He's Chris Love. Jordan Love is Chris Love.
Yeah, he could be Chris Love.
but look. Don't worry about it, guys. Look, the Niners or any team coached by Kyle Shanahan, just let him get to the fourth quarter of their Super Bowl, and he'll fuck it off for him.
A true fact. That's a fact.
You got that.
And then the Chargers looks like they just took my my linebacker.
Well, who was okay? So the Chargers were up next.
Murray.
Yeah.
Really? The Chargers did.
But don't worry, we got Arnett at 19. So we got Arnett at 19, so we're good.
Stop, Chris. Don't.
But again, not surprising that the Patriots moved.
But the Chargers defense with Murray now too. What does that say about Denzel Perryman? I don't think they're going to keep Perryman. You know, and that's like, he's had some injuries. He came in with injury history, and when he's on the field, he's great. But for that, but with Kenneth Murray, oh my Lord.
Yeah, they're stacked. I'm telling you, their roster is stacked.
Got a squad on both sides of the ball.
Yeah,
both sides of the ball. And
knows what he's doing.
Justin Herbert was a good pick for them because of what they have already.
But not this year, though. You know what I mean? Like, that'll be something we got to worry about maybe next year.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they can compete with Tyrod Taylor. They believe that. I believe it too.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
Tyrod Taylor ain't much. That's easy.
No, but I'm saying with the weapons that they have, I see why they coach is okay saying, okay, I'm going to this season with Tyrod Taylor as my starting quarterback.
Here we go.
I got some dogs on this squad. He can manage that.
To the Los Angeles Chargers, with the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray.
Yeah.
Man,
the guy I liked on the field and off the field went to the Chargers.
Yeah, talk shit about him now, because you damn sure talk that shit about Jerry Jeudy.
I can't though, man, because of his special needs brothers, though, man. Like me and him on a different level.
Come on, like all games aside, and I know we're having some fun with it. This shows me the Chargers are going for it this year.
Hey, Kenneth Murray, Kenneth Murray. They still ain't got no butts in the seats. It's all good. There'll still be Raider fans there when they play the Raiders, so it's all good. We own LA. That's to the Rams too.
It doesn't matter if they're beating us, though. We could have as many fans in the stand if the Chargers are beating us. Honestly, their roster is stacked now.
Yo, if they would have drafted Tua, God, we couldn't say that no asses in the seats no more.
True.
And best case scenario right now, we're the third best team. That's best case right now in the division.
That's not necessarily true, Chris. That's not necessarily true, Chris. I think offensively we've made vast improvements right now. Defensively as well with Kwiatkowski, Littleton, Nassib, Collins. I mean, we might not be happy with the cornerback at this point, but all three of us, dude. Okay, you included, we're up on Nixon, big time. So if that's the case, we still have a chance to compete in this division.
But yeah, we definitely have a chance to compete. But I gotta agree with Chris.
Yeah,
I think we are on paper. We are the third best in this division.
But paper don't mean shit, man. It's all about the
Chargers
record.
is stacked. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I don't mean we're gonna finish third, but I'm just saying on paper, player for player, I believe both of those teams have a better roster than we do as of right now.
And I think the Chargers,
argument Denver does too.
Yeah, and I think the Chargers getting rid of Phillip Rivers, that's an addition by subtraction.
All right, let's get a fresh take on this. We got Ruse calling back in.
I agree, 100%.
We got Ruse calling back in. Let's see what Ruse has to say about this Arnett pick. Ruse, you're on the franchise, brother.
What's going on, fellas?
A whole lot of arguing right now. we laid into this thing.
I had to chime in for a minute and break up the separation.
Well, let's go with it.
So every April, there's two things that I can guarantee will happen. One, I got to pay taxes coming out my nose, and I can always guarantee I'm going to get kicked in the nuts by the Raiders when they make their pick.
Preach on it, Ruth. Preach on it,
bro. I didn't even go to work today. I was so excited, bro. I didn't even go to work. I was I called my customer. I was like, bro, I got to take the day off. I'm getting all my stuff ready, scouting all my guys, putting together all my players, and then this happens, bro. Man.
Right.
It's terrible, dog. It's terrible. I mean, I don't know. I've said all along, we need to get some goons on defense. One thing about this guy, he's definitely a goon. He's got some goon in him. Like, he's got some dog in him. So
yeah,
I mean, he's a physical dude.
He's the one that got ejected for that Trevor Lawrence hit, if you guys remember. I believe that was the guy that got ejected.
Oh, okay.
Well, but between him, Nevin Lawson, and your boy, the other guy, we got Demarius Randall. Those dudes are all going to get ejected for making dirty hits.
Mm-hmm.
So we better watch
out. For real. Wow.
But I don't know, man. I mean, it's to be determined, but I don't know. It seems like we're always picking against ourselves, and then it seems like the Chargers come right behind us. I wanted Derwin James. We took Colton Miller. I wanted Kenneth Murray. The Chargers fell right into the Chargers' lap. I mean,
damn, I
don't know. I mean, I know we signed 2 linebackers in free agency.
You just looked at the last 3 years. You look at the last 3 years, right? You had Colton Miller when Derwin James was still available, so we reached on him. Then you had Cleveland Ferrell last year. We picked him at 4. We reached on him. And then this year, I'm going to say that we reached on Arnett, And part of, when you evaluate a draft, it's not that Arnett's a bad player. It's just understanding the value of where you're selecting him. If you can get that guy later, that's what you want to be doing. Yeah. So, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying he's not the player that you select in 19.
Yeah, nobody even had that guy going in the first round.
But Bruce, hold on. Let me bring this a different perspective to it. One that I'm not emotionally invested in. Okay, here's the deal. If you couldn't find a partner to trade back, and he's your best, and he's rated as your better, higher rated than the other corners on the board, you're gonna take your guy, like no matter what, because he's not gonna be there in the third round.
100%.
He wasn't on anybody's board. He wasn't on your board, my board, as a first-round guy, or Daniel Jeremiah, or Kuiper, or McShay, or whomever else is out there. But guess who he was? The general manager of the Raiders, and maybe some other general managers picking on the back end of the first round that need corners. He adds something that the Raiders are lacking. And look, this is a kind of a shot at LaMarcus Joyner. I alluded to it. Chris said it. It's almost like, hey, you got your gear to get your shit together because we're paying you a lot of money, and we can get rid of Joyner. From the Raiders can get rid of Joyner. The Raiders can get rid of Tyrell Williams if he doesn't play well. Malik Collins if he doesn't play well. Jason Witten, that's gonna be almost $5 million.
Witten will be gone after 1 year.
For them to go out and
is he fully gone?
Joe there?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, no, I'm here, yeah, but there's this they have a lot of money coming back to them after this season now, potentially, to go sign some bigger name guys, because it's gonna be a decent free agent class. So and plus the cap's gonna jump way up because of the new TV and CBA, new TV deal in CBA. So the Raiders are having and Knight, you brought it up too. They're gonna have to start paying the piper for some of these guys.
Absolutely.
You know, so they have to have long-term, fiscal responsibility. And look, who's to say that this guy doesn't come in and become that nickel corner that does a lot of great things? Because let's be real, 75% of the Raiders defense is in sub packages, not base. They only play base in like 20 to 30% of the time in general. So because of that, you got to have guys that fit what you want to do in sub packages, and he fits. So he fits what the scheme fits. I mean, like, and that's the other thing. We like guys. I preferred Terrell or somebody over somebody else, because he likes what I like. He fits what I like to do on defense. Arnett fits what Gunther likes to do on defense. So, I mean, you take it as it is. But I mean, look. And the last thing I'll say, and I'll throw it to you, Squeeze, because you're up there quiet. The last thing I'll say is, last year everybody was excited about Abram and Jones, and we're kind of like on Farrell. This year everybody's excited about Ruggs and are on Arnett. So I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible. It's just like I said in the first place. I agree with Chris. It's about value, and if we could have got this guy later, then why take him there? But like you say, last year I knew all the players we drafted. All right, I don't know this kid. I'm not up on the tape. I'm not up on him at all. But the guys last year, I felt good around this time. I felt good later on in the draft because I knew who they were. I watched them. Even like I said earlier, Farrell, who wasn't on anybody's radar, as soon as we picked him, I knew we had a good player. I still feel like that's a good player. I think that pick will pan out sooner than later. So, I'm not completely out on this kid, Arnett. I just don't know him. So if I don't know him, then I'm wondering why the Raiders are taking him at 19.
But realistically, when you're making a board, right, and you have Arnett as the guy that you wanted, and it's been well documented that the Raiders both were trying to trade back all evening long. Right. And I think that'll come out eventually, right? They couldn't do it. So we, or not even necessarily me, because I'm not that dude, but even the people that rank these drafts did not have a guy like Arnett in the first round. But maybe the Raiders are like, hey, we didn't get to the second round like we wanted to with these picks. We don't really necessarily want to give up our third round picks because we already have them targeted for other people. This is the guy we want. Look, at the end of the day, man, and this has always been the argument every single year we do this, right, is that there's always that one player, whether it's a Raider player or some other player, where we don't agree because the consensus is this guy shouldn't be in the first round. But if this guy comes and plays, it's just like, for example, Max Crosby, for example. Did anybody think that Max Crosby coming in was going to dominate the way that he did? And I know that there was the one game where he got a lot of the sacks in the one game. I understand that. But even that aside, you didn't expect that guy to play like that.
Yeah, but you took him in the fourth.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like there's diamonds in the rough in every draft. At some point, we have to trust the guys that are getting paid millions of dollars to make these decisions. If they see something in our net that, and this is me trying to defend the pick, right, as best as that I can, right? But it's like they know, man, they know what they want, and they see something in this kid that we don't. And at the end of the day, it's their jobs that are on the line for it, not ours. We could talk shit all day long, all we want, and say this is a horrible pick and we shouldn't have picked it here. But if this guy ends up even at the slot performing at a high level, we all got to sit back and be like, well, I mean, maybe it works out, maybe it don't. I mean, I still had taken the stance that I wouldn't. But Ruse, what I want to know, Ruse, is because we talked about it once Lamb went off the board. Who did you have? Who did you have right there? Terrell was gone. Lamb was gone.
I mean, when I called in earlier, I said, that Ross Blacklock guy, a three
Right.
technique defensive lineman, is a perfect scheme fit. I mean, 19 might have been a little high for him, but we could have slid back and
But we
grabbed
couldn't
him.
slide
We could have
back, is
took
the
Kenneth
point.
Murray.
Yeah, we couldn't slide back.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know how far back we wanted to go, But
I just think we wanted in
point
the
is,
second round.
it just, yeah. Well. Here, my point is like, it's like we always try to outsmart ourselves with
Mhm.
some of our draft picks. It's almost like Al Davis in his latter years. Like he's still trying to find that one guy that's like nobody else has high, and then he takes a shot on him, and 1 out of like 30 picks he hits on a guy, and then he's like, "I told you guys," but then he blows like 40 other picks,
But that's the thing. This is not Al Davis's Raiders. Long gone.
Yeah, no, I get that. But the thing is if this guy's going to play the slot, you don't draft slot corners in the first round. You draft guys that play on the outside. We needed a boundary corner. That's why the guys we went after, like Slay and Byron Jones, and those guys are outside guys, and those are the guys we tried to go after. And this guy, I assume is going to project on the outside because they didn't draft this guy to play on the inside.
Well, the problem with that though is he's under 6 feet. His arms are 30 inches, which is really short for a corner. He ran a 4.56 40 at the combine, so he's not exactly fast. That's what scares me about him. So making that transition, I don't know if he can play on the outside with that kind of speed, especially in the AFC West.
Yeah, he's got to have one hell of a set of intangibles because his physical traits aren't the best. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, we got to trust the process. So,
right,
he's ours now.
Yeah, that's true.
But I just hope for the best.
Me too, man. Me too.
What's up? Now you made it back, huh?
What's up? Sorry, guys. I'm having a bunch of technical difficulties today, but I'm back in the building.
It's happening to everybody.
Back in the building. Where we at?
The Niners just traded up with the Minnesota Vikings. They're about to draft.
Okay. So TQ, how do you feel about that?
They're probably going to draft
Yeah, I think they're going to go.
They'll probably draft a Pro Bowl player, right?
Yeah. I would look out for like Brandon Ayuk or someone like that.
Brandon Ayuk would be a good one. I'm once again, I'm not worried about the 49ers on offense for whatever reason. I keep building the defense. I stay true to them. They need to get a safety or linebacker. That's what I'd love to see here, but
Hey, did Green Bay
pick?
Did I get set for
that's
Joe?
the guy.
Oh, look at that! I'm a genius.
What's that? Why are you a genius? What
They
did I
took
miss?
Ayuk.
Who did?
They said Ayuk.
Nice.
Who took Ayuk?
The Niners did.
49ers once again having a great draft, man.
Yeah, he's gonna kill it.
No, don't start, Squeeze. Don't start, Squeeze.
They do well on draft day, bro. They do well on draft day, man. Just got to give it up to them.
Yeah, because they let the board fall to them.
No coincidence why they were able to build that roster and go to the Super Bowl. I mean, they make smart picks. They don't reach for guys.
Yep.
A reach here would have been like that Hamler guy. That would have been a reach right here.
Right.
But I don't know. Gruden got Ruggs. I hope he knows how to use them because
the thing that I always want to be careful about in these situations. The only thing I want to always be careful about in these situations is, especially because I don't know enough, so I don't want to act like Arnett sucks, because I'm not even saying that at all. I'm just saying like, I don't want to be that guy that comes out and be like, Arnett, who's this guy? But then all of a sudden he ends up balling out on us, and regardless of where he plays, whether he plays a slot or the outside. I mean, if he does his job and really impacts his football team, I mean, we can't really say much. And again, we could sit here and play GM all day, but we're not the GM and we're not the head coach. So whatever Gunther thought, whatever Gruden thought, whatever Mayock thought, Arnett was the pick right there. And I always tried to take that philosophy and stand by it until proven wrong. But again, we're talking about Raider fans here, and we're talking about the Jamarcus Russells, the Darius Hayward-Bays, the Robert Galleries, the list goes on and on to where you're just kind of like, you're tired. and Al Davis is not here no more. So every year it always seems to be the same thing.
You can't blame Raider fans. I'm sure all day tomorrow we're gonna see all over Twitter like, who is this? Who in the hell is this? And I mean, you can't blame them because of the things you just said. Like we so used to it. It's just like my man just said on the phone. Like every April it comes. But again, I feel like Mayock, because of all of the years of watching him on the NFL Network, I just feel like he knows what he's doing. And I feel a little bit better, even though I don't know this kid and I feel like it's probably a reach. I do feel better about this now than I would have, before this regime came in. Then it would have felt more like last year's draft makes me feel better about what they've done so far. I feel like we finally have some competent people in there that know what they're doing. So if they felt this was the guy on the board, then I'll put my trust in Mayock and say he's one of those guys. And all of this could be true. All of that could pan out, and this still ends up as he's a good player, but the Raiders stretched. They didn't have to get him right there. All of it
the same thing that even Chris says about Farrell. And here's food for thought. Here's food for thought. If Terrell would have been there, would they still would have picked Arnett? We don't know that. But was that their first or second option?
Yeah, I don't think so. They would have definitely picked.
I know we say that, but we didn't even see them picking Arnett, right? They had to have someone else there. So do you think they were just drafting by position at this point? Filling a roster need?
100% need. I mean,
fill in a roster need, right? Because when you think about it, I've been saying it, Ruse, right? Wide receiver, cornerback. It made sense. You went and got Kwiatkowski, you got Littleton, everything else, your starters, we could go through the whole roster, starter-wise, and fill every need, but we always had that question about that second corner spot. Whether or not he plays there or the slot, it don't matter. There was that corner need that we thought, and they went cornerback.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at it now, I know Chris was wanted us to trade up for Simmons. He's like, I would have given up 12 and 19. I was in the comments. I was like, no way, that's way too much. But looking at what we ended up with, I would have been like, hell yeah, give him 12 and 19. Give me Isaiah Simmons.
Absolutely, give both of these dudes away right now for Isaiah 10.
Right, and that's part of what I said because as a Raider fan and following the draft for as long as I have, the more picks you have, the more stabs you have to get it right. But as a Raider fan, it's almost like the more picks you have, the more times you have to get it wrong. Right. So that's if you can use 12 and 19 and go and get a Simmons, who I think most people will tell you is going to be an impact player right away. Fuck it, I'm doing that as opposed to what we ended up doing. I'd feel much better about just having Isaiah Simmons as opposed to having Ruggs and Arnett.
Agreed. I feel the same way.
I think what you meant to say, Chris, is the more picks you have, the more chances you have to get kicked in the nuts.
Totally.
True.
I mean, totally.
True that.
I mean, it's honestly, it gets, it's crazy because we haven't been good. I look forward to the draft every year, right? Because it's, everybody starts from zero. And I always look forward to it because, I'm thinking of all the different possibilities of who we can add. And you're like you said, every single April, this team kicks me in the nuts because we pass on dudes that are talented. And last year was really, really good, right? Those guys really all pretty much panned out. Farrell was a reach, but you know what? You could live with that, with how well they did in the later rounds. But man, I just I don't want to look back on this 2-3 years down the road and think, what the hell were we thinking taking Arnett at 19? And that's my biggest worry.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I share the same sentiment as does most Raider Nation right now. But we just gotta hope for the best. I mean, we never know. But like I say, it's like we're picking against ourselves. We're trying to fool ourselves into thinking this is the guy. When nobody else thinks that way, or the vast majority of people don't think that way. But stranger things have happened, man.
But let me ask this though. Let me ask you guys this. You're thinking negatively. What if he ends up being a badass player? And years from now, you're damn, he was a better pick than Ruggs. You know what I mean?
That's highly possible. I'm not thinking negatively at all, to be honest. What I'm saying is, it's just back to to value.
Value.
That's all. That's all I'm thinking about. It's just it's
that's your
it's math.
value though. That's not the Raiders' value.
No, that's not my
That's the
point.
difference.
No, but I'm
it's
not
your
speaking about their board though, Joe. I'm not just talking about their board. I'm just talking about period. As far as good football players listed by their abilities,
The
by
Packers
their
are on the
number.
clock. The Packers are
Like
on the
where
clock.
does this guy
Who?
fall at? If he falls there,
Joe's squad.
can we get him later?
And I want to try to respect Joe, so I'm going to try to keep an eye on this.
Well,
but
I mean,
I did want to make a statement though. Like I
Green Bay-
built my name. I built my name on YouTube by just being a fan. I'm always real with it. Like I'm not gonna sit here and try to bullshit nobody thinking I'm someone I'm not, right? And I've been dealing this shit for a long time and having to deal with the same kind of decisions the Raiders make. And I try my hardest not to think like the media. And I know I'm on the Franchise Sports Media, and I love the challenge. I'm trying to change my way of thinking because I want to take the next step. I don't want to always think as the fan, but damn, it's another Raider pick. It's keeping me in that mode to say I'm not trying to be negative at all means, because I believe that anybody with an opportunity can make a name for themselves, even us, right? You give me the right opportunity, I'm going to put 100% in and try to be the best me that I could be, and I believe that's what Arnett's going to do. And I think I trust in Mayock. But I'm just right now, I'm just trying to figure out, why does it feel like it's the Raiders of 2010 when we're in 2020? It's just really hard for me to kind of transition right now. It is, you're right, Joe.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Real talk, Joe. You on point.
Yep, I think that's a great call. It's it's trying to get me out of fan mode and get into reality, and that's a fact, Joe. And now I'm being real here. I'm being open and real.
No, I get it. And I think it's PTSD. And you have every right to have it. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, the Raiders have had one winning season in 16 years. You know what I mean? Like let's be real. Like, you have every right to be. Feel the way you feel.
Hey, Joe, here you go, Joe.
Okay.
Here's Green Bay's pick, Joe.
Traded the 26th pick to the Green Bay Packers.
I'll go as far as saying.
Well,
go ahead. I have an idea who it is.
The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback.
Oh,
Utah State.
Snap! There's your Jordan Love pick.
I would have expected that. They were looking for a quarterback.
I wasn't expecting that. I
would have expected that. They were looking for a quarterback. So I think that's...
I do, but not right there. I don't know.
Which a lot of people had a lot of doubt.
Okay, so full disclosure.
Stupid.
You're right, Nye. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm just saying a lot of people had a lot of doubt with Jordan Love, but only because I think his statistical production declined in 2019, far from what he's already played. Obviously has played in the past, but other than that, I think it's a good pick, and that's what the Green Bay Packers are looking for. I'm gonna let you speak on it, Joe, because this is your team.
I want to hear you, Joe, before I speak.
Well,
for
look,
sure.
Chris and I did the mock yesterday, and I took Jordan Love at 30. Chris was like, really? I said, yeah. Look, the bottom line is this: in my lifetime, and for the first 16, 15 years of my life, Green Bay was in the Raiders' position. Okay, they had one winning season, which was 1989. Until that time, you had quarterbacks like Randy Wright, Anthony Dilwig, Blair Keel, Mike Tomczak. You had a bunch of guys that you're like, who the hell are these guys? The only lone bright spot was Lynn Dickey until it got to Brett Favre. So let's just say, in the best case scenario, Jordan Love works out, and Aaron Rodgers is 36 years old, going to be 36 when the season starts, okay? So he wants to play till he's 40. That's 3 years. That's 3 years learning Matt LaFleur's system. And let's say Jordan Love plays well for 10 plus years. That's 45 years of football that Green Bay really had 3 quarterbacks. So for me, Jordan Love right here, and Aaron Rodgers already knows that, you know what, my time's coming to an end, and I got to groom somebody. And look, Tom Boyle is the backup quarterback. Tom Boyle. There is no way in hell Aaron Rodgers goes down, you're going to win a game with Tom Boyle. You have a younger guy who's athletic. He's got a strong arm that can cut through the wind in Green Bay. For some time to groom, and they're thinking long term in a deep receiver class, I like the pick right here. I'm not upset at all.
Who wants that first?
I'll take it. I think that's an absolutely silly pick. You literally have probably you may have the GOAT playing quarterback for your squad right now.
What? At 36?
You only won one championship. Yeah, 36. So what? It's 2020. 36 ain't old no more. Aaron Rodgers slangs the rock like no other. And you're gonna use a first round pick on a quarterback. That's being an idiot.
Whether
it doesn't make any sense.
Whether he's 36 or not, or slings the rock, you still need someone in your backup to be able, like, if something happens and Boyle can't be able to protect, like, you're going to need that backup. And plus, they can give him a year or two to pretty much develop himself. Teach him the game of the big boy league. I think that was a good pick. TQ.
You going off ifs. One thing is not an if. One thing for sure. Aaron Rodgers is going to slang that rock and have Green Bay in the playoffs or pretty damn close to the playoffs. And he's going to lose in the playoffs or wherever he is close to the playoffs because he doesn't have enough people to throw the ball to. He don't have enough people blocking for him. And it's deep, and he ain't got nobody that can stop somebody from catching the ball. But yet and still, Green Bay wants to use a first-round pick on somebody that will not be on the field during the career of probably the best quarterback we'd ever seen throw the ball. That makes no sense.
All right,
makes zero sense.
I want to retort, but let me go to the guy who actually coaches quarterbacks, and that's Bo. So, Bo, what do you think about Jordan Love?
Hey, who's got? Hold on, before we do that, who's got sound in the background right now? It's really messing the audio up.
That might be me. Hold on.
All right.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So, Joe, I think you nailed it. With this is what Green Bay does: is they draft a guy. They did it with Rodgers, right? They drafted him at 30, sat him for however many years, and then let him take over. This is exactly the Green Bay method of how they do it. I think Jordan Love is a guy that can come in and do it. Jordan Love was coached by Jordan Palmer, all right? Jordan Palmer also coached Joe Burrow. So both these guys were working out together out in, I believe he's in California. So Jordan Love has gotten quality coaching. The reason his turnovers were so high this past year, from what I've heard from Jordan Palmer's interviews and things like that, is I think Love was forced to make things happen by his coaching staff. So they were really relying on him to like force things and try and get stuff downfield and make plays happen because they didn't really have the weapons on offense. But again, I mean, people have doubts about him, and I think it's because he's coming from the Mountain West, and people don't really respect the Mountain West. Josh Allen just came out of the Mountain West, and he's fucking killing it right now for the Buffalo Bills. So I think Jordan Love being able to be under Rodgers doesn't really take me as the kind of guy who wants to groom somebody. He's going to give the kid a lot of trash talk the first couple years saying, hey, kid, you're still behind me. I'm still Aaron freaking Rodgers, you know? So let the kid sit there for a couple years and develop. I think that's what they wanted to do with Kaiser a few years ago, and it just didn't work out whenever they traded for him or whatever happened. So
I have a question for you, Bo.
Yeah.
All right, so they say that Jordan Love is the next Patrick Mahomes. What do you think as a quarterback coach?
I think that's a bold statement. I mean, Patrick Mahomes has done incredible things, but he has flashes of it. You know, he can do special things with the ball. I just don't think he's had quite the amount of weapons as Mahomes has had. You know, Mahomes ran the air raid at Texas Tech where he was allowed to show off that arm strength and air the ball out. And he's had the same thing in Kansas City. He's got some of the fastest dudes on the face of the planet running down the field for him. And he has the arm strength to throw the ball out of the stadium. So I don't think Jordan Love is quite there, but he is something that is going to develop into something good, I think.
Nice. I think what's interesting is that we didn't really see as many quarterbacks drafted as quick as we thought. We thought it was going to be 4 to 5 is what we pretty much predicted in our practice shows in the first 10 picks. So I'm pretty shocked. I'm pretty shocked that just not that many quarterbacks. We have pretty solid, talented quarterbacks in this draft, and they weren't pretty much picked up that quick this year.
Yeah, I mean, we thought we'd see a string of them once the first one went off the board. You thought people would start panicking and trading up for him, and that really wasn't the case. So it's something that happened. I mean, you still got some quality guys coming up. You still got Jake Fromm and James Morgan, and I mean, even the kid out of Washington isn't half that. Jalen Hurts is an interesting guy. So tomorrow will be interesting for sure.
Look, this is honestly how I feel about the pick in Green Bay. They needed to do this, okay? Because Rodgers last year was the first year he was healthy, but the other couple years he got hurt. You have Brett Hundley coming in, and he wasn't doing the job. They have to have somebody that they can have. They have to look to the future. And look, this is a guy that some people thought was going to go as high as number 5 or 6, to Miami. So or LA. So to get him at 25 and you got Aaron Rodgers at 24, back 13 years ago or whatever case maybe 13 14 years ago, to be able to get him right there and this is the guy you felt that is going to be, you could be your franchise quarterback after the future Hall of Famer is done. And look, for all the fans that shit on Derek Carr and have the criticism of Derek Carr, let me get this out, and I want to hear what you got to say. Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers has those same criticisms, except he won a Super Bowl and he's an MVP. Like, Aaron Rodgers fans are pissed off that he's holding the ball too long, that he's not taking chances downfield, that he's relying on checkdowns, that he thinks he's too smart for his own good. These are the same criticisms Green Bay Packer fans have with Aaron Rodgers, that the Raiders have the same criticisms of Derek Carr. So to get a young quarterback, and now, okay, we have a young guy we can groom. We have a young guy that can learn the offense, that fit Matt LaFleur's offense with his athleticism that is in some ways similar to Rodgers. This works out well for the Green Bay Packers long term. Does it help tomorrow or this season? Right off the bat, no, it doesn't. Let's be real. Right off the bat, it doesn't. They could have used a Justin Jefferson. They could have used a Patrick Quinn. But Quinn was the only one available. So, but your arguments for receivers being taken as high as they were, and it's a deep draft, Green Bay's still going to have that guy in the second, third, and they got 2 4th-round picks.
What I'm saying is your first round pick, but your first round pick is not being used to help Aaron Rodgers win a Super Bowl. That doesn't make any sense, bro. Aaron Rodgers is 36 years old.
Long-term stability at the quarterback position.
But what I'm saying is right now you have but right now you have what may be the best quarterback that we've seen. At the end of his career, when he's still good, you have a first round pick and you do nothing to help him win the Super Bowl. That just doesn't make sense to me. You guys are not going to be able to make that make sense. Aaron Rodgers is one of the top quarterbacks we've ever seen. Tom Brady goes to Tampa Bay after his whole career with the Patriots. What do they do immediately? They get him help, even more help than he had already. Green Bay is not, they don't have Derek Carr as quarterback. They don't have Kirk Cousins as quarterback. They have Aaron Rodgers. If you're not helping Aaron Rodgers get to the Super Bowl, what are you doing?
I'm chomping at the bit here. I gotta jump in. I'm chomping at the bit.
Go ahead, do your thing, brother.
Because when Jordan Love was first announced, dude, I had your back squeezed. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Right? Why would they do that? Like, all the needs that the Green Bay Packers have, why would they go quarterback? They got Aaron freaking Rodgers, right? Yeah. And I'm going to be real with you. I didn't know Aaron Rodgers' age. I didn't know what's going on. So I muted my mic. I asked Alexa before Joe even said it and found out that Aaron Rodgers was 36 years old. Now, that's not old. And I kind of mentioned that, it is 2020, 36 years old or not. Like, the difference between him and Tom Brady playing at like 43 and having 2 more years left is that Aaron Rodgers has had a lot of injuries. And you keep mentioning him as the GOAT and one of the greatest quarterbacks we've seen. I'm not going to agree fully with that, dude. Like, I think Aaron Rodgers has a great talent, but I don't think that he's lived up to the hype at all either, except for maybe 2 years. He's been injured a lot, right? And how long did Aaron Rodgers sit behind Brett Favre before he was even handed the ball? So in retrospect, like thinking about really what Aaron Rodgers is now and thinking 2 years from now, the one thing that we always talk about, and it's the one argument we make for the Raiders, right, is Derek Carr. Derek Carr is a perfect example in this situation. We keep saying, who would be better than Derek Carr right now in this Raiders offense? Nobody. He's coming into the third year of the same offense in John Gruden's system. We said from a system standpoint, from a franchise standpoint, Derek Carr is the best guy for this job. Aaron Rodgers is the same vote, but he's 36 years old. He's injured a lot. You got to, I always said, if you trade Derek Carr or you cut Derek Carr or you bring in another quarterback, the grass ain't always greener on the other side. And that's because we don't got nobody developed. Even Marcus Mariota's not developed. So for the Green Bay Packers to say, you know what, we got a 36-year-old quarterback who is really good. He's got a great arm. When he is on and he is healthy, he is one of the best in the league. But when he's hurt, the best quality or the best ability is availability. And lately, Rodgers hasn't been that available. So you bring in a guy like Jordan Love.
He has no teammates.
But again, dude. But again, teammates or not, he's injury prone, bro. Like you have the opportunity right now, whether it's a year, 2 years, even 3. How long did Joe would know this, Joe? How long did Aaron Rodgers sit behind Brett Favre off the top of your head? Go.
It was 3.5 years. He Brett Favre.
Okay.
It was 3 years going into year 4. He assumed the starting role, but he got playing time in that third season. Favre got hurt against Dallas, and then actually in the NFC title game, Mike McCarthy was going to bench Favre at halftime for changing plays and put Rodgers in, who he felt at that time was playing and was a better fit and playing better than Favre, but he didn't do that.
And I know
where
for
was
me,
Rodgers picked at though? Where was he picked?
Like
Rodgers was
overall.
picked late. Yeah, he was picked late first.
He was 24th.
He was picked late first, just like
25.
Jordan Love.
Can I chime in for a minute?
Yeah, Ruse. Give me one more second, Ruse, and I'll pass it off to you. So check this out. So with that being said, right? So I personally, as a Raider fan, would have loved to have somebody that's been developing behind Rich Gannon before he hurt his neck. Because then maybe with that squad that we had, we would have had a chance for maybe finishing up that year and maybe carrying it maybe 1 or 2 years. If the quarterback was right, maybe Al could have built around it. I mean, that's a whole different scenario.
Squad, though.
It was a hell of a squad, right?
Than what Green Bay has right now.
Well, what I'm saying is, but that's what I'm saying. Like they still have time to build around the future. So to have a guy like Jordan Love, if like, again, we're talking about Arnett and we're talking about what they feel the ability is of this quarterback, they have 2 years to get this guy ready. If Aaron Rodgers can't stay healthy or Aaron Rodgers finally hits that ceiling and he just can't do it, you got a guy in 2 years to even 3 years to carry this franchise forward. We know how important the quarterback is, right? Like I understand that, sometimes we get caught up as fans or even love of the game. We want to win every single year, and that's the motive. But sometimes you gotta sit back as a franchise and be like, hey, no matter what we do, are we gonna be that team this year, or can we invest to make sure that when Aaron Rodgers is done, as injury prone as he has been, that we have a replacement, because it's hard to find a quarterback. We as Raider fans, we all know how hard that is. Now, Ruse, I'm gonna let you chime in real quick, but I mean, I may be speaking out of turn, but it's easier for me to talk about someone else's problems than my own. But I don't know. What do you think, Ruse?
No, it's all good. Well, when you real quick about the whole Gannon thing, well, we had a guy that we wanted to groom. I mean, Gruden drafted.
We had a guy that we had to groom, but he wasn't groomable.
Round.
He wasn't groomable.
Well,
and
we don't know
Gruden
that.
wasn't. And Gruden wasn't there.
Out as his first.
And Gruden wasn't there, brother.
Well, yeah, but he drafted him, and when he finally did get a chance, he blew his knee out, and that was the end of his career, basically. But back to Aaron Rodgers. Bro, they went 13-3 last year, and then they get all the way to the championship game, and Aaron Rodgers looking out of his ear hole, like he doesn't have anybody that can get open. He doesn't have anybody that can block for him. I mean, I'm with TQ, man. Like this is a horrible pick. If I'm a Packers fan, I'm more mad than I am a Raider fan after that.
Oh damn!
After that pick.
Packers was too damn close. The Packers was too close to the Super Bowl this year, man. They was too close to the Super Bowl to pick this guy in the first round this year. They only a couple players away.
No, look it.
I don't know about that.
You can still get a receiver in this. You can still get. No, I agree with that. They're a couple players away. You can still get a receiver in the second round. That defense, Blake Martinez blew so many coverages. That's the main reason why they let him go. And they bring in Christian Kirksey, who fits the scheme better. Okay, there was injuries on that defensive line and in the secondary a little bit. To make no excuse about it. I'm making any excuses. And Brian Bulaga was a turnstile at that game at right tackle. He was playing injured. So they went and they got another tackle because Bulaga was getting get paid tremendously by the Chargers. But you have to keep this in mind about Green Bay. Since 2005, Green Bay has not drafted a skill position player in the first round. That's quarterback, running back, receiver, or tight end. Since Aaron Rodgers in 2005. Jordan Love is that guy they have. They obviously made the move and got him right now. It's not about just right now. They look at their board, and when you look at your value on your board, and if your top player is that quarterback and he's sitting right there, and you know New England, you know some teams on the back end that need quarterbacks will try to move up and get him, and you can get him by giving up just a 4th round pick, and he's going to be your future guy in a couple years. You make that decision to go do that, especially with
I tell you what, go ahead and do it.
There's not.
That's why you never win the Super Bowl. That's why you're never in the Super Bowl. That's why you never do anything. So go ahead, draft your quarterback in the first round when you got Aaron Rodgers sitting right there as your starter, like some idiots. Eat your cheese. Do your thing. Move on.
That right there is San Francisco squeeze. That's San Francisco squeeze talking. That's not Raider squeeze.
Hey, I want to bring up one point. I want to bring up one point right now. If the Packers wouldn't have drafted Jordan Love, squeeze. Yeah. So you're saying they should have went receiver?
I'm saying they should have got some kind of help. They have
some kind of help.
Anybody other than quarterback, you're saying?
Anybody other than quarterback.
But you even said that there's plenty of receivers they can get in the second round. The Green Bay Packers have one thing the Raiders don't have, a second round pick. So they can get that receiver in the second round. Right?
But what they don't, whoever they get, they could have got 2 players that could be on the field with Aaron Rodgers. That's my point. If you have Aaron Rodgers, you don't need this kid. Aaron Rodgers was what, 13-3 last year? What was you guys' record last year? Like the only problem Green Bay had last year was the 49ers. That's going to continue to be their problem. That's always been their problem.
There's the truth. There's the truth.
Their problem.
There's the truth right there.
Outside of that,
the Saints ain't their problem. The Saints
that's
ain't
a hell of a good damn.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers ain't going to be a problem this year.
That's what I'm saying. There you go.
Maybe so going forward, but I'm just saying so far, it's
the Chicago Bears.
The
Chicago Bears ain't going to rebound.
No, Green Bay's ass. It's just a thing that the Niners constantly do.
No.
Sorry, Farrell. I apologize to Farrell on that one. Go ahead,
guys,
Maya.
we're moving on from the Green Bay Packers subject because we stayed on that.
Good. About time.
Way too long. I agree.
The Baltimore Ravens picked Patrick Queen. I'm gonna let y'all argue about that one. Inside linebacker, LSU. Joe, I'm giving it to you.
I like Queen a lot. He's a dude. He's a dude. And they're looking at the Ravens when they take somebody and they take a linebacker, you got to take notice. They went and got Patrick Queen. He's a stud, absolute baller. For them to get him, put him in that defense, and I think I had him. Chris, I don't know if you're still with us. I think you are, but I think I had Queen going there in our mock draft. Because I say that he's just a guy that can get sideline to sideline in that defense. It makes a lot of sense. So for them to get Patrick Queen at that spot, Chris, it kind of fit with what I thought was going to happen right there.
Oh, yeah, like I said, man, the good front offices like the Ravens, Telesco with the Chargers, man, they just the players just fall into them, and to get Queen at 28, I mean that is an absolute steal. I think he's going to be a stud player. I think he's like 20 years old. I think he's probably one of the youngest players in the draft. He only started at the back half of the year, but when you saw them in the playoffs, they really tore it up with when they put Patrick Queen on that defense. So, I mean, the rich get richer with the Ravens.
Okay, I want to jump in real quick and say, because you said something that just stuck out to me right now. We've been talking about the Packers. We've been talking about the Raiders. We've been talking about all these teams. and you said good front offices like the Chargers and the Ravens. Now, I'll give you the Ravens because they made some good moves. They won 2 Super Bowls. But you tell me, how good is a front office that pick all these players that are expected to be picked and ranked by national media, right? That are picked. How many Super Bowls have the Chargers won with all these great picks and all this great front office moves? How many Super Bowls have they won?
Yeah, the problem with the Chargers is that their owner is one of the least wealthy owners.
Hey, that don't matter. The front office is picking the players.
Correct. But if you need to re-sign players and give them signing bonuses, if you don't have an owner that's willing to spend, it hinders you in able to re-sign guys.
Then it doesn't matter who you pick, right?
And as Raider fans, let's just look at recent history. They've been to the playoffs a lot more than we have. Whether they've won in the playoffs or not, at least they've gotten there. Well, we can't even say that. So, from a front office standpoint, and then you look at the Ravens, Ozzie Newsome's going to be not only a Hall of Fame player, but he's a Hall of Fame front office man. And now they have Eric DeCosta running the show, who's a disciple from Ozzie Newsome, and he's been killing it. So those are the kind of front offices that you want to have, with your team. And I think Mike Mayock coming last year proved in the draft that, okay, now we've got things going. Like, I think this is something where we can build on. While I'm not high on Arnett right now, I could be proven wrong 2-3 years down the road, and he could be a great pick. So, it's too early to tell. But again, it just seems like the teams that consistently win have these type of players just fall in their lap. And I think there's something to be said about that.
This kid Queen is par for the course for the Baltimore Ravens. It's like I was saying earlier, like there are certain teams that draft in a certain way. They have a certain philosophy. This kid is 100% a Ravens linebacker. He covers the field well. He's sideline to sideline. He's fast. He hits. And look how late they pick him up. Perfect player for their squad. They've been doing it for years. That's why they constantly end up
and here's the
close
thing
to the end
I'm
every
gonna
year.
Go back to that Charger point.
Did we lose you, Joe?
My bad. I'm a little delayed. Squeeze.
You
my
must
fault.
be on a delay.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Look.
Go ahead.
No, you got me. Yeah, I'm a little delayed. I think. My thing with the Charger point is this: the ownership gets in the way, big time, but also a lot of times they do just make stupid decisions, but not drafting players. How many guys leave and still go thrive in other places? They do a great job of adding talent. For whatever reason, they just can't get over the hump. Now that, and I think it's going to be the biggest obstacle for the Chargers going forward, which is them not being able to pay the players that they have because they have so much tied up in other people. And quite frankly, all the jokes that people make about Mark Davis, oh, he's cash, he don't have money, he's the poorest. They need to look down the road, down I-15 off the 110 and look at Dean Spanos. He's arguably the poorest owner in the NFL. He's pissed a lot of owners off and a lot of agents off. Telesco's done a really good job of drafting and evaluating talent. That's where the Chargers, for the last maybe decade plus, has separated themselves from the Raiders because they have drafted and evaluated talent better than the Raiders. Does that mean success by winning Super Bowls? No. To me, a successful season is just winning a Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, the Raiders haven't been there. I think they're just now there. I think they're the infantile or second-year stages of becoming that type of franchise under Mike Mayock and John Gruden. They hadn't been that in 10, 15 years prior. Like,
well, why is that, Joe?
Reality of it.
And just think about this for a second. How many of the Raiders' first-round draft picks have got a second contract out of the Raiders?
But why is that, Chris? Like, this is a new regime right now. We got a new regime right now. Remember that.
Right. But as fans, that's what we have to go off of. They haven't been able to earn that second contract, which means they have not hit.
Again, I'm going to base it off what Gruden and Mayock do moving forward. I'm not going to go off of Del Rio. I'm not going to go off McKenzie because they're long gone. They've weeded all that out. We're going to have to judge them off what they're doing now. Like we talk about the ownership of the Chargers meddling in. Jerry Jones used to do the same thing. And I'll be a Raider fan to first and foremost say Al Davis was up in everybody's ass. Nobody made a choice in that organization but Al Davis. And as he got older and senile, and I've said this and I've been on record to say it, Al Davis wasn't making the best decisions. Every time an owner steps in, it's part of the front office. You could say Chargers have a great front office, not if their management is butting their head in where it doesn't belong and not re-signing these football players. That's part of the front office. So you got to, Mark Davis had came out and flat out said, hey, I'm a business guy. I'm not really a football dude. I'm leaving it to my football guys. That's why he was pining for John Gruden for years. He didn't want McKenzie. He didn't want Kiffin. He didn't want any. What's the other cat? I'm missing his name because he's irrelevant.
But Mark Davis hired McKenzie.
Right. Well, because no, Mark Davis did not. It was more of that was already set in place. Guys like John Madden and Willie Brown and all advised him to bring in a guy like McKenzie and Ron Wolf as well. So they advised him. But once that all fell apart and he finally felt confident enough, he stepped up and said, and he was pining for John Gruden forever. Right? He's the one who brought in John Gruden. He flat out said, I'm not a football dude. I'm leaving the football to the football people. He doesn't butt in.
I'm not sure you want John Gruden making your personnel decisions, though. That's my
again, that's why you bring in Mayock.
We are going to stop the talk. Remember, we have a post show after this. So we're moving on to the 29th pick with the Titans. We pick Isaiah Wilson, offensive lineman from Georgia. Got you.
Thank you, Naya.
All right, Isaiah Wilson, offensive lineman from Georgia. You guys can discuss this more in depth. But we have a post show, so we can talk about more after.
I like Isaiah Wilson. I like a lot about his game. He's a big, strong, offensive lineman. He does a lot of things that make you think that he could be a very good tackle for a long time. I mean, 6'6", 350 pounds. They need help on the offensive line. They lost Conklin in free agency to, I think he went to the Lions, I believe. I forget which team, but
no, Conklin went to who did he go to? The Browns. Conklin went to the Browns.
The Browns, that's correct. That's right, the Browns. So what? Well, they lost.
Conklin went to the Browns.
But whatever the case is, they needed to get a right tackle, and he's a guy that fits the bill right there. And again, you got to keep Tannehill upright because without Tannehill, that team was in a lot of trouble last year with Mariota as their quarterback. And they need a guy that can open holes for Derrick Henry and allow Tannehill to get the ball out to A.J. Brown and to Chris Davis, who's going to be a free agent at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think with Isaiah Wilson, he's kind of green. He might need a little bit of development, so I'm not sure he's a plug-and-play starter right away. Worst case scenario, you can move him into guard, but he's a good developmental player that, and like Joe alluded to, they did lose Conklin, their right tackle this year, so they have a hole there that they need to fill.
What do you think, TQ? Be quiet.
This dude is huge, man.
Yeah,
he's like a giant, and he can get around pretty good. It's a good player. I think the Titans are really trying to redo their situation. So I think they got them a bookend with this dude, and he's like I say, he's huge. So we'll see what happens with him.
I think it's a pretty high level move by the Titans. They let Conklin go in free agency, don't have to pay him all that money, and pick up a young talented guy that hopefully they can plug and play and he can beat up on some people.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised they didn't.
I'm going to call it a night, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Ruse. Thank you for calling.
Thanks for joining us, man.
I appreciate you guys. I'm going to go ice my nuts. Get ready for tomorrow.
You and me both.
For real.
I was.
Hey, we appreciate you calling in, Ruse.
Speaking of the Titans, I was kind of in our little mock between Joe and I had them taking a running back because they have franchise tag Derrick Henry, and a running back of that type, it's a little bit scary to give him the type of money he's asking for with as many hits as he takes. So a little surprised they didn't go with one of those top running backs there.
Yeah, but it made sense that they built the trenches, though. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I want to say, moving off of Tennessee and the Dolphins, a name to watch. I don't know if he was drafted, but I have a guy down there that really liked another corner, and it's not Trayvon Diggs, Christian Fulton, or Jalen Johnson. It's Noah Igabin. I can't pronounce
from
his
Auburn.
last name, the Auburn corner.
Yeah, from Auburn.
Yeah, he's a guy to keep an eye on right here because he is a physical, raw corner, but man, his skill level is up here, and he's a former receiver coming in. He is a baller. I think if Miami takes him and they're trying to build that secondary, I mean, they're going to try to end up. He'll probably be a slot guy because they have two good corners on the outside. He fits a lot of needs for Miami.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's who they took. And then real quick, I know this is a bit off topic, but I just saw this on Twitter, and I thought you would enjoy this, Joe. But Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show, and he was asking about who the Packers should pick, and he says, "We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be kind of cool." And so, I mean, they did take a skill player,
They did.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
He's got to understand. He was that dude. He was Jordan Love. He was Jordan Love.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break.
It is what it is.
And when we get back, we're going to see who the Green Bay Packers pick at number 30.
No, they're not picking.
No, it's the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Dolphins?
Miami.
Sorry, I'm delayed. I'm super delayed.
That's cool.
I'm very delayed.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're back with the 30th pick, Miami Dolphins. And I'm sorry, I'm super delayed and I've missed about half of this, but the Miami Dolphins pick Noah if I'm saying it right, Igbenogany, okay, son of two Olympic caliber track athletes from Nigeria. And he's really, really quick. Tell me what y'all think.
I liked him. That's what I was talking about before he went to break. I like him a lot. And I know if anybody knows about him, honestly, it'll be Squeeze, because besides USC, he's a huge Auburn fan.
Yeah, man. Speed kills. The dude is fast. He's a beast. He's They grow them down there, man. They grow them down in Alabama. They just grow this kind of player. These dudes come hard from the beginning, from elementary school and Pop Warner. So I feel like I said earlier with the Dolphins that this was going to be a pivotal. This is going to be a pivotal draft for them with them and all of their picks. And I feel like they got some really good players in really good positions to build a cornerstone for what their team is going to be. War damn Eagle, baby.
What's interesting about the Dolphins, though, is they just paid Byron Jones a crazy amount, right, this offseason at corner. And then they already had who's the dude that they had that they're paying a lot of money to. So I think they have the highest paid duo at corner. And this guy's kind of an outside corner. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him and what his future is with the team.
I think he'll help them on special teams, though, first.
Jeff Gladney, that's a good pick by the Vikings.
Yeah, and Squeeze, like you talk about special teams, also in the slot. I mean, look, you're in a conference with Patrick Mahomes. Now you got Tyreek Hill. Now you got Henry Ruggs. You got Jerry Jeudy.
Right.
There's a bunch of receivers in the AFC. AJ Green's coming back.
Real talk.
Lamar Jackson. So they're going to be in a lot of sub packages. So that makes a lot of sense. And Nye, like with Gladney being picked in Minnesota right now, he's a guy, again, another corner that a lot of teams like, but an injury history. The guy was injured a lot, and a lot of teams are scared off by that because they haven't got a chance to really check out the medicals and get poking prod at them.
Yeah.
Do you believe Gladney would have went higher than this if it wasn't for that?
Nah, it's about the right spot for him.
About the spot, right?
He's actually a lot like Arnett, and I don't think it's a coincidence. You have Paul Gunther coming, that was taught under Mike Zimmer. They obviously like similar style corners. Jeff Gladney and Arnett are known for being, kind of like tough corners that aren't going to take shit on the outside. So pretty similar corners, to be honest.
All right, guys. So we have our last pick of the night. We have the Kansas City Chiefs at 32. Now, Chiefs are in the best position possible when it comes to the draft. They are bringing back 20 of 22 starters from their previous roster. TQ, tell me who do they need? What might they need to help strengthen them just a little bit more?
I mean, if I'm them, I'm going defense for sure. I think that offense is pretty set.
Corner.
I don't know though. I think they're going to definitely need corners now. I think the AFC West has made some moves today to try to close the gap a little bit. So they're gonna need some more secondary. I feel that's where they should go here. Maybe McKinney.
Nice, Chris. What you thinking?
Yeah, I think they need a new quarterback. To be honest, I think they should probably trade Mahomes. Maybe bring in like a Jake Fromm or someone like that. I don't know. No, but seriously, yeah, I think like TQ said, I think they need to. Yeah, Nick Eason. Yeah, whatever his name is. But no, I agree with TQ. I think they need to address their defense. Andy Reid he's got to be the best play caller in the NFL right now. And they have so many weapons on offense. And, with their defense, I think they could use help both at the linebacker position and at corner. So either one of those would be a smart pick. The only thing with the linebackers is the top three guys are gone right now. So It may make more sense to go corner here.
If they don't trade out, I'm looking at Diggs. I think Diggs fits what they want to do. And he doesn't have to come in right now. They have a couple guys there with Brashard Breeland and the other dude Williams or Fuller on the other side, or no, Fuller left. But they still have that need there. I think we went Diggs in our mock here as well, if I remember correctly. So, corner would be the right way to go. And look, hey, Jonathan Taylor and Swift are both there. There is a running back need offensively, and to give that offense another weapon. I mean, you get a big, powerful back like Jonathan Taylor out of Wisconsin who ran a 4.3 at the combine. You get a guy like that with that offense, with that firepower already. Good Lord, looking at a guy that could lead a league in rushing year one. So don't be surprised if they go that route either.
So I want to ask you guys a question, okay? Who is going to have the better offense, Chiefs or the Cardinals with Murray, Fitzgerald, and Hopkins?
I think it's still the Chiefs, because that's just a lot of speed, man. They got so much speed across the board, and that quarterback is just ridiculous. But for all of the shit that the Cardinals took last year for the moves that they made, look at them this year. It looked like they putting it together.
Yeah.
I'm they in the Niners division, so I see them twice a year. But they're not gonna be pushovers for long. Kyler Murray is a hell of a quarterback. That system that they play is once they plug it all the way up, that's gonna be a problem for some teams.
Yeah, I agree. How about you, Joe?
I think the Chiefs and it's for a different reason. The Chiefs, the play calling, Andy Reid in the red zone is very good, and Arizona isn't very good in the red zone. That comes down to their offense. And I know there's Nuke there with Nuke Hopkins and Fitzgerald and Christian Kirk and Keyshawn Johnson, who was one of my favorite receivers coming out last year. But, the running game, they got Kenyon Drake, but, was he a guy that just had that little flash before a payday, or is he the answer for them? Where Kansas City, you have everybody returning to offense. You have arguably the best tight end. You have one of the fastest dudes in the NFL. You have an outside receiver that took less money to redo his contract to come back and stay. It's a technician at wide receiver in Sammy Watkins. You have another speed guy that you have in the slot you drafted early last year. You have the running back who's not bad, but they could get better there. And then you got Patrick Mahomes, who right now is the best quarterback in the NFL. And it's just what it is. The guy's an MVP, a Super Bowl MVP. He's in year 3 or 4. I mean, and you have Andy Reid, who now has the monkey off his back and can coach free and loose. So I think it's the Chiefs' night.
You know what, man? Just taking it all in, right? You think about it. Like Murray, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Arguably should not have been over Josh Jacobs. However,
oh my God,
I'm not going to go there, right? But at the same time, he still owns a title, right? They brought in Hopkins.
I see that.
The rich get richer, man. I swear to God.
Right, and they do have Fitzgerald, but he's definitely on the back end of his career. But you guys remember that game we all used to play in elementary school called King of the Mountain?
Yeah.
Like you can't take that title until you throw that guy off, dude. Like the Chiefs have that title. They are the king of the mountain. I think the Cardinals are on the right track, but just because it's on paper don't mean nothing. Like Joe said, Andy Reid, his play calling, you got Mahomes, you got Tyreek Hill, you got Sammy Watkins that gets deep on you, you got Kelsey that just seems unstoppable at times. Like until somebody steps up and really knocks the Chiefs off that mountain, it's the Chiefs all day. They're the number one offense in the NFL.
Yeah. Yes, they are. And they're about to get a lot better.
Right?
Hell of a lot better.
Who did they get?
Squeeze, you're going to hate this.
Yeah. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They just announced it. Jeez. The running back out of LSU.
The running back from LSU.
Who is a 3-down running back.
There you go. There you go. Right.
He is a little tank.
Mic drop.
It's just it's not even fair. Smart teams make smart decisions.
I agree.
It's not fair.
Yeah, I agree.
Woman, that was a good question right there. That's a good segue, and you did it naturally. Good job.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. Are you fucking serious? God. Well, I'll tell you this much.
Oh.
I will say this though. Well, so far, the defense didn't get no better.
No.
True.
The defense didn't get no better. So
honestly,
and I believe that the rest of the AFC West all got weapons today, significant weapons today.
True.
So,
well, with that said, Squeeze, do you feel now that it was the right move for the Raiders to pick a guy like Ruggs with number 12, considering that one thing that you need to do to compete with the Chiefs is compete with him offensively and make it a shootout? So do you feel like that makes it a little bit better for you at this point?
Hell no. Don't make it no better.
I guess not.
Shit.
All right, guys, we're gonna another break. Okay, round 1 is officially over, but we're gonna have a post show. It's gonna be about for an hour long. You guys can call in at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. You can call. It's gonna be all about Raider talk and all the trades and picks that we've seen today. Stay with us.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
All right, guys. So day 1, round 1 is officially over. Okay, we've seen a lot of good talent exit the draft, but we still have a lot of good talent to see within the next few rounds. So, Chris, tell me something that you were surprised besides maybe the Raiders, because we've all at least most of us pretty much disagree with the 19th pick. You can touch on the Raiders, but tell me overall what are some things that kind of sparked your interest?
Yeah, I think you have to look within your division first. So the Chargers getting Justin Herbert, and then they traded up and I forget who they picked, but it was a pretty solid pick. But and then the Broncos got better with Jerry Jeudy. And then there's a ton of good players still available in the second round. While the Raiders don't have a second round pick right now, maybe they have 3 third round picks, so maybe they look to trade up. I mean, there's Eudor Gross-Matos, Xavier McKinney, AJ Espinosa, DeAndre Swift, T. Higgins, Antoine Winfield, who's my favorite safety. Just a ton of good dudes that are still available. So, and then the rich get richer, and the Chiefs, that running back out of LSU, he's going to be a great fit in that offense.
How about you, Knight?
Yeah, I would. You know what? I like. Yeah, go ahead, Knight, because I'm about to answer this text. Go ahead.
I was like, man,
sorry, I'm delayed, guys. So
that automatically gives you the Janikowski title. All right. That's me saving grace. No, man, I
won 64% to 36. You won, by the way.
I'm blaming that all on my brother, by the way. So at the end of the day, he's the 44%. Anyway, I agree with Chris for the most part. I mean, you have to look inside your division because you have to win your division first. And honestly, I mean, we can make the argument about San Diego getting Herbert. We can make the argument about them getting, as well as Chris, I forget their second pick, but Jerry Jeudy to the Denver Broncos. I think that's an upgrade, and the Chiefs landing a solid running back the way that we did last year with Josh Jacobs. I think that makes them more of a threat. So it can make the argument that we should have went defensive line there, or even added more to the linebacker situation over Arnett. But at the end of the day, I really feel like guys like Mayock and Gruden get paid for a reason, and I just got to keep my faith.
All right, how about you, Joe?
Look, you know, I like what the Dolphins did. You know, to be honest with you, the cornerback pick, the last pick, kind of is a head scratcher. But you know what? They tanked for Tua last year, and they got him at pick 5. You know, and then they come back with their next pick again. You know, to get him. I like that. I actually like what the Raiders did, and I know Arnett is up in the air, but if you look at it, if he's Gladney and they're the same type of player, except he's healthy, you have to like that as well. And I hate to say, I like what the Niners did. To get the guy to get the D lineman and come back and get the receiver. The Cowboys did a hell of a job getting CeeDee Lamb at that spot. I like what Green Bay did, honestly, with Jordan Love. And so there's some winners. I don't think there's any losers right now because, I mean, these guys are all first round picks, and you never know whether or not a guy is going to end up being a bust. That's still up in there. The guys haven't played a game yet. Haven't even, got to the facilities or got their jersey on or got even their playbooks. So at this point, I like those are the teams that I like. Squeeze, what about you? Who stands out?
I definitely like what the Niners did. Like what the Ravens did. I think that those teams have a formula for how to draft that they pretty much follow. I think if the Steelers would have been in it and the Patriots, they kind of follow. Those teams kind of follow away, and they draft in a real smart way. As far as the Raiders go, I mean, I wanted us to spend this draft on defense. I really wanted us to either trade up or trade out. That being said, I'm gonna save my reservations for Arnett. I can't even say that I have reservations for Arnett because I don't know the player. I'm gonna look at some tape tonight and tomorrow and just try to figure out who he is. But as far as Ruggs goes, if it had to be one of the 3 that everybody is just so all world, then that would have been the one I want because speed kills. Speed kills. And in our particular division, we need to be able to score. We need to be able to stretch the field. And he's the fastest player in the league. He's the player that's going to be able to do that. And he catches the ball. Ruggs catches the ball. So that's a good thing also. I think that's kind of underrated about him. Not necessarily underrated, but you talk about his speed so much that you forget that he got a set of hands too.
All right, guys. So I want to introduce our Coach Bo, who's a professional analyst. I want to get his opinion on this. What do you think?
I gotta agree with TQ. I love what the Niners did. I think John Lynch is a genius. So I got him looking over my shoulder right here. Also the Patriots did what the Patriots do. They traded out of the first round to get more picks. It's the classic Bill Belichick. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the next couple of days because, they don't have that security blanket of Tom Brady anymore. He's gone. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with these picks going forward. As of today, I love the Cowboys CeeDee Lamb pick. I think everyone that needed an offensive lineman went out and got him. It was a very solid draft, and it went a lot smoother than I was expecting. I thought there would be a lot more technical difficulties than there were. So it's interesting how it's gone. I will reiterate, if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm terrified that Jerry Jones is by himself in his basement with a laptop right
now. Boy, your mama gonna kill you. I'm telling you, your mama gonna kill you.
My mom is waiting for Jerry Jones to die. She said that. She's waiting. The Cowboys won't be good till Jerry Jones is gone.
That sounds familiar, yo. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, right? And she forgets his son is fucking waiting in line, man.
Sounds even more familiar.
Right?
Yeah.
Jerry Jones' son got a better haircut though.
There it is.
All right, guys. So since we are a Raiders show, okay, and we are pretty much covering the Raiders, I want to really dissect their picks. Okay, I want to dissect your guys' opinions on them, especially this number 19 pick, because honestly, not one of us could have even picked that player. We were going something completely different. So, Joe, give me what you got on this.
On Arnett?
Yeah, because you're the most knowledgeable on Arnett.
Or on Ruggs? Which one? I'm sorry.
I don't know both. Give me what you got.
You know, Arnett. No, I just didn't hear you. Arnett is a guy that I had going early second round. So it was a little early from my projection, and I think a lot of other people. But Tom Pelissaro from the NFL Network had him going in round one. He heard from people. But all things being equal, you know, he's a guy that is physical. He's tough. He like I think Chris brought up. He hasn't given up a touchdown all last season. He's also a guy that is just solid, not spectacular. He's not that guy that is gonna wow you in certain drills. He just goes out there as a 3-year starter and just balls out. And is steady and again a culture guy. I think that's another thing. It's a culture guy. Played last year with a broken wrist. I mean, how many corners do that? I mean, nowadays corners get a broken fingernail and they want to come out the game and they're going to be on IR for a couple, you know, for half the season or whatever the case may be. So for them to get a guy that's tough, that's physical, that's not afraid of contact and doesn't shy away from it, and a guy that's going to make plays for him and can play inside at the slot or even outside if need be. I think it's good value. It's a good pick for the Raiders value wise. It may look bad because a lot of people projected him to go in the second round at the earliest. But you talk to teammates around Ohio State, including Okuda, who asked Mel Kiper and Todd McShay last week, why is Arnett a first round guy? And at that time, Kiper said he has him on the back end of the first round. So it just depends on what your taste. And at the end of the day, you know, and I, you know, you got guys like me, Chris, Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah. You got some guys that do this for a living. That don't talk about a prospect and fans become unfamiliar with him or aren't sure who they are. And then all of a sudden when they get picked, they're not the guy. They're not happy because they're based everything off our draft boards or somebody else's draft board versus what the actual guy's getting paid to do for a living to have where they have them on their draft board. So I think, Knight, you know, you talked about it earlier, and I'm glad you brought it up, Knight, right at this point, because when you're talking about, you know, that was an old regime with with you know everything prior to Mark Davis and even Reggie McKenzie and those picks. If you're taking and in the difference between the Chargers and the Raiders in that conversation we had during the latter part of the draft, you have to take that same approach with the Arnett pick. For in all honesty, you can't hold the sins of past GMs and coaches and even Al Davis, God rest his soul, and the guys he drafted, and then and put those same sins on a guy like Arnett, who a lot of people like you know, maybe you, I mean, all of us were kind of shocked by the pick, but are like, oh damn, they picked him. Like that's not the guy I expected because this guy is supposed to be rated higher. So you kind of got to trust Mayock at this point.
All I really can do is trust him, to be honest. Because like I say, I don't know the player. I wouldn't have guessed in a million years if that's who they would have picked right there. But I do know Ruggs. I know what Ruggs brings to the table. I think Raider Nation overwhelmingly wanted a receiver more so than anything else. So I think that, you know, I haven't been on Twitter or anything, but I think the fan base will be pretty happy with the first pick. They probably having a fit about Arnett, and that's probably for the same reason though. Like I just don't believe people know the guy. He's playing on the other side of the best cornerback in the game, so you know he's playing in some shadows. But if Verb, you say Okuda asked who why he wasn't in the first round?
He was on he was on NFL Live and and Mel Kiper was on and on NFL Live leading up to the draft. They allowed the prospects to ask the question. He goes, look, I want to know why, you know, my teammate Arnett isn't projected as a first round guy. He's as good as anybody in this draft that's going to be taken in the first round. And Kiper goes, look, I love his game. I love everything about him. It's just a deep draft that, you know, I have him going late first round, early second round. So he's right there. So it's still in that same thing. It's just because it's 19, it looks bad. If they let's just say hypothetically, Knight, I see you going crazy up there. If let's just say hypothetically they just pulled off a trade with Minnesota, and at 25 they took him. Would it be that big of a deal at 25, or is it because it's just at 19 and still got teen at the end of the pick?
I said it earlier. It's Cleveland Farrell 2.0, and I don't know much about Arnett, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm you or Chris. We all have our roles here, and the way that I've always covered the draft personally myself is I've always looked at the Raiders as a position, and I've had it marked early on. I had it marked at wide receiver and linebacker. After free agency, I've always had it at wide receiver, cornerback, and that's exactly what they did. Now, when it comes to Arnett, I mean, I could talk on Ruggs all day, but I think the consensus is going to be the same, that everybody likes the fact that he runs a 4.2, he hasn't dropped a pass, he's a playmaker, so we're good with that. But just talking about Arnett in general, like something that, because I don't know a lot about him, just hearing you speak and hearing you talk about how even a guy like Mel Kiper, who's been doing this for years as well, says he's a late first round, early second, right? It just brings me back to that point where you have to trust in your scouting department. You have to trust in your general manager. And beyond that, you have to trust in your position coaches, in your defensive coach, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if he was projected as a late first round, early second round pick, and you're sitting there at 19 and you look at the board and you say, you know what, maybe I would have went Terrell, but he's not there. And this is my second guy on the board because I believe that this guy gives us the best opportunity to round our defense out at what we're trying to do. It doesn't matter if the pick is 19, 24, 25, 32, or in the second round, you get that pick because you believe in that player for whatever reason that they believe in that player. So hearing that he was projected possibly late first round, early second round makes me feel a lot more comfortable at the pick. Is it very unsettling that once again we have to talk about how maybe we picked him at 19 when he was more, we could have got him later? But at the end of the day, if nobody's offering us what we deserve for the 19th overall pick, why trade back? You can't trade back unless you have a trade partner.
Let me ask you this though, Knight. So, like you started off, you said he's Cleveland Farrell all over again. How do you feel about him?
In the eyes of the fans. In the eyes of the fans.
Okay.
From a fan perspective.
Okay, but how are you? What is our perspective on Cleveland Farrell right now?
Well, I know what my perspective is, right? I mean, he's a solid football player. I mean, a lot of people want to put the tag of Khalil Mack on Cleveland Farrell, like he has to be the heir apparent to Khalil Mack because we made this trade and whatnot. No, I'm looking for solid football players. I'm the type squeeze that always said that there's 11 people on defense. Okay, you don't need to go out and get that one guy. No one guy ever dominates a whole defense. Cleveland Farrell is a piece. He's a solid piece. He's a guy who played inside a lot last year, right? We've heard the stories of what you saw on the sidelines after the last game in Oakland. There's a lot to be said about leadership and locker room presence. Cleveland Farrell is that guy. He started to really come on strong. I think he's a guy that in the second year is going to make a lot of steps forward. And I think they're going to put him in a position to make plays, whether that's inside or outside. Maybe they decide to play him more inside because he did well there last year. Maybe they move him to the outside, because now he could play at the position they draft him to be. At the end of the day, there's still a lot of people on the fence with Cleveland Farrell, but I will say, it might not be the sexiest pick, but it was a solid pick. I'll take 11 solid players over one dominant player all day, every day.
If Arnett gives us what Farrell gave us this year, and what
it's a good pick,
and it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
At the end of the day, you got to pick the guy that you feel comfortable with. What's that?
What you say?
That depends on who you ask. Because ask Chris. It depends on who you ask. Because ask Chris how he feels about Cleveland Farrell.
Okay, I know that. So, and we've had this argument before. Go ahead, Chris. Tell us what you think.
But I'm saying, but Squeeze hasn't heard it yet. So
right, and when you earn the right to pick fourth overall, right, you're looking for more than just a solid player.
Not necessarily.
No, not if you got a 10-year contract.
Who's got a 10-year contract?
John Gruden.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, but I mean, you're picking fourth overall. You want someone that's going to be a game changer. You don't want just some solid dude that's going to, support in the run, get you a couple sacks. Like you want somebody that's going to be a game changer on defense. I
Hey,
mean,
Chris, I don't mean to interrupt you, Chris, but he had more sacks than Khalil Mack did in his first year.
okay, but if anybody looks at the game film and watches it, they're two totally different players.
But
Right
again,
now.
one dominant player doesn't make the whole defense.
No, it doesn't. But I mean, you're picking fourth overall for a reason. It's because you sucked. So you want to
True.
pick a player that's gonna come in and and change your defense.
I think they drafted Farrell where they drafted him at to come in and be a captain for the
And
Raiders
I get that, but I
for
mean,
years
Jesus,
and years
like
to come.
you don't have to do that at 4 overall. I mean, you could have locker room leaders throughout your roster. Your 52nd guy could be a locker room guy, but when you're picking fourth overall, you want someone that's going to be a game changer. Whether it's offense or defense. And you saw how the draft shook out. There's quite a few players that outproduced him, albeit just the first year. Um, and he leaves a lot to be desired right now, and we'll see how it shakes out. It's only 1 year.
I think this though. I think there is a tad bit of revisionist history with Mac, considering he took that jump to second and really that third year. And the reality is, and I'm not shitting on Khalil Mack at all, okay? In Raider Nation, I'm not going to sit here and rehash Mack and what happened and how he turned down $22 million guaranteed in the Raiders offer. And talking with Squeeze, we were driving. We were in LA when it happened. And I was on the phone with him, telling him blow for blow what was going on. The reality is, Khalil Mack, and I've seen this the last 2 years in Chicago in particular. He does it against bad teams. He puts up huge numbers against bad teams or only for a quick second. There's not a consistency with him. At the end of the year, some of the numbers are consistent, but game to game, it's not consistent. And I think what the Raiders want to find is a consistency and a locker room guy, a guy that changes the culture. Because quite frankly, the culture needed to be just completely overhauled and changed. And that's exactly what they did. They went in, they cleaned house, they changed culture, they got rid of certain guys that were me guys or not team guys, or really, quite frankly, were there just to get a paycheck and weren't trying to win ball games. That they're concerned about other things versus winning football games. The Raiders got rid of those guys and brought in guys that, to them, winning Super Bowls and championships mean the most. And if you have a guy that is the 52nd or 53rd guy, they're not team guys that are the 10th and 9th and 8th guys, not going to listen to him on that team. But a guy that's the 4th overall pick, that is your first pick as a general manager of your regime that you brought in, they're going to listen to him because he carries weight. And you bring in guys that he played with, that's seen him before in the locker room, that's been in battle with him, that carries weight. And at the end of the day, Squeeze, you were there at that final game in Oakland. You seen what he did to stop a riot. That's what you paying him for, because that production is going to come on the field based off of his work ethic and what you've seen in his past.
If I'm not mistaken, for those championship Clemson teams, wasn't he a defensive captain?
Yes, he was, but he was surrounded by a ton of talent.
Right, but he was the defensive captain. Why was he the defensive captain? He was the captain for a reason. And I'm telling you, I remember that draft. If you go back, it was so many of those Clemson players were taken in that draft and the year before. He was in all of their stats. All of their highlights. Every time you saw a highlight of a Clemson player that was picked on defense, you saw 99 in the backfield with him. Whether he was making the sack or on the pressure, the dude stayed in the backfield. He's got something. I think that he was he had a serviceable season. If this guy Arnett gives us a season like that, then I don't think nobody can have a problem with the pick.
But again, that kind of makes my point when it comes to one player don't make a defense. So, that year, that last year that Farrell was at Clemson, like, what was Clemson known for?
What? The last year that he was there?
Defense.
Yep.
Defensive line.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we make the argument that it wasn't just the Cleveland Farrell show. There was a lot of pieces to that puzzle, correct?
Right.
So Cleveland Farrell is that one piece, right? I'm not drafting Cleveland Farrell to be the answer to our defense. I'm drafting Cleveland Farrell to be a very solid piece, one piece of 11 on that side of the football. Like a lot of the times we get caught up in the hype of who's the best player. Like I mean, just in this draft, we wanted the Raiders to jump up and go get Isaiah Simmons because we felt like, dude, that guy was going to change everything. And I agree that he would, but Isaiah Simmons ain't going to do it by himself. Isaiah Simmons along Kwiatkowski, Littleton, Farrell, Crosby, yada, 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 makes that whole defense something to look out for. But Isaiah Simmons by himself is not as attractive as Isaiah Simmons around a whole bunch of players. And a guy like Khalil Mack went to a situation where they drafted a Roquan Smith and they had other pieces to the puzzle, and Khalil Mack is still just Khalil Mack. And I'm not knocking Khalil Mack. By all means, I would have loved to keep Khalil Mack. But at the end of the day, I think what I saw from Cleveland Farrell was enough to say, man, if we draft correctly and put all the other pieces around that piece, like a Malik Collins, a Max Crosby, Maurice Hurst, even if it's just on 3rd and 4th down, that is a starting piece. And then you add Kwiatkowski, you add Mullen, you add Littleton, you add Abram a full season. We're starting to add more pieces, and it's not just about Cleveland Farrell, it's about the Raider defense, and that's my point.
All right, Nate. So we have 3 picks in the 3rd round. Who do you think? What are some more pieces that we need to add? Since you're talking about pieces.
Well, from a position standpoint, now that we went and got the cornerback, we got the wide receiver. I'm not done on offense, to be honest with you, but I think defense is the greater need. I think right now we need to add depth at the defensive end position, number one. Yes. I think we also have to look at defensive tackle, right? But I think when I look at everything across the board, I really want to add more depth even to that linebacker core, especially on the strong side, nickel package primarily. But I wouldn't be hesitant with 3 third-round picks to go and find the answer behind Josh Jacobs. Not an all-around 4-down back, but some big bruising, like Jerome Bettis type running back that you could throw down there on 3rd and short, 4th and goal, and really make a difference. I mean, because that's underrated in this league.
Bo, I want to hear your opinion.
Take your mic off mute, or I got it. Hold on.
Got it. Sorry.
There you go.
I haven't followed the Raiders too closely, to be honest with you guys. Be interesting to see what they do. I do think they do need more defense. I think they're pretty solid offensively as it goes. Derek Carr in this offense is going to be interesting to see how he develops and see what kind of pressure Mariota puts on him. I know there were rumors that they might try and go get Jordan Love or someone like that. That's obviously done with, but the Raiders, I do think, need to just beef up that defense to try and compete in that division with as much offense as it develops.
How about
Joe had
Yeah, I think if you look at it, we just need playmakers. And going back to our conversation before, the problem is right now with the way that our team is set up is we have a bunch of solid players, right? We don't have a bunch of, just stud. Like we need a couple studs on both sides that are game changers, that could change the game on defense and offense. And I think anywhere you can find those that's what we're looking for. We're looking for stars right now.
I would say, especially on the defensive side of the ball, I'm gonna name a name. In that 3rd round, go get Willie Gay Jr. Go get Chip Gay out of Mississippi State. Put him at outside linebacker. That is a playmaker right there, and that's a guy that can play special teams. And if something happens with Kwiatkowski or Littleton, that guy could fill inside or outside, fill in either spot. Maybe go get a Van Jefferson in the 3rd round, another receiver that could play on the outside that allow you to move Ruggs around a little bit and give you another weapon on the offensive side of the ball. And even a Raekwon Davis out of out of Alabama,
Alabama.
the big defensive tackle. You get some more depth on that defensive line because Russ Blacklock's not going to be there in the third round. But if he's there in the third round, that's my pick at 80 or 81, along with Willie Gay, and then go get a receiver or a Chase Claypool, a big. If you want somebody that's going to make plays in a Darren Waller 2.0, this guy is 6'4", 6'5", 238 pounds, but ran a 4.41. He's a massive individual that's a freak athlete. You get someone like that, now you're cooking with some fish grease right there, because things could get hot for that offense real quick. Cause that's a matchup problem across the board. Big Tyrell on one side, Ruggs, then you got the little slot receiver in Renfro, and then like a Chase Claypool on the outside. Good luck matching up anywhere against that offense.
Verb, you've been speaking of a player in all of your mocks later on in the draft. Anthony Jennings from Alabama.
Love him.
That kid is a beast. He's depth. He's depth for the Raiders at the linebacker position. And I think he'll be there wherever we want him. But I know from word on the street, he's a beast. He is a real beast. Sometimes, you get in a situation where you like we were saying earlier, you rub the wrong way, one coach one way and one coach another. It's not a happy situation playing for Alabama. It's not a happy situation being a Patriot. You'll win Super Bowls. You're not gonna be happy until the season is over. During the season, a lot of guys are miserable in those type of systems, right? Those are winning systems, but some guys, they just don't work with their personality. I think he's one of those guys. I think he's a Raider. I think he's a Gruden grinder, Mayock type guy. And I hope they grab him.
I love him. He's a freak. He's absolute freak. Can play. He stood up as an outside linebacker for Alabama, and you can put his hand in the dirt in a 4-3 and pin his ears back and let him go. And you're right, Squeeze. And if anybody knows anybody on this panel knows anything about Alabama, it's going to be Squeeze and what happens inside, of Nick Saban's program. And at the end of the day, Anthony Jennings is a guy that there's a little medical issue with him that some teams are kind of scared off because he's had some medical things. But third, fourth round, he should be there. That's the guy that you go up and grab because he's got some real juice in his game.
A question: What happened with what's number 24 for Alabama? He had a medical issue.
Terrell Lewis.
Yeah. What happened? What's up?
Yeah, a lot of teams, over half the league, failed him on the physical.
Really?
Yeah.
What's wrong? What's wrong with him?
I don't know. At Alabama, he's been injured like his entire career, and that's the only reason he's not a first-round pick. Because if you just look off his physical traits, he's a beast.
Man, that dude is good.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know he had nothing serious. I thought it was just like a little nagging.
Yeah, over half the league failed him on the physical.
Wow, that's too bad.
All right, guys, what do you guys see for this upcoming season? Because we have some people that say, is it a sinking ship for the Raiders, ? Or are we going to make it to the playoffs?
A sinking ship?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Goodness.
Who's saying that?
Ship.
I can't see that at all. I think the Raiders are definitely on the up and up. And I don't think that we've seen the best part of our draft yet. We've seen the early part of the draft, but where this regime has done work is, the next couple of days. So I think we still got some places to fill. I think we're gonna get some depth on this team, which we haven't had. And then I'm always hanging on to the fact that we had a lot of injuries this year, a lot of nagging injuries that guys even played through. And that's kind of a catch-22 when you play through injury, because you're playing but you're not out there at 100%, and the rest of the league and the pundits and the talking heads, they're judging you off of what they're seeing every week. So sometimes you have to ask yourself, is it even better for you to just sit down and not play? You know what I'm saying? Point is, a lot of them guys are going to be there every game this year. Renfro is open every third down. It would have been nice to have him in a couple of those losses. That would have landed one more win, would have landed us into the playoffs. 2 wins, we in the playoffs. So I definitely think that the Raiders are on the up and up. I think that last year's draft was the foundation. You add to it this year. I think Gruden and Mayock have a plan. They moving into the perfect city. They moving into a hell of a building. It's great to be a Raider right now. I don't know what everybody's problem is. I really don't. I think we got a hell of a quarterback. We got a hell of a uniform. We look great. We sexy. I mean, I don't understand it. I feel good about the Raiders.
We're scarred.
Come on, man.
You
got to cheer up.
The Raiders have a lot of good players that they weren't able to be intrigued by last year because they got hurt. Like Trayvon Mullen, Isaiah Johnson, who is a former wide receiver and has great skill set. Keyshawn Nixon, Dylan Maven. It's a ton of good players. The 4 to 5 corners that are so talented that are now they're gonna bring it this upcoming season. I think that the Raiders personally are gonna kill it, but for some reason Raiders always have haters, and I don't know why. So that's my opinion on it.
We got them haters, but then you got them fans like Chris, right? Been losing for so long that they just sad and they just
like my man Dave Chappelle. I just keeps it real, man. When keeping it real goes wrong.
You know what? I don't think the Raiders are a sinking ship at all. To be honest with you, I think the Raiders are in a really, really good position actually, and in some ways you got to just cleanse the soul. The soul has to be cleansed, and I think that's what's happening right now with the move to Vegas and getting rid of some dead weight and guys that really, if you ask some people that just don't deserve to wear the silver and black, you get rid of some of the dead weight and you bring in guys that want to be there. Every team has problems, and I think the Raiders are they're trending upward, and there's some teams that have been very good for a long time that's actually trending the other way, and they're going to meet at some point, and the Raiders are going to pass them. It's just the nature of the NFL.
Well, let's just take a look at it from the perspective of what was the biggest knock on offense last year. But outside of it, I don't want to talk about Derek Carr because
no speed.
People don't know what they're talking about, right? No speed. So what do we get? Speed. We got the fastest dude in the draft, dude, right? Yeah, we got that outside threat, right? He's gonna open up, like Chris well said in his first appearance on live broadcast, about how he's gonna open up the fields for Josh Jacobs to do what he does. So that's even outside of what Derek Carr can do. I mean, that's just Ruggs open up Josh Jacobs, right? Who was obviously one of the most dominating offensive players in the league, especially for our football team. So that problem solved. We got players like Renfro, we got Waller, we got Williams who was going through injury. We have an offense. Now, from a defensive standpoint, we had the wrong defense on the field. Now, I liked what Burfict brought. Right, and I know that he got suspended, and that really hurt our team from a run standpoint. But we were still struggling coveraging from the middle of the field. So what did we do? We went out and got Kwiatkowski. We went and got one of the best cover linebackers in the league in Littleton. Right, we did address our defensive end situation with Nassib. Now, regardless of if he's a situational pass rusher or not, we also got Arden Key, who might really benefit from a guy like Ron Marinelli being on the coaching staff. We got Cleveland Farrell that hopefully will be playing outside. We had Malik Collins. Like, I could keep going on and on. Is this a sinking ship? No, I think a lot of the problems that we saw last year were definitely addressed and covered. And I like what Nye said about, having Isaiah Johnson and having Keyshawn Nixon and adding players that are going to actually, like, this team is on the up. This team is on the up. Does that mean that we're going to be a dominant playoff team next year? Not necessarily, but are we headed in the right direction? Yeah, this is far from a sinking ship. This is a team that, if everything lines up right and they're coached right and it's well played, and look, we're only talking first round of the 2020 draft, man. We got 3 third-round picks and beyond. I think there's going to be players that are going to be added, that are going to be difference makers, that are going to be depth pieces, rotational pieces. I'm getting more and more excited, even with the uncertainty of certain players being drafted at certain spots. I'm really on the more up and up that this team has the chance to really make an explosion, especially in adding a playoff team to the equation. I think we have an opportunity here.
Yeah, and this is not a sinking ship
by far,
but I'm not sure it's a playoff team yet either. The Raiders are a really young team, and when you have a really young team, you have a lot of unproven players, right? So while there's the potential to be a really great team, you have to see how these young guys grow and develop. And if they do, like how we hope, then the future looks really bright. But if we're talking playoffs, you have to first look at your division. And I mean, we're going to have to deal with the Chiefs for the next, 8 to 10 years, dominating. And the Chargers roster wise, if you just look on paper, is a better roster than the Raiders have. And the Broncos are not a bad roster, and they're improving. So while there is one more team that's going to get in the playoffs this year, so we're expanding from 6 to 7, the Raiders could be on the outside looking in when it's all said and done, just because of their youth and inexperience.
Look, this is something has nothing to do with any of this, and I don't know if anybody's seen it. Chris, you probably did during the draft, but Dak Prescott's 31-year-old brother passed away today.
Yeah, I saw that.
So,
What?
yeah.
Wow.
So I'm not sure which one that is in the commercial.
Wow.
But yeah, that happened, and
I don't think they stated how.
No, they didn't. And for someone like Dak, who lost his mother to cancer going into his senior year or right after his senior year at Mississippi State, I just want to send the franchise's thoughts and prayers out to him and his entire family.
Absolutely.
That 31 is way too young. Honestly,
way too young.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere he was the middle brother of them all. He was older than Dak.
That's horrible.
Sad,
So, yeah. So I mean, as much as we're celebrating and everything, real life is still happening. Still happening and going around. So, but just to put a cap on the sinking ship, Nye. A sinking ship is what the Cleveland Browns had been for so long, and what the Cincinnati Bengals had been for so long, and really what the Detroit Lions are. That's a sinking ship compared to, and even what the Raiders were for a long time. If we're going to be honest and call a spade, let's do it.
Jaguars are a sinking ship.
Exactly.
I was going to say
but
that
then
too.
you have a team like the Raiders, and even the Miami Dolphins right now. Those are teams that they're trending upward. And then you have a team like Bo's Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which they're all in. And I think the LA Chargers are the same and are in the same boat. They're going all in right now. Buffalo Bills, another one. They're going all in right now. So, I mean, there's different levels of it, but the Raiders are by no means a sinking ship.
But when you talk about young players, right? Young players on this football team, they say that the biggest jump in your NFL career comes from the first year to the second year. And a lot of these guys that we had last year, they played a lot. They had a lot. They not only did they play a lot, they made a lot of contributions. So I think that's something else to take in consideration that's trending upward, whether you're Faroe or on the defensive side of the ball, even guys like Clelin Ferrell, Max Crosby, Mullen. These guys got a lot of playing time, which they probably wouldn't have had if we would have stuck to the players that we had at the beginning of the season. So, after the first round and adding the pieces that we do, I mean, and again, that goes to the whole sinking ship conversation. We're going up. We're not going down.
So I know you mentioned something about the Bucs, and I have no idea what I missed earlier with my technical difficulties, but this is more for me to know your guys' opinion. How do you guys think, switching off of Raiders subject, how do you guys think that Bill Belichick will do without Tom Brady? And how do you think the Bucs are going to do and succeed as a team now with Gronkowski and Tom Brady, who are both older?
I'm looking at Bo.
Well, the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl at their home stadium this year. I just don't see how it doesn't happen. You have the greatest quarterback that's ever lived. You have the greatest tight end that's ever played. You got Mike Evans. You got Chris Godwin. The Bucs are going to go get a solid running back in the second round. Todd Bowles took their defense from 32nd in the league to 5th with an undrafted rookie who led the league in sacks. Their linebacking core is solid. They got to go get a couple pieces in the secondary, and it's on.
But we're not into narcotics here at the franchise.
And neither am I, bro. And neither am I. Let's go.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure.
Do you think that's even true to help them get out of their playoff slump since 2007? You think that they're automatically going to have that big of an impact?
Yeah, I think Tom Brady comes in and changes everything. Tom Brady is the consummate professional at quarterback. He is what you want as a quarterback. All he's ever done is win since he's played. Even with the Patriots, they didn't never had that great a talent. They would have a good defense every now and then, which would carry him. He had Randy Moss for the couple years, but that didn't even get him a Super Bowl. He comes in with the Bruce Arians. Him and Bruce Arians are going to kind of co-write the offense. Let's be real. But with what Bruce Arians does, with what Tom Brady does, you got Gronk, you got Chris Godwin, you got Mike Evans. There's a plethora of talent on the offense alone. Todd Bowles running the defense with an incredible linebacking core, all right, with Shaq Barrett, Devin White, Levante David. They just need to clean up their stuff in the secondary, and they're going to be nasty. And you're going to see them all over national television as Tom Brady is playing on the offense.
You're going to see them all over national television with Michael Thomas and damn Julio Jones catching for 250 yards apiece 2 times a year.
I said they got to fix the secondary. Hey, Mike and Julio can have the 200. I'll give my Mike and Godwin and Gronk 150 apiece with a touchdown across the board. How about that?
Dang,
it sounds good.
Hey, look, the reality.
Gronk had a year off. To recuperate.
That could be good and bad, and he also tried to get a WWE career too.
He's still the champion. Actually, he is still a WWE champion.
Oh Jesus! Look,
oh my goodness!
Look, here's the
thing. My team just wins now. All they do is win now. They've sucked for so long since they beat.
And all of a sudden, you're yeah, wow.
Your quarterback and me we the same age. Do you understand this?
And you understand what I just said? Method. You're not on the TB12 method. You don't eat avocado ice cream. That's why he's still playing.
Snap, dude.
No, he's on the TQ. He's on the TQ method. He don't eat no pork or no beef.
Hey, Bo. All I have to say, dude, is like when it comes to the NFC South, man, you guys have definitely made a big, huge upgrade. I still say right now, you guys are the best in that division. However, there's one enemy that's on Tampa Bay that you haven't talked about. That's Father Time. Like, I mean, either Brady's going to be Brady or he's not. Like, this is Brady's mark right here. Like, this movie's either going to be great for Brady, and there's no one's ever going to be able to touch him for the rest of my life. That's for sure. But dude, this is he's got. There's no excuses. There's no excuses for Brady. Either Father Time is blessing him, or Father Time is going to hurt this team. Period.
I completely agree, and this is going to be the season that really solidifies what the Patriots were. Was it Tom? Was it Bill? That's what we're going to find out this season.
I don't think that's a fair statement either, because Father Time does not allow Tom Brady to battle Bill. Bill's brain is different than Tom's body.
And look, and I don't think that's a fair argument at all, because if you really want to break it down, Bill Belichick built the Ravens teams, because the method and the guys that won Super Bowls there, a lot of those guys were drafted by Bill Belichick when he was running the Cleveland Browns. Ozzie Newsome learned how to be a GM and do what he did from Bill Belichick. So Belichick is one without Brady. He's won Super Bowls as a D coordinator and assistant head coach without Brady, and we'll see what happens this year. But here's the bottom line: Tom Brady the last couple of years has not been the same quarterback, whether it was in New England or whether he's going down to Tampa Bay. He's not the same guy. He needs to stay upright. And Squeeze and I have seen it firsthand with Kobe Bryant. You have an iconic player and a player that is just so gifted and far and beyond anybody else in the league. I mean, he only has a couple people contemporaries that even could talk to him on the same level. And he gets older, and the game may seem slower to him, but he's also getting slower himself. Yes, he's got great weapons. Yes, there's great weapons in Tampa Bay. There's no doubt about it. But Gronk wasn't the same player his last year in New England either. He was a good, okay blocker, but his body was worn down. He had a year off. I agree with you. That did help him probably, but he still was getting beat up a little bit up in New England. So I think there's a lot of questions. And look, Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints, what they do, and they have a defense. You cannot take anything away from them.
You're not going into that, and you're not going to beat them at home. You're not going to beat them at home. It's just not.
I'm not arguing that at all. Like the NFC South is going to be a slaughter field this year.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Can we argue Tom Brady versus Drew Brees? Is Drew Brees any? I mean, granted, I know he is no Tom Brady. Tom Brady is still going to be the GOAT, but I mean, Tom Brady has never been in a division where he has had to go against somebody like Drew Brees twice a year.
Drew Brees has been in his offense. It's like feel like since we was little kids.
Yep.
Like, dude, he
helped make it.
Surgeon, man. He's a surgeon. Like it's just the Saints are hard to deal with in that division.
True.
I will say this much though.
Absolutely.
For Tampa Bay. I believe that Tom Brady right now is a better quarterback than Peyton Manning was when he won his last Super Bowl.
100%.
Hands down. Peyton Manning won that on the back of his defense. He didn't do shit that last Super Bowl.
And so the Buccaneers got a lot of weapons for Tom to work with.
And I'll say this:
it's quite possible. I don't know about these ugly ass orange jerseys and shit that keep popping.
You're out of your damn mind if you hate
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Coach Bo.
Goes hard. Creamsicle goes hard, bro.
Hey, show me one dominant pirate ever in history that wore orange like that.
I don't know.
Here I come. Like Here I am.
Mike Allstott. I mean, it's the last buck that went that hard.
Hey, the last point about that is Squeeze. To your point, I'll say this: right now, Drew Brees is a better quarterback than Tom Brady.
Damn.
Yes, I agree.
Drew Brees only has 1 year left. He signed a contract with NBC to be an analyst, so this is going to be the last year that we see him perform. Anyway, possibly.
This could be the last year we see Tom Brady. This could be the last year we see Tom Brady too. One hit.
Yeah, for sure.
One hit on a 43-year-old.
I think that Tom Brady's trying to make it as long as he possibly can, as long as he possibly can, and he has the stats and the background to be able to do so. He can keep going if he wants to.
Tom Brady looking like greedy mother. You know what I'm saying? Tom Brady's one greedy mother. Like what else you got to get? What else you got to go to the Hall of Fame with, bro?
another two rings. How about that? Another two.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey, Bo's fanboys coming out. This is Bo's.
How many of these have you drank, Bo?
So long. It's been none of those, but it's been so long since the Bucks have been this good that I can actually get hyped for it. They're usually incredibly.
You haven't played a game yet. What do you mean this good? You haven't played a game yet. The last time I seen the Bucks, Jameis Winston was throwing somebody a pick six. What are you talking about this good?
The last time you saw Tom Brady throwing a pick six, it's the same. I don't care, man.
That's my point. This is my point. What do you mean this good? You haven't seen anything yet.
Jameis Winston threw 30 interceptions and still led the league in like every other passing category. And the motherfucker couldn't see. He's got the worst vision ever. He had to get corrective eye surgery.
I got the worst vision ever, but that's
he threw 30 touchdowns and couldn't see a linebacker. So you're going to tell me you bring in Tom Brady in Bruce Arians' offense that all it does is produce greatness. Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, Carson Palmer at the tail end of his career. You're telling me
none of those dudes are 57 years old, man.
You're telling me you give the quarterback whisperer the best quarterback ever, and they're not going to figure it out? Get out of here.
Hey, Bo. You sound like a 2005 Raider fan, bro.
Hey, why is that?
Raiders, isn't that when Derrick Brooks ended Rich Gannon's career?
Yeah, true.
Why is it the Tampa Bay that's always their go-to with their quarterbacks?
We've never had a good quarterback.
No, with Vinny Testaverde, he can't see. He's colorblind. Now Jameis Winston can't see. He needed LASIK. I mean,
and he still threw 30 touchdowns with 5,000 yards. The last good quarterback the Bucks ever had was Steve Young, and they immediately traded him away.
Come on, man. Brad Johnson won the Super Bowl.
What about Brad Johnson, bro?
Brad Johnson won the Super Bowl.
Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl because they had the best defense ever assembled.
Hey, look at
that man throw a ball to the
No, cut it. Mute it up.
Do I need to start naming the Hall of Fame players? Lawrence Sapp, Simeon Rice,
85 Bears, 86 Giants, the Ravens Super Bowl. Like, I mean,
Bucks.
No,
Hey,
like,
Go to Bucks.
Look how successful Chris Sims has been. I mean, that guy's very successful.
Dope and ugly
He's
jug.
had an incredible media career.
Oh shit, Bo, you're killing me.
Where did Chris Sims come from? I'm not hyping up Chris Sims. That was terrible.
That's why I brought him up.
He's terrible. Yeah, we haven't had a good quarterback in years, man.
Hey,
Jameis.
Hey, you still ain't got one.
How dare you speak blasphemy on Tom Brady's name like that? On quarterback Jesus. What is wrong with you?
Hey, all of a sudden he's quarterback Jesus. Who were you rooting for last year, brother?
No, Bo's been a Bucks fan as long as I known him.
No, I'm talking like a Brady. He's saying like Brady, like Brady from a Brady perspective.
Keith McCann sends his best wishes.
I've never liked Brady.
Right, exactly, bro.
I always respect him as a player. But when he got traded, or when he got traded or whatever,
swallow his children.
Free agency. I've done some research. I respect the man. I think he says a lot of good things.
As a Patriot, you hate him, but as a Buck, you'll swallow his children. It's
He's
all good.
crushing. If that brings a Super Bowl into Tampa Bay this season in the home stadium, I will do all of that.
Bo, that's not gonna happen, bro. I apologize.
Right. Hey, facts though, we have a way better chance than Oakland or Vegas. Sorry, I gotta get used to that.
I think Vegas has a lot. We're young and we have speed, so that's what we got against the Bucks.
Yeah, but you also got 2 losses to Patrick Mahomes every year. So
yeah,
it's like you got 2 losses to Drew Brees every year. We in the same.
You out your damn mind if we don't lose both of them. Come on.
We in the same.
Hey, Bo, educate me, dude. Who's in the Patriots division again?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Okay, so now you're saying that Brady's in a division that has nobody to, right?
I didn't say that. Didn't say that at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's actually got competition. He's got to play a Drew Brees in the Saints. He actually got to play. He's got to play the Panthers and a resurging Teddy Bridgewater. He's got to play a guy like
Y'all mentioned the division is tough, but you're only bringing up Drew Brees and the Saints.
No, I'm not. You cut me off. No, I didn't.
Yeah, we were speaking of more teams there too in that division.
I brought up the Panthers. I brought up the Falcons.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan is he's whatever.
Is not Miami.
He's
right.
Matt Ryan. Yeah, but the Bucks aren't the Patriots that they were. The Patriots play sorry ass teams with an
Monday Night Football opener. Bucks versus Raiders. Look at that.
Is it really?
Yeah, Coach Bo.
Is it really?
It could be very well be. My boy.
You got a date.
My boy Gus works for our TV network.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
Oh,
I don't know.
It's at
true?
It's in Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta get tickets.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Wait, Squeeze. Are you gonna be there? Cause I'm gonna be there. Are you gonna be there?
I'm gonna for sure be there. I want Bo to be there. That's what
I'll be there. I'll be there if you get me there.
I want Coach Bo at that joint. That's what
I'll be rocking this right here, right here, bro.
I bet right you will be rocking that.
I will sit 6 feet away if you invite me.
Oh man.
All right, gentlemen. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for today. Our hour is officially up. We will meet you guys back here tomorrow. We're going to be on at 3:30. The draft starts at 4 p.m., so we'll be on 30 minutes prior with your Raider draft coverage for Franchise Sports Pizza. Don't forget, join the franchise. We are your home for Las Vegas sports. Thank you for tuning in.
Yay.
Right. Peace.